we take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now? Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold. That's my best waiting gold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel. Something to make let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Lining up with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heart be needing. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Ooh, you take me higher. You take me higher, baby. You take me higher. You take me higher, baby. You take me higher. You take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Yeah, you take me higher, baby. The silent escape, the beauty that takes a hold on me. It's like I had everything, I don't need nothing else at all. Riding the wave, feeling the possibility. So remembering that we were never meant to fall. And I am hypnotized, watching the world outside, and it just can't reach me now. Alive, hiding in the skies. I'm over the city lights, and my feet won't touch the ground. And my feet won't touch the ground.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink! And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the China Regional Finals. We have finally come down to Championship Sunday. Today, we'll be determining who is actually the best team in China right now, who walks away with those DPC points, and who makes the road to TI all that much easier for themselves going forward. Today, the action is going to be electric. We've got 3 teams, only 2 DPC awarding slots, and of course, a lot of Dota to still play out. My name's Snare. Today, I'm going to be joined by Lizard and Bcop. Gentlemen, we've got a very interesting state of affairs here. Lizard, before yesterday's upper bracket final, we were discussing whether or not Extreme Gaming might have a shot of getting to the grand finals. And we sort of took it for granted that if these 2 teams met again, it would be in the grand finals. But somehow, here we are, PSG LGD falling down to a lower bracket final. And for the first time in nearly a year, might be finding themselves losing out on DPC points and a strong finish in a Valve tournament.
Once again, we see PSG LGD dropping a game. It wasn't the first one, so some other teams did prove that PSG LGD can bleed before. But also yesterday, they underperformed slightly, underperformed heavily versus Aster. Aster, they're good. They've always been good. They've been slaying the Chinese teams in the regional games, but at the international stage, they weren't really as strong. However, yesterday, besides Aster playing really well, PSG LGD didn't look anything like themselves. They just couldn't connect a 1-2 play pretty much ever. Even when they had the stronger draft, a draft that was supposed to be dominating early on with some Ember Lina semi-cores, they couldn't connect those early game aggression fights. They couldn't even take down a triangle versus a Medusa and control the map at all until it was too late. So, I'm just excited to see what PSG LGD will be able to do against Extreme, because Extreme does not look like the team is on the same level, right, Bcop? But they are steadily improving.
I think so. I think they're definitely steadily improving. We'll see how it ends up going for them here. But I'm just looking at last time's regional final. LGD avoided Aster at all costs. They didn't end up playing each other because RNG took Aster down, and then Aster got taken down by RNG twice in that regional final. They never got to play LGD. So now they're guaranteed points. They're in a good spot. We'll see who they end up playing at the end of this series.
So it's very important, actually, that you mentioned there about them getting the necessary points. As a result of yesterday's victory, they actually came from being 13th in the overall leaderboard to finding themselves actually in the mix. I think they are 6th or 7th, somewhere around there. At the same time, though, Extreme Gaming will have an opportunity to get into the top 12 of the current DPC leaderboard if they do win this game. Unfortunately, gentlemen, it has become a bit of a theme in these last couple of weeks that LGD, given all they've achieved so far, given how far ahead they are of everybody else in terms of points, in terms of DPC finishing, does seem like they have not necessarily dropped off a level, but they don't need this as much. Lizard, you've been a pro player before. Does desire factor into the upcoming matchup here, given that Extreme Gaming have so much more to gain from a successful showing here today?
Thank you for that, but my pro games always had a lot of desire, but not much of anything else. That was the problem. I was always in those teams that would qualify, but not really do much on the tournaments, right? So I was never in a position in which I would be able to just relax and chill. Maybe versus some teams, but very rarely. I think, though, for PSG LGD, that definitely does play a role. It's if you remember, even Puppy was talking about this. Like you can't give it your all throughout all seasons and then expect to do amazingly well at TI. You just burn out. So maybe for them it's also a little bit of that, as we've seen them. Even Bcop, you've casted their games in Dota Pit, right? They lost to Magma, right, or something like that.
Yeah, that was when the patch was. That was when the patch was new, though. LGD.
Yeah, but still, right? Like.
I'm not, trying to take that away from Magma or anything like that, but I think it was definitely like LGD didn't want to play at their best for sure. Like it like you said, you can't play 100% all the time or you're going to burn yourself out. And I think that was one of those events where they were like, all right, we're going to use this time to figure out a couple things as the patch goes on. And they ended up dropping a Magma and RNG consecutively.
Yeah. And not the strongest showings from them, but of course, like y'all mentioned, burnout is a real feature of or rather, it's a real problem when it comes to declining in your performance as a very professional team. One thing though for Extreme Gaming, they've stuck around a little bit together, but I've been thinking about how we got to this point in time, gentlemen. And a lot of it, I think, has to do not just with the team's strength, but something that's been very interesting. Both of y'all were covering a DPC season just before the We Play Animajor, where Team Aster was doing really well in the region. And at the time, they were playing all these games with like every 5 position they had at the time would have either massive sustain or some kind of tankiness. So a lot of Abaddons, a lot of Treant Protectors, a lot of Enchantresses. This was back when Lanem was still on the team. And it seems like every single time I see this team be successful, for some reason, it has to do with a lot of tanky boys that are going to be backing them up. Whenever they play in a meta that has like DKs, DPs, Razor mids, Pugna, Abaddons, all these sort of heal strats, it seems to be going very, very well for them. And over the course of this weekend, they have yet to drop a game. And they've also been sort of defining the meta, it feels like, especially with this DK that they've been using primarily in the mid position. But I think the main hero that PSG LGD have to be concerned about here as we get into the draft, Lizard, this Brewmaster hero for a Team Aster has looked so good. For Extreme Gaming, they have a Brewmaster player in the mix. Are we going to be seeing that hero here today?
I think it's pretty solid. The brew pick we also saw a couple of times with the Dragonite coming into mix, right? Like you pick DK early on and then you mix it up. You put DK safe lane or mid and Brewmaster on off lane. It's possible. Right? I think we might see it. It's kind of difficult versus PSG LGD though, because you already are playing against Bane and Doom. These two heroes kind of do prevent you from using that ulti if you get caught. Some heroes, like, I don't know, some other normal disabled, their Brewmaster is actually banned out by XG instead. Yeah, I think this is smart from them, because PSG LGD also plays Doom on position 4. Zincu plays it, and this doesn't have to mean that the Doom is on offlane, right? So better, yeah, just get rid of that nasty Brewmaster. The hero is... How do you feel about a bazillion pandas running around forever, B-Cop? Do you like it?
I think it's adorable. I love a bazillion pandas running around forever.
Do you like Jaganim's refresher build, yeah?
Yeah, especially if they're all red pandas. I'd be down for that 100%.
Oh, God. Nice one there, B-Cup. With the deep cuts for a player that is unfortunately not going to be with us for this version of the regional finals. Another hero that I'm expecting to see in this game being contested, it's usually been contested first phase, but it's clearly moved down the pecking order a little bit, is going to be this Pangolier. Yesterday, XG played this hero with the DK as well. They put it mid, and it did really, really well. But of course, since we've seen this DK also being shifted often into the mid lane, you know, there's a little bit of interplay between the two heroes. So what do we feel about that, gentlemen? Yes, I know there's a Bane on the other side already, but having Rolling Thunder, despite it not being as perfect as it used to be, still is very good disable Lizard if you want to approach a team fight as XG.
I've been given some watch with the Gamers Without Borders event, and Pango's definitely kind of fallen behind a little bit in terms of the pecking order, for sure. I think there's ways to counter him. Grimstroke being one of those ways, obviously banned out here, but like, if you've gotten the Doom or if you've gotten the Fiend's Grip, like, I just don't think, I don't know, I think people have kind of found ways to play around Pango a lot better, and I don't know if they're as scared of this hero. Yeah, I do. I don't think these teams are as scared of Pango.
What about the bans? What about the bans on Pango in a game in GWB?
I think he's banned like late second phase. Like, he's still getting banned, but I definitely think teams are still
not first pick anymore. Yeah,
I think teams are still ready to play against it. At least from what I've seen, I think the Pangos really haven't been doing that great. Now, granted, it was some, you know, lower teams that might have been playing it, and that could have been part of it. I don't know, but I don't know. I just think that the hero maybe has been figured out a little bit, and some of these other heroes have taken priority. Like Snare said, like DK's starting to take a little bit of priority in the 3 position. We saw that with LGD playing it with Faith Beyond. We've seen it on a bunch of other teams like Aster. So
yeah, it's definitely more. It's definitely like, even in this game, perhaps it's not as important of a hero. Maybe not as valued of a hero. On XG, sure, but on PSG LGD, we've seen some nothing to say performances on that mid Pango. Perhaps not something that needs to be played in regional finals. He's amazing, by the way. This when I flame someone from PSG LGD, well, not flame, when I, you know, a little bit of flame. Yeah, it's because everything they do is so damn good and then you find one. Aha! You can't play that. Finally.
It's nice to be able to take down a peg some of the biggest people in the world when it comes down to skill. And here we go, Treant Protector. I was talking earlier about how Team Aster has sort of been playing these much more tanky, sustained lineups, and Treant Protector's been in the mix as well for them. They played it to great effect on their. No, was it yesterday or the day before? I can't remember exactly which game, but having it here, it's some degree of lockdown as well with the overgrowth. I suppose depending on your positioning, you can use to cancel out this Fiend's Grip. A lot easier ways to make sure your heroes don't die. And now it's also starting to look like they're buttressing the laning phase here, B-Cop. They have your Shadow Shaman with the highest base damage of supports. Love it. Lots of base damage on the Treant Protector as well. Lots of protection, it feels like, for this early game for XG.
Yeah, I think they definitely know that LGD likes to bring a lot of pace to the game. It's something similar to like teams like Tundra that just bring this high pace output, and just stop that or to try and counteract that, you do have like Treant to heal these towers up, and you're trying to secure keeping your tier ones as long as possible. And then you also kind of have a good, well, not a great level 6, I would say. Overgrowth is always going to be nice. Having Serpent Wards to take Roche is always going to be great as well. And then like pushing power from the DK feels pretty solid too. Like XG is certainly ticking off a lot of boxes, and now LGD may be trying to do the same, getting some team fight in the Phoenix and some sustainability as well. And then a nothing to say classic in Puck.
Nice.
It's classic. It's nice, but you're still picking Puck into a
Dangerous
DK.
game.
Yeah.
It's a DK and Shadow Shaman.
And Shadow Shaman. I mean, look, first, you can lose the lane because DK will be playing against you most likely. XG can pick something different for their offlane now. No, they actually go for Alina instead. All right, still makes sense because with Alina you do get a hero that deals with Yegg fairly well. And you do have protection for that Lina. You have overgrowth, so any sort of jumps on her should be punished. Overall, I have to say that both of these drafts right now look pretty damn solid. Everyone has pretty much everything. Maybe XG is stronger in the pushing department, and when I say maybe, I say for sure. They have the Shadow Shaman wards and Dragon form, right? So it's much easier for them to take objectives. But for PSG LGD, their draft is set up a little bit better for that one ultimate carry. Be it Ursa, be it Monkey King. We'll see what they take. I think these two are probably the best, and perhaps XG will ban them out. Okay, TB instead. I was calling for yesterday when they were playing versus Aster for TB, and in very similar drafts, and they never picked him up.
Speaking of like drops that we've seen in the last couple of days here, something that we've seen emerge, and Team Aster started doing this themselves as well, is Monet playing that safe lane Ember Spirit. It seems to have taken up a bit more currency. I don't like it personally for PSG LGD, but they did it yesterday as well, right? On the last.
Yeah. But look. It's a different story completely. Like Ember in a game such as this one, I don't think it's going to get picked. Like it's possible, but they need a hard carry. Medusa was a perfect ban. I forgot about her completely. They needed a hard carry. Something like a PL also works. It's a hero that's being picked up a bit more. Was completely forgotten for the last couple of months, but they needed something like that, right? They couldn't go for an Ember. And when they went for that Ember, they had a semi-core in a form of Lina on mid lane as well, so it was possible for them to kind of share the load and scale well into that late game.
Pickup. How do you feel? Speaking of like semi-carries and heroes, I mean, we have a semi-carry already in this Lina from mid for XG. What do we pick up for Lu right here? Do we make his life as easy as possible by having him play the safe lane DK, or give him something that he's more comfortable on? His TA banned out, his Wraith King banned out, his Ursa banned out. All that's really left that he's played a lot this season is his Tiny, but definitely does not feel like a good Tiny game. Okay, here's the answer. Clinks. Okay, how do you feel about Clinks here, B-Cup? The big arrow man into not a game with Medusa. Half the time that we saw this hero this season was into Dusa, but here they just decide we feel good about it. Do you like it?
I think the Clinks is all right. Definitely looking to do a lot of damage real quick. We've seen these Clinks with the Burning Barrage output quite a bit, and I really thought from the get-go it was going to be DK over in the off lane. I don't really think it's going to be played in the safe lane there, and I don't think they're going to pick up Tiny. Like, I just think that hero is not going to be on the tipping board here with all the other carries that I think beat it out these days. So I like the Clinks. I like the the Lina gives him multiple options to go for this egg. Clinks, if he can find the right openings, can really output a lot of damage and blow up these supports on the side of LGD. I just wonder if they can keep it up enough to stop Ame on this Phantom Lancer. It's a hero that he loves playing. If you're going to give him a farming core, he's going to farm. He's going to do well. And I think this is going to be a pretty close game, like 55-45 between the two teams.
Lizard, how do you feel about this? Generally speaking, when we've seen Clinks do amazingly well this season, it's been in situations where the Clinks is always able to outrange the target that he's playing against in the opposing carry. This is a game where that's certainly not going to happen, right? PL has the capability of finding the Clinks, isolating him, actually getting on top of him, but there's still a bunch of damage from the Clinks itself. So what wins out in this regard? The closing in potential of the PL or the damage outright from the Clinks?
I think you kind of answered your own question right there as you were asking me. I'm not sure. Like maybe something has changed dramatically in this matchup of Clinks versus PL. But historically, I would pick PL into the Clinks, not vice versa. Obviously, things have changed with the Searing Arrow Barrage and getting that Maelstrom and whatnot in the matchup. But I still don't think it's easy. I think PL here eventually just runs them over, runs the Lina over, runs the Clinks over. So I'm heavily favoring PSG LGD, but we'll see. I was wrong before. It wouldn't be the first time.
I mean, everybody can be wrong once in a while. So we have a PSG LGD bet from Lizard. B-Cop, you are the fanboy, the resident one amongst the panel of fanboys for PSG LGD. Tell us a good thing, a good story about how Extreme Gaming can utilize this draft into victory.
I think getting into the laning stage is going to be where they're having to do best, right? Like I said, that they need to stop the push potential from Extreme or from LGD with this tree and maybe get some early pickoffs to slow down the early aggression that LGD is going to try and bring as their game style is normally played. If you can get yourself a solidified laning stage, I think that's the best way to combat this. But I think anything that stays even equal should be okay for Extreme, but they still need to bring it to the PL.
All right, as we go into the game right now, a game that is very, very important for both of these squads. For PSG LGD, victory here in this series would pretty much guarantee placement at TI. For Extreme Gaming, they still need this series and a lot more work in the tours to come to guarantee their positioning at the biggest tournament of all time. But to see what's going to happen, to see how the story all shakes out, we've got B-Cop on the mic, we've got Lizard, and what we have here is PSG LGD versus Extreme Gaming. Game 1.
Where's the
Hype! Fight!
fight? Molino wins.
Go again, B-Cop.
What? The introduction?
Fight! Yeah, that's it.
Cabal
Need to.
wins. Zinq?
Zinq?
Some trouble and finish him. First blood there for Lu. All right. So XG starting it off quick. I mean, that's exactly
Fatality.
Beast out or whatever it was.
Yeah, pretty good kill for them. DUI and Lu getting that one going straight up. Who got the kill actually? It was Lu. Perfect. Perfect. What's he sending himself? A Sage's Mask? Okay. Fabian actually needs to be careful here. It's they don't have Fire Spirits, so lane can be rough.
Yeah, on cooldown right now. Faith Beyond also needing to pop that salve. But that early kill, like, that definitely feels like that could tilt the lane in favor of XG, at least for the first couple levels for Faith Beyond. Get a little bit of farm and see if he grabs a bracer. Want to be very careful about how much you're going to be giving up to Luke, because I think, especially with the combination of DY and the Nature's Grasp, like, you find yourself a little bit too far forward in the lane. You might just die again.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's a bit easier.
Oh, Jesus. He almost died.
He's been having a rough. He's been having a rough couple of days. But this bottom lane isn't easy for him. Like overall, PL in this game should be fine, but perhaps his biggest problem could be the DK, depending on how DK itemizes, right? But yeah, we'll see. The game needs to get there anyway. Do you like the new diffusal blade on PL? It's cheap, but And it doesn't work on illusions.
I mean, I've seen it picked up a couple times. I've seen PL. A few times I've seen PL. I don't know if it's like the game changer it was back in the day. Like, it certainly felt like an item that was such a game changer for PL. You'd get that, and all of a sudden it'd be like, oh, PL's online. Okay, cool. Great. Maybe not the case anymore. Still needs like +1 or +2 items. Because it's what? Diffusal, Manta, and then sometimes into the heart.
Yeah. It kind of allows you to be a bit more active early on, I guess. But it gives you an option to be active, let's put it that way.
Which is something
But
Ame
nothing
likes
special.
to do.
Yeah.
Especially with these carriers. We used to see it last year when we were covering China. He'd go, when the Spectre was in the meta, he'd go to that first item Ags, and he'd want to be as active as possible. He'd use that first haunt to try and get into a couple of kills and then push that Ags and have that tempo.
Yeah, but that's
Blue's taking a lot of damage.
Blue is... I
Not
don't think he's dead.
but not going to feel comfortable. He doesn't exactly have a lot of regen here for himself,
Where's the
but
salve?
UI does have it. Yeah, UI does have a salve. Ooh, Fire Spirit. Trying to cancel said salve. But that's good
They
pressure from
broke it?
LGD.
Nice. Yeah. Really well done by Xinkyu there. He was struggling on the Phoenix. He couldn't get that level 2 for the longest time. Once you get it, the lane becomes way more easier, right? Like you can harass and not actually be afraid of dying, as you can always dive out.
Yeah. We've seen a couple of times where Xinkyu does play a little bit more aggressive because he's got like this carry mentality from the 4 position. Where he'll like Icarus dive in and play aggressively and exactly like that. Icarus dive in, Fire Spirits up top, and Lu's eating even more damage.
Yeah, I don't even think this
Not
is
too
an easy lane for Lu, right?
Now that they've hit level 2, I think this lane gets a little bit more difficult for him, especially with the lack of regen. Like they're forced to bring another salve out and another shared tango as well. So like DUI spending all his money on consumables at the moment.
Yeah, do you
Like
the
a
mana
good
burn
support.
Yeah. Do you like the mana burn on Fate Beyond?
Yeah. Blue got that first blood and he bought the Sage's Mask, so he's looking to have that mana regen. He wanted to bring his Basilius to have the mana regen, and Faith Beyond sees that and goes the other way with it, right? Like, I'm gonna burn your mana, and your mana regen won't matter. Tank getting the kill there. Second highest base damage in the game, obviously, you know, you do some work with it. DUI taking some
Top
damage
lane?
too.
Yeah.
Icarus dive
They can
and the
kill him
fire
here.
spirit stop. They might Bleach Seed under the tower.
I'm surprised they didn't. I'm so surprised they didn't dive because the
pushing in?
creeps. Yeah, exactly. That's what I expected. But Scorched Earth was also running out, so most likely you don't get the kill. But they might go again once Scorched Earth is off cooldown. This isn't an easy lane for Klings. You
No,
can
not at
really
all.
get Doven early on. You see Phoenix. Like Xinkyu already bought the dust, so they
want it.
expect to be diving.
If I'm Lu, I think you got to be careful, right? Like, you also have to be paying attention to mid, because the second nothing
can
to
go
say
right now.
hit sticks, they want to go. And they're not even going to wait. They've got the dust and Lu's in trouble. And he doesn't have the tree in here to help him. He's just
Yeah,
dead.
this is exactly to be expected. You're a Klinks versus a Doom that has bonus movement speed, and he gets his boots of speed plus a dust on Phoenix. You get Doven so easily.
Oh, yeah. That's really well played by LGD, especially because Ame is kind of struggling. Not his CS is similar to the Klinks, but like both of them are kind of struggling in terms of CS, right? Like Klinks has already died here in the top lane, and Ame, he's struggling to go up against Old 11 a little bit. I'm not like trying to force saying like Old 11's destroying him or anything, but it's definitely like now you've got to kind of make those adjustments if you're extreme. Like, I don't think Lu can just sit here, especially if Nothing to Say makes the decision to just TP top and try and go again. I guess the key to thinking that is the fact that Xinkyu has
They're going
dust
again.
Yeah. He's got the dust. They want to go. He's already used Icarus Dive. That's like the one thing holding them back. But the Fire Spirit, oh, and the dust. Yeah, he's done. He's done.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
But
Wise did too.
No, this will continue happening until Lina decides to rotate up. Imagine if the tables were turned and they had Puck on mid lane on the side of XG. This doesn't happen because Puck will happily rotate every single time. I don't think that Lina is the same type of a mid laner. Like, she can, but most of the time we see the mid laners take a bit more of a conservative stance and farm up, get that BKB travels before any major rotations. And it's obviously much easier to punish those dives with the puck.
I'd be worried
yeah,
if I'm
we'll
Blue,
see.
though, because that might just happen again. Like, again, they have the option to bring Nothing to Say up there and drop a Dream Coil down. What do you do if you're Clinks, right? Especially if Zinky's going to continue to just buy Dust and have that shipped out to him, which his career's going back, so he doesn't have Dust again, but I wouldn't be surprised if he buys it.
Yeah, he will. It's either him or the Doom. There's a Dust coming, actually, right now. I don't know if it's Doom's or his.
It's Dooms,
but,
yeah. Which means they just want to go. And they want to continue to shut down Lou.
Yeah, but this time around, I really feel like someone... Yeah, Phoenix rotates bottom instead, but Puck is the one rotating top.
That might make Lou think he's comfortable there, right? Like, he sees the Phoenix go bottom, and he gets this false perception. They see Nothing to Say now.
Yeah, it's a really good call from you, but it looks like XG is also responding. You see the smoke? It's been scouted, and I'd be surprised if PSG LGD falls to this. Like, you just rotate back, right? Yeah. They're getting more out of the map, really. Like, PSG LGD, they're outsmarting them a little bit in these first 8 minutes. Phoenix is getting levels on bottom lane. This is like, if you're Zinky, you're just feeling so damn good. You killed the carry a couple of times, now you're sapping all the experience on the bottom lane. Like, the best game for you.
As a carry should, right?
Yeah, exactly. Classic carry Zinky Phoenix. No, because one huge benefit of having the Phoenix on your team is that you can stand in front of a tier 1 and not worry that you're gonna die. Like, they can still dive you, but you can dive out. And, it will make it harder for them to take you down.
Yeah, their options are really limited in stopping Zinky, right? Like, unless the Shadow Shaman's here to throw a Hex in the Shackle, in the non-Elder Dragon form, in the normal form for Ult 11, like, he has to get right on top of Zinky to stop him.
And he can pull the creeps from huge distance with Fire Spirits. That's also a thing. So, but on the other side, you have a similar situation in a form of DUI. You'll be sitting behind this tower, healing it up. It's like, when you compare these two, obviously Trient is much better at that. And Zinky, I think this might be it.
Yeah, they needed the Shadow Shaman to come here. He doesn't have 6, he doesn't have the Supernova, but he's certainly sapping a lot of this damage. He still has the Icarus dive, and they want to dive him, or potentially just grab this tower with this. Or both.
I'm surprised, yeah, he TP's out. Out. That's it. I'm surprised he didn't do it instantly, but yeah, he just waited a second, did it. They didn't kill him because he connected Fire Spirits on both of them. If he doesn't do that, he dies 100%.
Top lane again.
Look at the difference. Yeah, sorry. Look at the difference between Bane and Phoenix on levels.
Yeah, 3 to the almost 6.
3 to the 6, exactly right now. Okay, he'll be 4 now soon on Bane, but still, it's yeah. He just disconnects. He's like, I don't want to play this.
I don't want to be here anymore. I do want to say though, I want to point out, like, Paparazzi dumpstered Nothing to Say mid.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It wasn't pretty.
It wasn't pretty at all. Like, he just constantly spammed him. Nothing to Say was on the brink of dying, like, most of the time. Even when Nothing to Say would try to get range creeps with the Illusory Orb, Paparazzi would use the glyph, protect them. He just did every small little trick in the book to make this Puck a very sad boy on the mid lane. But, then again, Puck with less farm does more than Lina with less farm. You know what I mean? Like, he needs a little bit early on, and then he can recover easily.
That's where I thought that kill top potentially could have been like a little bit of a save for Nothing to Say, right? Like, they were going to go for the flank.
Yeah.
They'll go for DY, they'll commit the Supernova. A little bit surprising. They've got 4 heroes up here. I don't know if that was entirely necessary, but they do get the kill on a DY. I know it'll secure the tier 1 tower top too.
Yeah, it's for the vision as well, right? To clear the trees and see DY. You don't really want him to stick around and then you get the TP or 2. Then again,
Scoot into the trees.
XG, they just... Wait, tank. Does he know? He has no detection. Yeah. Sad boys. I just want to say that they lost the tier 1 on the bottom lane at the same time. Right, so... And XG committed nothing for it.
Yeah, that tier 1 tower went down when Tsinkyu was down there, and that was for free. They got that tower.
Yeah.
They didn't really have to do anything for it. Elder Dragon form's a quote commitment, but honestly, it's not that long of a cooldown. 115 is up,
He's got
up
it
there,
again.
but it's not. Yeah, exactly. Like he hasn't fought without it.
Overall,
Zame have?
it's like the game is like that. The drafts are like that. That if a PSG LGD wants to take objectives, they need to commit a lot of heroes. Meanwhile, XG they don't. Even a Shadow Shaman on his own can do it sometimes. So we'll see more grouping coming from XG from PSG LGD for sure.
They have the defusal now on Ame. He actually was having a little bit of courier micro problems. He almost had the defusal, then the courier started going back to base, I guess to pick up the Juan recipe. And then he realized it didn't deliver his defusal. About halfway back.
I'm surprised. You see the smoke? I expected it to go towards the triangle, but instead they go for tank.
Dreamcoil instantly committed, and they should be able to get this kill. They've got the Waning Rift with the silence, so the damage will be there. Tsinkyu getting another kill. He's now level 7, and he's going into the Spirit Vessel. The quicker he can get that, I think the quicker you're going to see a lot more confidence come out from LGD as well. Get those charges, go for that fight. They look for the Doom, they land the LSA, they've got the Laguna Blade, but goes into the pig pole and starts to run. Fire Spirits, Icarus dive, Supernova, all out. Paparazzi needs to start hitting away at the
the misses!
He misses the first time! And then he has to run! Oh, uphill missing, saving the day for LGD, or, well, more specifically, Tsinkyu.
Yeah, I think he missed, what, 2-3 times in a row?
Yeah.
It's level 1 egg. Level 1 egg versus Lina is usually...
Fragile.
Like, you always... as a Lina, you always go for that egg. It doesn't matter. Especially if you have Fiery Soul stacks on. It's just so easy to take it down. But this time around... Yeah, they don't get the egg, but at the same time, PSG LGD doesn't get anything done with that egg, right? And we'll see a smoke here, perhaps. Nope, they'll just push in.
I guess they don't get anything done, but they also do save the Doom, and he's farming a lot. He keeps that Midas, keeps getting that Midas gold. He's going to the Devour. His net worth is closing in on where Paparazzi's is. I'm surprised they went Serpent Words for this.
Yeah, exactly. My thought was maybe they'll try to smoke up as XG, go to the triangle, get a pick off, and then commit the wards on the tier 1 tower mid. That's what I imagined to happen. As they had BKB on Lina, they had Blink on DK, they had ways of taking the fight. Okay, instead they just commit the wards. It's space. They're creating space for Lynx, I suppose.
So, my question to you is, I'm seeing a lot of Shadow Shamans feel a lot more free about using their wards to push towers instead of going... I think there was like this time period of, I use wards for Roche and nothing else. But now I'm seeing a lot more Shadow Shamans be like, all right, well, if we're only going to take Roche once every now and then, I might as well use it for the tower as well, right? Like, I think there's been like this mindset that's been unlocked where it's like you don't have to just use it for Roche. Yeah, this is ambitious. Why? Very dead.
Yeah, I think every Bane player has a little bit of that suicidal string in him when he plays Dota. You just wanna... You're playing a Bane. You're not feeling good about yourself.
You're expected to die.
Yeah, and if you don't have that grip, sometimes it's even good to break a smoke or just move in a position, give info. They will lose the tier 1 tower mid lane. I don't think they're saving this.
And they were not able to save that mid tier 1, and now that opens up the jungle. I guess it becomes a question of where Ame is going to farm safely. He's got the defusal Yasha, so his farm is getting up there. He's a little bit behind Lu.
But do they have a dust? At the moment Lu shows himself,
Yeah, Dreamcoil from the trees, and he snaps a Supernova, Waning Rift, and the damage is there. Zinq now dominating. The Supernova goes off and actually stuns up Tank, but they'll get the Laguna Blade off to kill off. Nothing to say. They'll end up trading. They think about the Overgrowth. He's already used the Icarus Dive Hill Sunray to the high ground, and there's the Overgrowth. Make sure he doesn't get out. Double kill for Paparazzi.
Yeah, he wanted. Yeah. DY wanted to be a bit greedy there, save the Overgrowth, but in the end, yeah, you have to commit it. Are you fine with this trade though? Like, killing that Clinks, giving double kill to Lina? I'm not sure, like, this Clinks... He's definitely the hard carry on the side of XG, but we've seen what a fat Lina can do as well, and that's a ton.
I would say if the kills went to anybody other than the Lina, they would have been more okay with it. Like, the fact that it goes to the Lina, the fact that it goes to Paparazzi, who they know is having a good game, like, already has the BKB, has the boots to travel, and I guess, and you could tell me, from a, like, when you're in-game, when you're in a competitive game like this, you get the feeling that somebody's got a better net worth than you, right? Like, you take a look at that BKB, and you're like, all right, Lina's probably towards the top here with the boots to travel.
Of course. It's not even about the feeling. You just
you click the hero.
Yeah, like as a pro player, there isn't a second in the game in which you do not know what everyone has in their inventory. Sometimes there's a BKB flying in, obviously, and you get surprised by it, but you generally expect the items, and you're clicking everyone and you're scouting what they have. It's one of the more important things. One of the things that I'm not doing right now anymore because I'm damn lazy, and I just, you know, who needs more than 50 APM? Come on, bruh.
One click. I just click to where I'm going. I don't click 100 times on the screen. Forget that.
You know,
I don't need
I found myself in this place in which I'm just asking people, why aren't you dead yet? Come on. I just right-clicked you. Like, do I have to do more? It's not a good attitude. Anyway, back to the game. Enough with my trash 8K-ish pubs. There's a smoke coming from PSG LGD. They have Blink Doom. This could be... This could get them a good pick-off, but Puck and Phoenix are dead.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. They're gonna go for like a Doom Fiend's Grip kind of play, and I think they're gonna put them together. Like, I don't think it's gonna be one or the other, truthfully, because I think they still need that extra lockdown to get the kill, even with the Doom being used. Yeah. So I'm a little worried.
I feel like you can kill off the Lina for sure with these two. And you do understand that she used travels towards bottom, right? And then you get this small little time window in which you can catch her on the hard camp or perhaps clearing an additional wave. I think that's the plan. We'll see. But you could also go into the triangle perhaps, but it's a bit more dangerous as after that pick off around the tier 1, most likely the supports will rotate back towards there, right? And you can also expect one of the supports to be warding your jungle. We'll see. The smoke is interesting. There isn't a ton of damage. You can kill off Lina or Clinks, but that's pretty much it. DK is not killable by these two.
Why trying to reconnect and it disconnected immediately? So they're just trying to get back into the game, maybe having some ping issues. Yeah, I mean, I think if you get Paparazzi here, obviously he's the high priority target at the moment, and you need to get him before he gets this Lincolns. Like, Paparazzi, I'm actually a little surprised just because he is going heavily into like these defensive items if he goes into the Lincolns as well as the BKB. So maybe just trying to survive and not be the ultimate damage dealer, whereas Clink's obviously going into the Maelstrom then the BKB. But naturally, you do a lot of damage here as Alina, right? Like with the Fiery Soul stacking up, you're gonna do damage. It's just a question of how much and with what.
You see, you gonna get caught?
Yeah, Fiend's Grip, and I don't even know if they have to use the Doom, but they'll commit it anyway. They want to get this kill. They want to make sure that they shut down Paparazzi, and if anything were to come out to save Lina, they'd probably feel really bad about using the Fiend's Grip and not getting it.
Yeah, better safe than sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
I would agree that most likely it wasn't necessary because just 15-20 seconds ago everyone TP'd down bottom. So most likely no one could react to that move, but yeah, just better safe than sorry. You get that kill. Best kill possible for them, I believe.
Just put everything on a pretty large cooldown, but you still have Dream Coil to work with. Like, that's definitely still an option if you want to go and get a kill. And Supernova's only on cooldown for another 10 seconds. So, like, there are certain specific combinations. Yeah, he goes and uses them top lane.
Yeah, just PL is so good against this. He just sends his illusion, clears them instantly. It's like one of the reasons they picked it too.
Second time they've used Serpent Wards and they've been cleaned up immediately.
He dealt, what, 130 damage to the tower. That's
not worth.
It's not usually what you want to see as a Shadow Shaman, but they might smoke up. I think, yeah, they're doing that. They know PL is here.
Oh, doppelganger. And doesn't stun the right one, and now goes to the Diffusal Blade. They might even try to turn this one around. Old 11 in a lot of trouble. Hex out now onto Sinkyu. Sinkyu does have the Supernova if he wants to use it, but the BKB was popped early by Paparazzi, and they got the 3-man Dream Coil. Illusory Orb now looking for it on the cliff. Gets it in a decent spot, but they're already running away on the side of Extreme Gaming. Chases on with the Blink as well as the Infernal Blade. They might have caught themselves Lu, but the LSA comes down. They've also got the stun. The Overgrowth is there. They get the kill on a Faith Beyond, but they end up losing Lu. And nothing to say. He's going to continue on. They finish off DY. They jaunt to the Illusory Orb over into the lane. Nothing to say. Jumps in with the Blink Dagger as well as the Waning Rift. And gets the kill onto Old 11. A good fight there for LGD. Nets them 4 kills as they only lose Faith Beyond. And a lot of gold going in the direction of LGD.
It's such a, like, let's go from the start, okay? Like, the smoke from XG wasn't a bad idea because Doom and Grip were used. So they're thinking, okay, let's go and fight. However, they're running into high ground, into a PL. They don't truly have catch for that. If he has illusions, most likely he will use that doppelgang before you manage to guess the right one. They guessed the wrong one. Puck mid. Let's just see this.
Laguna Blade and with tank there, but the Sunray doing enough to keep him alive, and he gets tank! Well, the silence on a Paparazzi goes to the BKB, and they got the Fiend's Grip! Oh, Paparazzi, you've been played!
Yeah, I'm sorry, but this is just pure outplay right there. Amazing. I didn't care about my analysis from before. That was just some fast fingers right there. So well done. Zinkyu healing up the puck, saving his ass, and then puck turning on XG. Not only the phase shifting away from everything else, but blinking away from DK. It's really nicely done.
Old 11.
Yeah,
something. Not really sure what
he's looking for his pride after that fight. He's looking for some confidence. Can't find it.
Goes into the Elder Dragon form just to farm it. And now you can see here, like, there was that concern for LGD that Lina was getting away with being top of the net worth and your cores weren't exactly getting a lot. But now all 3 of their cores sit on top of the net worth. Like, they've completely turned this game around from what was a 2K lead for Extreme Gaming, now a 4K lead for LGD. And they've played the last couple fights pretty much perfectly.
Yeah, just these 2 supports also on both sides are amazing, but today Y and Zinkyu just doing a bit more. Y? As I... It's okay.
It goes to DY. That's fine. Typical Bane, remember? You said you gotta have that string of I want to die.
In the last team fight, he did something so good that we can forgive him all these feats. He slept an illusion as PL was backing out.
Ooh, now they might get nothing to say. Serpent Ward's committed, burning barrage. The Sunray again, not enough this time, but the Icarus dive and the Supernova. They've also got Ame coming in. Sunray on top of Lu, burning him out, but not enough. They did get the kill onto the tank. But, well, Zinkyu, he's got that shard pretty early. I mean, he is super farmed right now.
Yeah, he's got the ton top lane, Fate Beyond. He's looking to jump.
Blink. Infernal Blade and the Doom. Y coming over. He does have Fiend's Grip, but they need to be careful. Paparazzi, LSA, Laguna Blade turning the damage, but they've got the Fiend's Grip. Knowing there's no overgrowth, how do you even fight into this? Because they have the Doom onto the DK, so he doesn't have a stun to throw. They just don't have the damage. So now Y getting chased and people placed on a paparazzi. DY throwing down the Nature's Grass. They smoked up Ame because he wants to come and maybe clean up these heroes.
Yeah.
Link's coming over from the side. Ame coming in, still smoked up, looking for an opportunity. And the Doppelganger over the trees looking for DY, but he gets into the top tree line, and that'll keep him safe. Shackle, Burning Barrage, Xinkyu dies, and well, now he's dead for 45 seconds. Ame was trying to make a move. They were trying to clean up and maybe get these heroes on XG, but XG retreats successfully and in the proper way. X comes out onto the proper PL, and now they'll go forward for Ame, LSA Laguna Blade, and they get the kill on Ame, and it's a Dream Coil of Dreams, but not the damage of Dreams. It's putting it all together except the damage.
Yeah, PSG LGD, they're XG is playing this really nicely, right? But at the same time, like, we have to talk about something. PSG LGD is biting a little bit more than they can chew here. They're being a bit too cocky. First and foremost, jumping on the Treant and DK with the Doom Bane, that's not good. Like, killing, even using Doom there, you're still 99% not getting a kill. DK is way too tanky, there's overgrowth, there's living armor. Like, that's not a kill. For the two of them at least. It truly isn't. And then you go on that grip on Lina, plus you try to commit with the stomp and whatnot. It's also not a kill. You just don't have the necessary damage. Later on, everything just, it just looks wonky. One hero following up after another tank. Look, it's PYW. He might have changed his nickname, but his Shadow Shaman is still the best in the world, and he's gonna catch that right PL.
Bring it back to PYW. Everybody's going back to their old names. Paparazzi's got his old name again.
Yeah, we need the PYW back. He almost has BKB, by the way. Not almost, but getting closer to it.
Doom's not up. Oh, well, no. Never mind. Doom's up. And four-man smoke from LGD with Ame continuing to just farm. He wants to get into that part, I believe, as quick as possible. Blink out a Dragon Form, looking for the Dragon Tail with the BKB, pop by Faith Beyond. Go to the Doom and throw it out onto the DK. Y will die. Dream Coil's down. That lands only onto Tank.
Nothing to say.
They move forward, and nothing to say is in deep. They've got themselves the Supernova, but it's not on the cliff. It's right in between all these heroes. Oh no. Xinkyu, he ends up dead. That Supernova does nothing. They've already used the Doom. It doesn't get them anything. Like, yeah, you got the Shadow Shaman, but that wasn't who you doomed.
He didn't even force BKBs. I feel that XG right now are in a really commanding spot. They could take another fight, perhaps go into the pit. They're reluctant to do so, though. Perhaps it's even too late now. No, not sure. They had Dragon Form for 30 more seconds. They could have went for it. Unfortunate, by the way, by first Phoenix not hitting the cliff. Also, Dream Coil only catching Shadow Shaman. And one fortunate thing for PSG LGD is that Doom went on the DK just before Lincoln's was put on him. So Lincoln's came on the DK after the Doom.
So now, I mean, fighting off that, Extreme Gaming must feel pretty confident, right? Like, you're able to sustain through, what, every spell, basically, from LGD?
Yeah, I think if you're PSG LGD right now, you're thinking about the long con. You need to find a way to get these BKBs down. And once those BKBs are a bit lower, then your team fights become way easier. I'm surprised, really, that XG didn't try and force something with these BKBs. They feel so ready with all their items.
Wondering if Extreme want to fight anytime soon, and we haven't really also felt a fight where Ame's kind of let loose yet. He's certainly played pretty conservatively up to this point, but he's got the Diffusal Manta and the Heart going into the Scotty, and Scotty might be the timing where he finally lets it rip, Beyblade style. And yeah.
Do you think that they maybe were supposed to do a bit more by this time? as there are some really big things coming out for XG as well. Tank.
Yeah, that Daedalus is going to be an issue coming from the Clinks. Again, I think for both Ame and Lu, it's going to be all about positioning in these fights, right? Like, if Ame can kind of jump around and do his thing and be a little bit free, then I think he can output a lot of damage, especially once he gets that Scotty. But for Clinks, like, you have to stand still for the Burning Barrage, and if he doesn't position himself perfectly, they might just jump on him if they're there to find the opportunity on LGD.
Even the Lina hurts now. There's a double damage. This should be a rush. Yeah, finally they go
And
into
the
the pit. They use the wards.
This is a quick Roche. No way they're going to try and contest this. They just don't have the ability to do so.
And by the time those illusions get into the pit, it's already done. He does get a nice chunk of farm. He cleared up almost every single ward. Always neat as a PL, but they do give that Aegis to the Lina.
A little bit surprising that they gave it to the Lina. But Lina's now starting to build it into a little bit of damage going into the MKB. It's not just defensive with the BKB and the Lincolns.
I think she falls easier and faster than the Clinks. She doesn't have nearly as much mobility in the form of skeletal.
Oh, nothing to say. Lincoln's popped, and he needs to be really careful. Ame on the other side as well. They've got the Fiend's Grip out onto the DK. They've got Y, though. He is dead. He's the first one to fall. The Supernova's in a great spot, but the right clicks are just too much for him to handle. It's a level 2 egg, but it's still not enough to survive. And the right-click damage coming in from Paparazzi. The Waning Rift, it's on to 3. And the Dream Coil on the backlines, they'll take out Tank. They'll look over at Faith Beyond, and he's eating a lot of damage here, but they've got the Doom onto Lu. They take him out. They look over at the DK. Old 11 on the run. He's in the Nature's Grasp to try and defend himself, but he won't be able to survive. Old 11 goes down to Ame, and the Lina TP's out. Paparazzi just getting away. A 3 for 3. But that could have gone one way or the other completely. Both teams just grabbing a couple of kills.
I feel that it's much better for PSG. LGD, obviously, they killed off the Clinks and the DK. This trade benefits them heavily. Just unfortunate for XG, the way they were separated in the fight allowed all of this to happen. And PSG LGD is one of the best teams when it comes to just kiting you around the fights with different heroes. You could see that tech. Yeah, you could argue it died fast, but it did force 2 heroes to go back and to hit it on that cliff. Meanwhile, on the other side, Puck was killing off the Shadow Shaman. They were baiting Clinks out of position. Lu needs to be careful, like you said. Didn't have that Aegis. If he gets domed, he is as good as dead.
Speaking about Lu, boys, something interesting to tell you about his performance in this game. This Mjolnir that he's picked up at this point in time, it's rare that Clinksers go for the Mjolnir this early, but also, interestingly enough, this is the fastest Mjolnir of this patch, and the 6th fastest of all time for our boy Lu here on the Clink. So, a bit unfortunate though that they lost the fight almost immediately after getting the item though.
Bottom lane, Lincoln's popped again. Waning Rift, LSA, Laguna Blade, it's starting to come in, but they got the Fiend's Grip again. Why is there time and time again? They lock down this Lina. Paparazzi with the BKB again, right clicks. Oh, thank you. You try so hard, but you don't get that far. They'll lose Y. The Lotus Orb is onto Paparazzi. They land the LSA onto Ame. Nothing to say, needs to run the Burning Barrage coming in with a Mjolnir doing so much damage. And Paparazzi standing his ground with the Ultra Kill.
Just give this man a rampage at this point. He deserves it. Yeah, that's just... They try and they throw everything into him, but he's just okay. They caught Zinkyu.
Paparazzi.
Get there?
Oh, okay. Lu, not a team player.
Yeah. Remember what we were talking about before? Clinks might just be a decoy. Lina is the true carry of this game, and time again I see the same thing happening. Phoenix was forced to use the egg there to try and live through, but it doesn't matter. The BKB gets popped. Dieback on the Phoenix.
They did about 9,500 damage together, the Clinks and the Lina. So a lot of damage coming out from them, when the closest one I believe was Nothing to Say with about 2,300 or whatever it said there on the fight recap. I already forgot the number. It was in the 2000s.
And Klinks pretty much just joined the fight at the end, right? At the bitter end of the fight, he was there. Just a ton of damage from Paparazzi. They need to put some more respect on this Lina. They need more control to take him down. Now, Aegis will be reclaimed, but 8k ahead. He's getting closer and closer to that Satanic. He's level 25. The bonus attack range obviously helps quite a bit versus the side of PSG LGD.
Not exactly insurmountable. But
The gold lead?
yeah, but
Yep.
these fights again, Xingqiu, his positioning is so important, and he has just not found a little prairie there to just sit and get the supernova off. Granted, I feel like that's exactly what XG are looking for the second he goes, and it's like, hey, kill that egg. I want some omelets.
Yeah, they need to find a way to control the Lina while he's using the egg. That's truly what it is. If Lina is alive and she can pop that BKB, the egg is dead. He is level 18 now. It gets a bit tougher for the Lina to kill it, but it's like 1 second more. That's it.
So now no Bane, but he does have buyback, so if they do fight.
He could catch Fate Beyond here.
Link, Dragon Tail, BKB. Now the turnaround. Ame coming in. Infernal Blade, Lotus Orb bouncing. Burning Barrage to clean up the illusions and maybe need to be careful. Ame's kind of all by himself. Doppelganger onto the low ground, but that's right into the hands of DY, who's got the overgrowth. They're just not near him now. The Dream Coil comes down. It's onto 3 with the BKB pop by Tank. Tank trying to find at least the Hex onto the proper EL. They still do not have Y. He is holding that buyback, and Extreme Gaming on the retreat.
They catch anything?
Not yet. Not at all. Nothing to say. Drops the Dream Coil, and it is a sign for XG to get back, and they play conservative, but I don't think that's the wrong call, honestly. They don't force anything. They lose DY, but that's it.
I completely agree. The Dragon form is about to run out, so you just move back, fight another day, find a better fight. That fight, they just got baited in hard by PL and Doom. And then 3NT did try to catch PL, but it doesn't truly matter. He has Manta. He just Mantas the ulti off and kills him immediately.
They're looking to go.
The smoke, yeah.
Are they looking for Lu? Do they even know where he is? They don't go that far into the lane, so they don't break the smoke, but coming the other way is Paparazzi, who will stop near the mid lane. And this smoke won't turn into anything, but this is a conversation I had with Jenkins, and it was talking about teams that are very disciplined in using that smoke. There are some teams who will use a smoke, and they feel like they're forced to still make a move when the smoke is used. They don't want to waste it. But there are really disciplined teams that they smoke, they don't get their initial game plan, and they just back up, and they count it as just a loss, and they don't lose anything more than that. Nothing to say. The top might be in trouble. Lu shows himself. Oh! Lu having an arrow go the way of Nothing to Say, and now he needs to be careful. Does he even have a TP out of here? No, it's on cooldown for 5 more seconds.
So, just on the conversation of that smoke, there's a way to make sure it always connects, and that's by buying observer wards before you smoke up. So if you smoke up, if you don't find a kill, you can still use ops and ward up the area that you smoked in. That's what they did. If you check the triangle.
Yeah. So you're saying it's not a net negative as long as you're getting the obs down. Technically, the smoke is connected, as you've given yourself vision for maybe the next smoke or the next fight.
Exactly.
Okay. It's a good way to look at it. I like that.
Oh, it's all about the info game, really. The smoke needs to have more than one use. It's not supposed to be, most of the time, it's not supposed to be just let's run in and get a kill. As supports, you should have ops at that time, and it's all about setting up the playground for the next fights.
Right. I'm gonna bring that up later today when I cast with Jenkins. I'm gonna sound really smart, but we'll all know it was you who gave me the good quote.
I'm sure Jenkins understands this. He plays a ton of Pudge. He needs those observers.
5-man smoke, and something now XG's doing. as they drop down an observer ward up on the top of these steps. They'll go
he's
in
caught.
on Ame. They've got the right click damage coming through, but the Nightmare to try and save him. They've got the Hex as well as the Doom coming up with the Sunray. It's not going to be enough to save Ame. He buys back into the fight. They use the Fiend's Grip on a tank, but it's not enough damage. They finally get themselves a Supernova off. It's a triple kill for Lou. DY burning, and he's also got the Spirit Vessel on him. Meanwhile, the Doom's not going to do anything to this Clinks. Lose the orb over. The Silence out with Waning Rift hitting out a Paparazzi as well as Tank. Blue on the run. They fall back on Ame. They might feel pressure to make something happen, especially with Roshop. If they can get this Aegis into the hands of Ame after taking a fight, maybe it feels all right. But that is a tall order here when you're down a Doom and down your big abilities already, with XG looking to fight again.
Why not?
What they can do. The Blue coming
They
in.
can
And nothing to say. And Ame pressured up. LSA lands and
Ame?
Ame just fought back. He's dead. He's gone. 2 minutes. That might just be the game without Ame. They're going to have to salvage a lot here from LGD to even hold on to this one. They have found themselves why. They've certainly got the damage, and it's godlike for Paparazzi.
No, nothing to say. TPing back mid, trying to push out the waves a little bit. There's a huge wave pushing in bottom as well, which they have to deal with. You won't try and contest this Roshan any longer. There's just no way. Yeah, like they just caught PL twice in a row. That's pretty much it. Nothing to analyze. Bottom lane, Lina.
Infernal Blade, Dream Coil, but more so to probably get nothing to say out of this one. Or attempt to. Nothing to say to Jaunt, and now they've got Lou and Paparazzi.
Oh, he got him!
EP there. What? They knew he was right there.
Yeah, he expected Lina perhaps to be just clearing the wave and pushing in. Unfortunate.
And Old 11, of course, with this Ags on the DK, he's looking for a moment to just blink in and maybe land that Dragon Tail. But they've got Lina coming in from the bottom lane. The racks they already took earlier in this game. They'll glyph. 39 seconds without Ame. Paparazzi pushing forward, going straight tier 4s. They've got the Hex, they'll have the lockdown, but do they have enough to get the kill here on a Xingqiu? They will. They'll clean him up. He doesn't have buyback. Fiend's Grip used on a tank, but again, it doesn't net them anything. Waning Rift onto 4. They've taken a 1 tier 4 already, and they'll call GG. Extreme taking game 1. Well done.
Yeah, that was just not really what I expected. Up to a point in which Clinks and Lina both get a little bit too much, and like they needed to find a way to fight around Yeg, right, on the side of PSG LGD, but they never truly did it, never truly properly pulled it off. Like Dream Call comes too soon or Egg comes too soon, a little bit surprising from PSG LGD, but still you're playing into Lina, it's not easy.
No, not easy at all.
It's not easy at all because it's not just the Lina, it's also the Clinks. Multiple ways to be able to hit the egg, and PSG LGD certainly struggled in that regard. I mean, something we were talking about before the game got started, gentlemen. Lizard, you mentioned it, right? That usually when you're playing this PL into Clinks, that's a kind of pick you make because you can close this hero down, actually help to kill him. But when there's more than one hero that you need to close down very quickly, it suddenly becomes a little bit of a difficult prospect, especially when this Lina was doing such a magnificent job of clearing out these illusions, trying to isolate the real PL. Just life got too difficult ultimately at the end of the day for Ame. And they end up losing out from a very, 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 very important game because let us not forget, this is Elimination Dota. And PSG LGD now have their back against the ropes. Lizard, is this a situation where they could go back and draft differently? Or do you think it all does come down to the somewhat lack of coordination from PSG LGD?
They just lost 3 games in a row. I don't think they lacked coordination early on. I think their gameplay was pretty damn solid, but it all fell apart eventually. What could they change? Like when you're talking about the drafts, I don't think that their draft was that poor in this matchup. And the Clinks versus PL, yeah, the PL can close, and historically it has been that way. He closed the distance and he kills off the Clinks, but Clinks with fairly new, not completely new changes, right? The way he's played can also take down PL in some of these fights and just destroy all the illusions. It goes both ways, but it's mostly on Paparazzi, this matchup. Like, did you enjoy that B Cop?
What, paparazzi destroying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was great. I don't think Wu exactly had like the best game. Obviously, he didn't have the best start, getting dove twice or 3 times over in the top lane. Like paparazzi really did hold it together, and I'm just shocked that he output so much damage. But the itemization was perfect with the BKB and the linkage. As much as I was doubting it for a second, I'll never doubt him again. Learn my lesson.
That's a lesson we should all learn. Do not doubt paparazzi. Anything that paparazzi is doing, you should assume that this is the correct way to play the hero. And that Lincoln Sphere pickup that he got, not something that's done every other game where you play this Lina, but certainly very effective. I think it was like 5th fastest in this patch that he got it at, and it was just incredible what he was able to do. One thing that is also might actually factor into the drafting here. I think you need to start banning the paparazzi Lina. This is the second time in this tournament that he's had like a completely dominating game on this hero, so it might start to come into contention, Lizard. Do you deal with this hero in that way, or do you think PSG LGD? Because I feel like if you're Extreme Gaming, there's no reason not to pick Lina, right, after a performance like this.
At this point, it feels like there's never a reason, right? Because they had a rampage before on paparazzi. This time around, it wasn't a rampage; it was an ultra kill, but almost a rampage.
Pretty selfish from Wu there, not gonna lie.
Yeah, right. Why not save him? But overall, I think, can you truly ban out the Lina? I'm not sure that's a hero that you want to be banning out early on. But after these performances, you just might be onto something, Snare. Just get rid of it. Force him to play anything else, yeah.
Every game we've seen him on this Lina in this tournament has just been phenomenal from Extreme Gaming. But now PSG LGD, they need to start thinking about game number 2. Another thing, just before we start talking about that second game, because once I was watching this game, Lizard mentioned it, right, that PSG LGD did start to fall apart as time went on. That's usually something that we don't see, right? This is a team that oftentimes they gain resilience as the game extends and as things become more difficult. But in this situation, for some reason, it did feel like there were, like, for me, the one fight, it was that fight that happened around bottom where we just saw it, right? The ultra kill. Afterwards, it just felt like PSG LGD were more desperate on the map than we've really seen this team before. So do you think that's going to be something that they are going to communicate with each other about? What do we do when things get that difficult instead of letting the game go the way it went?
I mean, I don't think it's desperation. I don't think it's like they were getting put, they were falling apart or anything. I just think Extreme played better Dota. Like, that's going to happen. The positioning was perfect. The timings of these BKBs were really well done. I think, especially with like Tank, where he got himself a BKB and he was able to sit in these fights and feel pretty strong about his positioning and what he was able to accomplish in these fights. I think it more so Extreme put it together and they played really good Dota, more so than LGD fell apart, because there was still a lot of things in those later fights that were going right for them. It's just it's way tougher when Extreme's outputting quick, fast, and harsh damage, whereas like LGD don't do that as quick.
I would argue a little bit, like in hindsight, that this game, it's always. I hate saying this as PSG LGD is the obvious favorite, right, in the matchup, but they did throw a little bit. And when I say a little bit, I mean those rotations. If you guys remember the fight on top lane, where Doom and Bane tried to go for a DK and 3, like those kind of plays are a little bit throwy in nature. Like you're trying to do a little bit too much. Let's put it that way. Which in some other situations perhaps you wouldn't be trying. And you see, like, it's not like they were jumping a random target. They knew it was DK and 3, and they still go for it. Then the PL joins the fight afterwards when Doom is already dead. Then he feeds too.
Right.
It's one or two fights like that, and you've given Lina and Klinks that time that they need to finish off the BKBs that you just mentioned, B-Cop. And then the game becomes harder and harder. I think their draft was solid. I think the way they played up to that point was solid. But once you give the draft of XG that small little push in the right direction, you can't stop it anymore.
Yeah, I think that that fight in particular, the one that you mentioned with the Doom and Bane up there, like the idea was there. I just don't think they executed that right at all, right? Like they wanted Ame there earlier, and they just fought the second they got caught trying to make that move, and that was definitely the turning point of that game for sure. I think that was a really bad fight from LGD.
We're looking at a lot of these damage numbers that have been coming out, and it's a bit of a problem for PSG LGD that a large portion of their damage came from the Shin-Q Phoenix, and they weren't really able to deliver that damage from the Ame Phantom Lancer. Ame's Phantom Lancer did less damage than any other core in this game, and nothing close to the output we saw from both Paparazzi and Lu on the other side. So at this point in time, for PSG LGD, it might be, if nothing else in the draft, they certainly need to figure out a more consistent way to dish out that damage. For Extreme Gaming, though, let's talk about some of the positives here. Yesterday and the day before, we've seen this team sort of go from strength to strength. They've been getting better, becoming more cohesive. Lu's performances, he's the guy that we keep talking about. But in this particular game, I really think the heroes, besides Paparazzi's amazing performance, this support duo Lizard, my God, this was basically prime PYW and DY back together again. It just looked so crisp.
Please bring it to me. Talk about DY and PYW a little bit more,
man.
please.
Listen. All right, let's talk about it, right? So you have this Treant Protector who he gets a fairly late Blink Dagger for the Treant Protectors in this patch, like 5 minutes later than average, fifth slowest in this patch, but unlike many people who buy a late item, he immediately makes an impact with it. They jump in on that high ground. The reason PL died back is because of that Blink Dagger. Pick it up, you go in, you kill PL, force him to buy back.
Yeah.
And then right after he buys back, you know who's right behind him? It's Tank, because he just bought BKB, hexes the PL, somehow knows who it is through the doppelganger like our boss. It was, honestly, I felt like it was 2 years ago.
I'm done.
Prime
I'm done. I can't anymore, Snare. Thank you. It's just... Perfect.
So
Thank you for that.
Clean yourself
Melody
up,
to
Blizzard.
my
Come on.
ears. Yeah, I need to. During the draft, I'll AFK a little bit. No, PYW and DY, everyone knows that I'm a fanboy of good Dota, but especially position 4 and 5 that can do a ton together. There's just some camaraderie between those two positions that you don't really find a little bit now on offlane and 4. But historically 4 and 5, if they can do a lot, your team, no matter what your cores are like, will overperform. And going back to Lu, I think he's improving. Like watching him from the beginning of the season and from Division 2 and from his previous teams, like they snatched him pretty much, right? He's improved. He's becoming better. Is he there yet? I think we'll be. I was talking about this yesterday as well. I feel like we'll be saying that he's not there yet, even in TI finals or something. It's just that he's new and everyone else is a superstar on the team. So he'll be the one that takes the blame for anything. If you consider Ame the way he was playing that last game, if it wasn't Ame, but if it had the nickname Lu, right now we'd be saying, do you guys think that this Lu guy can stay in this team? Will they be trying someone else perhaps, But because it's Ame, who are we to question him and his playstyles, right? We give ourselves a little bit too much freedom to flame the players that are kind of new, that are coming from the pub scene, because they don't have the rep. I don't think that should be the case, but it is what it is.
It makes a good point, Jeff, right? That it's very easy to flame the new guy and talk trash about him, but oftentimes when we've seen this Extreme Gaming team, or rather, actually, the particular player I want to mention on the squad, right? Somebody like Old 11, who has been the near definition of inconsistent over the years, right? He just happens to have miraculously high highs, so you're like, okay, we'll tank this, right? But it also feels like as things have been going on, especially in this tournament, that Extreme Gaming have found a way to make Old 11 actually play consistent Dota. What the hell is going on, B-Cup? He's actually just doing the same thing game in, game out. Only one really poor game, I think, in this tournament so far, but he's also been looking really good. And some of that camaraderie that Lizard was talking about that you sometimes see developing between offlane and support is, of course, there for DY and PYW, but doesn't it feel like it's also starting to have the beginnings of that development between PYW and Old 11 as well?
I don't know who you're calling inconsistent. I don't think Old 11 is this inconsistent guy that you think he is. I'll be honest. I think he's been really strong. That's why I thought he was an amazing addition to this team. And I think he's played well ever since his days on Keen Gaming as well. I think this guy is great. He has some great breakout heroes as well. We've seen him destroy with the Broodmother. We saw him do great last year. when he was playing with Vici. Like, I think this guy is not as inconsistent as that would be.
Ooh.
But I think also PYW and DY, when Extreme got PYW and DY, like when this was Paparazzi, PYW and DY before Old 11 even came in, like this was a team to look out for because that duo is so fucking strong. They are the best support duo in the game, and I love LGD to bits. Everybody knows how much I love LGD. I will put my jersey on right now and still tell you that PYW and DY are the best supports in the game. I love how ZinQ plays. I love how Innocence plays. But I've always talked about how good this support duo is, and I'll continue to ride the curtails of saying that forever because I love them as a support duo.
They stuck together for a long time for a reason. They really are that good. And I think one of the reasons that they are so good is that they always find a way to make their heroes work in concert with one another. Before we go into this next draft, I think we're about to get going with that in a moment. We do have to remember as well what the stakes are. PSG LGD, one game away from being eliminated here from the regional finals and walking away with 0 DPC points. The first time that this would have happened to them in a very, very, very long time. I don't believe it's ever happened to them actually in any kind of Valve competition they've participated in. So this is going to be them trying to fight back. Erstwhile, Extreme Gaming, one game away from getting into the grand finals, securing themselves that additional pot of cash, But the most important thing is getting 300 DPC points and finally getting into the top 12. So this game for Extreme Gaming is genuinely at this point, this could be the difference between going to TI and not. Really can't wait to see how they're going to take this. And gentlemen, we haven't seen a draft. We have 0 information. All we know is the history of PSG LGD and what we've seen from Extreme Gaming this season. Blizzard, is this 1-1 or is this going to be a 2-0?
2-0 all the way. Let's go. I don't know.
Let's
man.
go.
Let me stare into my crystal ball and I'll come back to you in a moment. What do you think, Peacock?
I can't say 2-0. I want this to be 3 games. And it's not just the LGD fan in me. I'd rather see this be 3 games. These two teams have been the 2 teams we've been talking about playing each other, I think, since Extreme made the promotion, right? Like, we've been expecting this, we've been wanting this, and this is probably the biggest moment between both teams, more so for Extreme Gaming, because, of course, they need the points more. So, LGD, I think we've talked about them sitting back, but at the same time, they're not. Like, we saw how good their Dota can be. That first game, they played great Dota, despite the fact that they lost. Like, they're not going easy on Extreme Gaming, and it's still a testament to how good this team is that Extreme Gaming took that game and they could potentially take a 2 over LGD.
What's the hero you guys flamed in the last match?
I didn't flame it, but it was Pangolier, and I was just saying that teams have figured it out a little bit, but they did pick up the Shadow Shaman with it, and they're going to pick up a Grimstroke to go against it, and that's what's going to be the counter. Boom. There it is. I'm out.
I love seeing this because this Grimstroke started to become like super banned all the time. And didn't we see a game 2 days ago? I think we saw 3 different games with Grimstroke. One of them was a Grimstroke Lion against the Pango, and it looked really, really good. So I'm imagining that PSG LGD need to start thinking about banning out that Lion hero as well. Otherwise, you have this incredible combination again for PYW and DY.
Yeah, they could go for it. It could be even an overkill, but it's definitely an option that they can, a road they can take. They have Grimstroke and Dragonite already. That's more than enough. You get that Tinkswell Soulbind combo with the stun. They complement each other just so well. Overall, yeah, I would say that XG probably has the better opening, but the Shadow Shaman has been stolen. Is this going to be ZinQ or Y? Because both of them play the Shadow Shaman. It's not like, even on XG, sometimes you see DY, but it's most of the time PYW.
It could end up even being ZinQ on the Pangolier if they don't feel too confident with it.
It could be nothing to say on the Pangolier as well, and
they have options for everything.
Confirmed. 0 points for PSG.
If they want to win, I think we should probably see Faith Beyond playing this Pangolier. Either him or Shin-Q.
Yeah, because if it's in the 4, especially with the Grimstroke, I feel like it's going to be so much harder to get a Rolling Thunder out if you do get hit with the Soulbind. So you may want to give it to ZinQ just because you don't want to rely on the Rolling Thunder as much. I almost wouldn't mind them giving another offlaner to Faith Beyond either, but we'll see what their options really want to be.
This is interesting. Something I've noticed when Team Aster yesterday were able to dominate PSG LGD, one of the ways that they did it is the second phase was almost entirely populated with bans against Arme's hero pool. And it looks like XG is also adopting a similar principle here. See them banning the Deucer, PL's banned. But PSG LGD, they do the right thing. You know, we're not going to have broken heroes like Cottlestone, but we also are not going to have Paparazzi Lina. They realized this is the win condition for XG, deal with paparazzi in the same way that teams are now realizing the way to deal with PSG LGD is curtail the hero pool of Arme. But with these bans here, the way that this direction is going of the carries, is there any specific carry matchup you think they're trying to angle towards here, Lizard?
I don't think so. At the moment, at least, it's like they're not giving away a lot. They just banned out 3 extremely strong cores at the moment. Maybe we'll see some Lu. What's left in the pool? Raid King, but he plays quite a bit. That's decent with the Grimstroke as well. Lina ban makes a ton of sense as DP has been picked up. It's not only about Paparazzi being a damn strong Lina, it's DP gets countered by it. So on the lane, at least, if nothing else, you really don't want to be playing against that.
Should be the mid DP from what we've seen this weekend. It's still possible. We've seen Innocence, of course, play the Death Prophet for PSG LGD in the past, so they still have some versatility and flexibility with the opening 3 heroes. What do we have here from XG? Usually at this stage of the draft is when they get the Faith Beyond and not Faith Beyond, excuse me, the old 11/other support combination, leaving the opening or the last pick for the and they were probably going to be offlane CK, I imagine. That's what they've played it as for the most part. I don't think Lu has played this hero. And then they go in for this Phoenix, some degree of sustain. There's a Supernova egg and no egg hitter on the other side for PSG LGD. And I like this idea of having, you see the enemy team have a spell like Exorcism. Now they have Brewmaster. These sort of zonal controlling ultimates. I like the idea of having your own to force them away from the fight when they can't deal with the egg.
Yeah, but I think it's a little bit of a blunder to pick the CK and not ban out the Brewmaster, especially in this patch when the hero is just drafted constantly. Like, you have that Storm Panda, you won't kill the illusions, but it's really strong against CK anyway. So overall, I'm not sure I like that much, and honestly, I also think that the plan is to put the CK on the safe lane. They have played it on offlane before. PSG LGD, I believe, played it on offlane before as well. But having the DK here in the matchup, first, I don't think you want to put the DK versus DP mid. I think you want it on off, and then you want CK on safe lane plus last pick mid, and that's what PSG LGD is also thinking. If you look at their last 2 bans, so the CK will be the position 1, and the position 1 is already kind of countered, which isn't something that I truly like about XG that much. What can they pick? My question is, Biko, for you. You're the China connoisseur. I guess we all are now after 2 years of constantly watching the region, enjoying it. But what do you pick on Paparazzi that can carry this game if Lu drops the ball?
What can they use on Paparazzi to carry the game? I'd love to see him go Shadow Fiend. I know that's a pipe dream and it's not going to happen, but I'd love to see it. I'm always down for a Huskar Paparazzi, but they'll go Jug. So yeah.
Wait, they go Jug. So it will be the DK mid then, right?
Yeah, should be DK mid then for Paparazzi. Similar to Team Aster has done this before. The thing I'm somewhat confused about here, Bicop, you also, as the PSG LGD connoisseur, who's playing what, fam? Because anybody could still play any of these 4 heroes that we've seen. XXX, Faithian plays Brewmaster and Pango. Nothing to say, can play at least 2 of these heroes. The same is true for Shinkyu. He can play like all of them. So who's going where, and what's going to be the last pick for Army to try and deal with this Jug? Because they've banned out some of the better heroes into it.
I'll take my best guess, but I think it's going to be offlane Brew, mid Pango, 4 Shadow Shaman, 5 Death Prophet, and then they're going to go Monkey King right here. That's my pick. There's my go. That's all I got. I'm not as good as it looks.
You're much better than it looks, B-Cop.
And am I going to get it right? Faith Beyond on the Panda.
Okay.
Nothing to say on the Pango.
Oof. Come on.
You got it.
Hey, let's go.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, man. We out here. Last pick, Monkey King for PSG LGD. Gives them, of course, it's a somewhat comfort pick for Ame as well. But the thing I'm worried about, Lizard, this does put nothing to say on the mid Pango. It's not had the best record, has it?
What's he playing against again? DK, right?
Yeah, into DK.
Yeah, it hasn't had the best record. We've seen the Pango on Nothing to Say struggle, and this game as well. He's kind of countered by the Grimstroke. Nothing that he can't play against, though. I feel that we've been flaming Nothing to Say for a really long time when it comes to his Pango performances. Perhaps this is a game in which he proves us all wrong. This game comes down to the Brewmaster versus CK matchup, for me at least. I think if Brew has a decent game, Low does not, and from then on, it should be quite simple for PSG LGD.
PSG LGD, they need this game to be successful, because if they lose from this, then that's it. They're done. 2-0, Extreme Gaming move on into the grand finals to take on Team Aster. No revenge arc for PSG LGD available for them. And if Extreme Gaming end up losing, then they still are in a position where they have to worry about getting into the top 12 of TI placements. Because for you...
I just forgot about Jug, by the way. That's completely wrong. Like, CK is only offlane, so never mind. It's going to be an more interesting one, with the Jug being the position 1 and not the CK.
Because did you happen to see this Juggernaut performance from Lou yesterday, where he looked so good against the side of RNG? Of course, questions could be had or conversation could be had about the actual strength of an RNG lineup. In this particular game, this last pick Juggernaut, Extreme Gaming, if you're the coach, you're in their camp right now, are you confident that you're going to walk away with a 2-0 victory because of this Jug?
If you're the coach, you always got to be confident on your team, right? Like, you just got to be like, all right, team, you got this. We're good. We win. I picked him Jug again. We're going to do it all great. But I think their draft looks... I have more confidence in Extreme Gaming's draft than I do LGD's, but I do also love Ame's Monkey King.
Alrighty, let us see what's going to happen in this game, this all-important game, as PSG LGD 1 game away from elimination, Extreme Gaming 1 game away from being in the top 12 of the DPC ranking. Who is going to write their own story, control their own destiny, and win out the game? We've got B-Cup, we've got Lizard, and we've got PSG LGD versus Extreme Gaming. Game 2, fight!
I will say, I was thinking about Mortal Kombat. Thank you very much, Snare, by the way. I was thinking about Mortal Kombat when they were showing Old Eleven's picture. He's got, like, the mask on, but he looks like Smoke.
Sub-Zero?
Yeah, or Sub-Zero. I was just going to say Smoke just because the color scheme. But he looked like he could be in Mortal Kombat, so... I won't sing the song. I don't need to DMCA this channel. No,
come on, sing it. Sing it.
No.
A little bit.
I wish I don't have it on my mixer, but I wish I had that sound effect. Where you could do the beginning. It's just what, Fight for Might? Is it Fight for Might? I don't know.
Yeah, Fight for Might.
Dun 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 dun.
For Fight, Might.
And we gotta go probably the Yamaha piano in there. Bum, 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 bum. All right, let's get to the game. I'm gonna embarrass myself.
No, that was actually great. What's happening in the lane so far? How are they going?
Nothing to say. Top the CS. This is what he needs. He needs to stay there. He needs to at least stay towards the top. I'm interested in Ame too over in the safe lane, because at least in China, there was a big point in time where Ame was like the Monkey King go-to, right?
Are you watching?
Yeah.
That's how it's
So
done.
I wonder what his build's going to be this time around. I've seen a couple Monkey King builds, but you know, back when he was doing it, it was like Battle Fury into the Ags.
Yeah, there was that one patch in which he refused to buy BKB ever, and it cost them a couple of games. Not the series, but a couple of games on the Monkey King. I think the lane can go both ways on that safe lane. Like, as Phoenix makes Monkey's lane a bit harder, right? You can't get those stacks because you can't hit. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, Nothing to Say so far, doing all right versus Paparazzi. I don't think that this is a lane in which Pango should struggle too hard.
Nothing to say, doing a really good job. So I'm wondering to see if he's going to make a big impact. It felt like maybe his impact in the early game of game 1 wasn't exactly like on it perfectly. Like I thought that move up towards top where they didn't end up getting Lu again was a little bit like that could have been something that slowed him down in that first game, because I expected nothing to say on that puck to snowball a little bit harder than that and maybe go after Lu and shut down his game completely.
Yeah, he couldn't snowball because his mid lane was quite difficult as well. Why? He should be fine. That Prophet, as always, just always tankier than she looks like.
Yeah, but old 11, at least the CK seems to hit very hard if you don't, if you're not careful. So many times I've seen CK, it's like, oh, a 2-second stun, that's not going to be enough. Or a 1-second stun, that shouldn't be enough. Dead. Over. Yep. Done.
Yeah, surprises you with that one little crit. It's a very volatile lane. Down on the bottom, I feel that it can go in either direction. Like Phoenix and CK definitely have what it takes to take down the Monkey King. DP and Monkey just the same. So should be interesting, but all the lanes are. Top lane as well, Jogging Grim, really strong combo.
I was just actually talking about Zhao 8 mid with the Pango as well, because there was that time where they were playing with Zhao 8 a lot, and I was comparing it to how Nigma were playing with RMN, and I'll hold that thought for a second. 2-second stun out onto Y, and first blood there for old 11. It's an easy kill there.
You could even say that you could even argue that they were stronger with Xingqiu, with Zhao 8 on that mid lane, because they won a grand finals versus Team Spirit. I think you casted it, or
yeah. It was the OGA Invitational.
Yeah. And they won versus Team Spirit just before TI. That was the last tournament, I believe, that they played before TI, and they won versus Spirit in it.
And they got their revenge, Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit got their revenge after. You don't beat me in OGA Dota pit.
Only one invitational you'll get. DY trying to get an Inkswell there out in the Faith Beyond. I think that he's one of the most important pieces here for LGD is Faith Beyond and how quickly he can get that 6 and what his game plan is going to be, because yeah, old 11's going to be outputting damage from this off lane, but what Faith Beyond's offering is control and team fight. So I think it's very important to have Faith Beyond kind of get off on the right foot.
And we'll see what old 11 builds into as well, as he can bring some control. I've seen a lot of Armlet into Aetherlands plus Shard, and then you just have that long range stun, hitting everything. It's kind of telegraphed and it's easy to dodge, but it's annoying. So yeah, from both sides we might see some control. Top lane Fate Beyond.
Yeah, Blade Fury right on top of him, and he's got the Fairy Fire. He should be fine, and doesn't actually even elect to use it. Holds on to it, and
tanky boy.
He's happy with that.
He's a chonk. A very tanky boy.
It's like a husky puppy. He's a chonker.
Really sweet chonker.
Well, 1,000 net worth lead here already for LGD, and I think a lot of this game kind of holds on to the balance there, right? Like the laning phase, I think, has to be pretty good from LGD. I guess considering that Nothing to Say is over on that Pango. We've seen some subpar performances from him. Faith Beyond again, Inkswell trying to get on top of this brew. They land the stun, the Blade Fury is there, they'll go for the kill, but he is again that tanky guy, especially with that Fairy Fire. Nothing to Say comes in with the Rolling Thunder, bouncing off the walls, and they'll get the kill on a loop. They look over for DY. DY is trying to snipe out Faith Beyond, but now he's been bounced up into the air. Faith Beyond's getting greedy here. He just needs to avoid the Stroke of Fate so he can get the Cinder Brew on him, and they'll get that kill. So they'll take out DY while they do lose Y over bottom, but they fall in a trade while they lose tank. So a 3-for-1 across the map, and LGD coming out ahead once again.
Yeah, really, really well played by them. I feel that they're just a stronger team in these early game rotations. like from all of the games that I watched them face XG, they always come out on top. Really nicely done by Nothing to Say, proving us all haters wrong that his Pango can do some pretty sick stuff. Another thing that was really nice is that Shadow Shaman took mid lane meanwhile, so he's getting a lot of experience.
Yeah, and you want to get him to that quick 6. We've talked about it. We'll see how they use and utilize those Serpent Wards. We saw it in the last game. Tank was kind of throwing them down and losing the wards very quickly. It felt like he was giving up a lot more gold than maybe he should have been comfortable with doing so, but it didn't end up hurting them in the end. As we've also talked about how it feels like, you know, maybe you want to use these Serpent Wards and try and get a quicker, earlier Roche, but I'm not exactly sure that LGD's lineup can set up to do that anyway. Inkswell away.
Are you surprised they didn't force this bottom lane a little bit harder?
I think they were a little bit scared or pushed off once Y hit that silence, maybe expecting a little bit more from LGD. Nothing to Say wasn't showing on the map, so maybe they thought the pressure was there. I mean, they were kind of right. There were 3 heroes there, but I think they might have been able to get away with a little bit more damage on the tier 1 tower. And Zinkyu's still sitting mid. So is Tank, though, so I think they're both kind of happy with this. Supernova, Serpent Wards, they'll take it, both teams. Faithbeyond first item Aeon disc. That's interesting. Y in some trouble. They've got the Phantom's Embrace with the Sunray. Old 11 will get the last right click to get that kill. Zinky coming over. He does not have that level 6 just yet. The Balance Strike lands on 2. Nothing to Say coming over, going into the Rolling Thunder. They have the Shackle, so they'll have the control. That means Nothing to Say can go for somebody else. They focus their attention on Old 11 and get the kill. Paparazzi coming over on this DK. So is Lu. The end of the Rolling Thunder does hit the Jug. And now the Swashbuckle away and killing off Tank at the same time as the Serpent Wards were finally committed because he got that level 6, getting the kill on Old 11. Inkswell lands just on the edge onto Ame. They've got 3 on that Jingu, and that will proc with him getting the Balance Strike off. They get the kill on the DY. They've taken out 3. They've got the Shackle now on a Paparazzi. LGD kind of getting away with a lot here as the Jingu starting to hit away at Paparazzi, and Old 11 coming back into the fight. Phantasm, Stun, Reality Rift, Ame in well too far, and now they've lost numbers. They'll lose that Monkey King. Will they lose anything more? Serpent Ward's still down for about a 1/4 of the duration. Old 11 moves forward for a second, but 3 heroes here, maybe not looking to dive too far.
Yeah, it really felt like they got way more than they should have on the side of PSG LGD, right? Like, one kill after another, just baiting in, and XG refusing to fall back completely. But in the end, they do lose the Monkey King. And what did you say about the Brew? I didn't join the lobby. Is he actually going for Aeon Disc?
Didn't join the lobby either. Aeon, yeah, he's going for Aeon Disc right now. We were talking, we were doing the panel, I forgot.
Yeah.
I'm watching on the VMix. Lu trying to get away with the Blade Fury, but Nothing to Say again with the Rolling Thunder. Sunray will try to keep Lu alive, and I think it's doing a good job of doing so, because they really don't have great numbers, but with Faithbeyond going into the Primal Split, they'll have the numbers to get the kill here. They'll go and put the Cyclone out on Old 11. Tank losing his life. Faithbeyond with the double kill now. Nothing to Say losing a lot of health, but he's got that shield crash. So that minus damage, enough to stay alive and back off. Old 11, Paparazzi trying to fight Faithbeyond. They've got the Monkey King coming over, looking over at Old 11. And now, with Ame joining the fight, the body blocks from Faithbeyond, they look like they might just get Old 11 and even more. Swashbuckle, there it is. Shackle on a Paparazzi. LGD again getting numbers. I can't believe they are getting away with this.
They're just getting so much on this bottom lane, and it's even... you don't expect Radiant to be committing so hard down here on the bottom, but they are. They're just... they're making a circus out of this game, but it's working out for them really, really nicely.
Nothing to Say had that good start, and he was able to turn that and parlay that into more, right? Like, every Rolling Thunder has netted him a kill so far. The 1 over top, 2 over bottom, like every single one, LGD has taken advantage of.
Yeah, and they've given, because of that, because of Nothing to Say rotating so much, they've given Faithbeyond a lot of time. He, like, his farm is out of this world on that top lane. He was just free farming. Then his rotations mean that much more, as he has all the resources to fight with. Yeah, just really nicely done by PSG LGD so far.
trying to find enough space for Blue to maybe get a way back in, but right now I think LGD are doing a great job.
Yeah, Lu does have that space, right? At least. LGD has been fighting, but they haven't been fighting in these important positions. That's one of the reasons why I said it's unconventional for them to fight bottom.
Ame in trouble. Inkswell lands. Phantom's Embrace is there, and they'll try to keep Ame alive, but there's the Soulbind, and now Ziggy might be in trouble too. He's joined the fight and maybe joined the wrong fight. Sunray on top of him, and they won't chase, seeing that Faith Beyond was coming over. And again, he's going for the Aeon Disc. We'll see when he does in fact use that and how he's going to use this effectively. For the longest time, it was the Ags, right? And well, with that being said, Y gets killed there on to Paparazzi with the help of Nothing to Say, with the Rolling Thunder again being activated to get another kill.
Yeah, for the longest time it has been Ags plus Refresher. But going Aeon Disc when you're playing into a Grimstroke for me is... I don't know. It's peculiar. Okay, Nothing to Say get hold 11 here. He does have DD still to work with.
And as a sip on that bottle to get the mana back to go for another swashbuckle and have the mobility and damage to get this kill. So he has done so, and Nothing to Say kills off hold 11 again. So he's all of a sudden on a killing spree. We doubted his Pango, and I feel like we're starting to eat our words a little bit.
And it's always nice. They wouldn't be picking it for Nothing to Say if he wasn't extremely capable of playing the hero. He's had a couple of rough performances, but it doesn't really mean a lot. He get the DK and then the CK afterwards as well. I'm not sure, like, if you get this Aeon Disc, you get Phantom's Embraced afterwards, still can't pop that ulti. So it's an interesting one for me at least, but it does help him against all the stuns, and they have plenty on the side of SG. Extreme Gaming, sorry.
So now he's going for the Ags on Faith Beyond after the Aeon Disc, which he technically has, he just hasn't put together. So don't want to get it popped too early. And like I was saying, do they have a team that has the early damage to get this Roche? They've dropped down the Serpent Wards. Actually, one of them is out of the pit, but they are going to go for it with the help of Faith Beyond. It's just Faith Beyond and Zinkyu going for this so far.
Because
Y comes over.
It's that Shadow Shaman effect that you talked about during the last game. This time around, it's Zinkyu that plays it, so he saves the wards for one tower and then straight into the pit. Much better use of the Serpent wards from Zinkyu.
Omni Slash already used. Blade Fury out. Blue gonna try and TP. He's safe to do so, but that's Omni down now. Not exactly the best move there, but the Supernova laid down. Y taking a lot of damage. So there's Nothing to Say. He's already lost the Aegis. They go into the Primal Split. They've got the Cyclone. Supernova goes off. And Ame, two-man Boundless Strike. That lands. Fireball placed down by Paparazzi. And Sunray out, but Tank getting low. So is DY. Rolling Thunder comes in with the Wukong's command being used, but the Reality Rift is there to get the kill onto the Zinkyu. Already used the Aegis in this fight, and it's so far only been a 2-for-2. Rolling Thunder hits again. Old 11, Paparazzi bounced up. Blue does not have the Omni Slash to fight with, but he does have that healing ward. So keeping them healthy and pushing LGD back by having that sustainability is the name of the game right now for Extreme. But Blue may be out a little bit too far for a second as he gets pushed further and further back.
And that healing ward just means so much when you have cores such as Dragonite and CK on your side, right? It just feels that much better to be healing them constantly. Nice little fight from PSG LGD, but like you said, they did lose the Aegis, both of the supports as well.
Again going down, but they might be able to get a kill here on Old 11. They've got the Phantom's Embrace on Nothing to Say. The Balance Strike again. Old 11 will eventually fall. And Armor his way out of that one. And they're going to go for more. They dropped on the Serpent Wards, which they used for Roche, and Paparazzi is at least the one blocked on this one. Lu gets out of it for now. Ame with the Jingu thinking about going back in. He's looking for the right opening on this one. Rolling Thunder once more. Paparazzi bounce up into the air. So is DY. Faith Beyond. Well, he's right there with that clap right on top of Paparazzi to get the kill. The Primal Spring on top of Lu as well as DY. They clean up DY so quickly. And Nothing to Say is unstoppable.
They're just making this game a pop. Really,
it's chaos.
They're just rushing over Zerg. This is some Zerg rush. over XG. They're not allowing them to recuperate. They're not allowing them to catch their breath. They're just constantly doing stuff, constantly making plays. And they're doing all that with the Monkey King that has a Battle Fury. So it's very peculiar. He didn't even go for some, early game oriented diffusal, I don't know, echo, anything like that. No, Battle Fury and let's fight. Let's keep up the pressure every time that we do stop fighting. I'll go take a stack of Ancients.
His positioning's been interesting too, because he's not just using the Balance Strike to like proc the Jingu or use it to heal. Like Ami's been very willing to use it just to get the stun no matter where he is in terms of like Jingu numbers, and that's helped LGD, I think, kind of capitalize on these fights.
He's been setting up, right? Like, yeah, he's been setting up more than anything else, using Wukong's command as well, like that. Old 11 Inkswell, but yeah, we'll not decide to go for that kill. What do we have? We have Brewmaster ulti, we have Pango ulti, we have Wukong's command. They can perhaps pressure this tier 2 on top lane.
Speaking of the Brewmaster, gentlemen, he has accomplished something interesting here. Second fastest completed pickup of the Aeon Disc of all time. But the interesting thing is that he actually had all the items in his inventory faster than the fastest of all time. So we see that this Brewmaster certainly is in good hands on the side of PSG LGD for Faith Beyond.
I say that counts. Truthfully.
Yeah, it counts. It counts.
You know why he's locking it. Inkswell, Soulbind coming out, now looking to get the kill here on a Y as well as Faith Beyond, but he gets the Primal split off, and now they've dropped the Serpent Wards down around DY. Tank DY both fall, Paparazzi on the run, but he's hit with this Rolling Thunder, bounce up into the air again, Creep Swarm across him, and the Primal Spring down. Nothing to say with a monster kill streak and a double kill. They've popped the Exorcism, and they look like they are going to commit to push this tower a little bit, but as I say that, of course, they TP out and bail. So never mind. I'm stupid.
They need to make you look bad, that's a win as well. Lou is down bottom together with old 11.
Yeah. I'm wondering if they're going to try and make this move. They pop the Phantasm like they want to make the aggressive play, but again, he's got the Aeon Disc. Like, Aethion's not that easy to kill. If they don't get Xingqiu first. X on a Lu, 2-second stun on a Faith Beyond. Aeon Disc not popping yet. And look at this. They just split away. That's as easy as it gets.
Ankles have been broken. Confirmed.
And now all of a sudden, he's caught in the jungle. Sunray from tank, and that's keeping DY healthy, but now they go to the Supernova to look for the Inkswell. Y might be the casualty on this one, and by might be, he's already dead. Aim towards nothing to say, but Rolling Thunder, well, he's not really rolling. He was slipping and sliding, and TP's out. At least on my screen, he wasn't rolling.
Well, we shared the same screen, so...
Yeah, he was sliding away.
A nice little pickup for them. Still a position 5 for an egg. Not the greatest trade, but I feel like if you're XG at the moment, you'll take anything. You just need to somehow crawl back into this game, as 20 minutes in 5k behind is not pretty. It almost feels like at this point PSG LGD is just making a statement, really. Ame has that BKB, I believe, completed. Yeah, it just flew in. So full BKB, Battle Fury, 21 minutes in. They are just so ready to take any single engagement.
Blue? Yeah, spotted here. Xingqiu's ready for him. And there's the Serpent Wards. Inkswell will pop, but it's not onto anybody. So the Serpent Ward's committed with no follow-up on that. Interesting.
Yeah, he was afraid a little bit. He first needed to wait out the Phantom's Embrace, which did come out, but then he saw DK and getting those shackles off. Yeah, you might catch the Jug for a second, but that's going to be it. No longer than that.
Is LGD still hitting their timing? They're up 5,000 net worth right now, but I'm wondering if Extreme Gaming, like, this isn't too much for them to come back off of.
Comeback is possible, 100%. They did it in the last game too. But I feel, honestly, that PSG LGD has a much better chance of just rolling over them this time around. You have the BKB on Pango, BKB on Monkey. They're not messing around. Even the Aeon Disc first on Brewmaster just shows the... There we go.
go after Faith Beyond. There's the Aeon Disc, the Silence is in, there's the Soulbind, but to release that Soulbind, he'll go into the Primal Split, they'll look after Tank. Omni on Y, not exactly sure if he's the best target for that. It's going to be a kill out onto the Death Prophet, though. Primal Spring right on top of Paparazzi. Old 11 here with the BKBB Popeye Ame. Fireball down, Zincu nearby, Balance Strike is there, Paparazzi ends up dead, that's 2 gone, make it a 3rd with PY falling, Blue's been caught, he's been hexed, and now he's shackled. Wukong's right on top of the Juggernaut, they'll get themselves a 4th, they'll look over at Old 11, they get the stun out from Faith Beyond, and Ame is here right there with him. The stun comes out from Old 11, it's a 3-second Chaos Bolt, Swashbuckle, Shackles once again with the Shark, Ultra Kill for Nothing to Say. Beyond godlike for this Nothing to Say Pango.
Yeah, like he is definitely making a statement. After that last game, they needed something like this. If for nothing else, then for confidence. And you could also see with the item build, right? The Aeon Disc on Fate Beyond, the very fast BKBs on both the Monkey and the Pangolier. They are just giving them no quarter. It's like as serious as it can get. Really, as careful as it can get, I should say. There was that one single moment on the mid lane when the fight started that I was worried, as Aeon Disc got popped, and then the Phantom's Embrace came, right? And that's how you should play it as a Grimstroke. It's just that you don't have enough control at that point. He's way too far behind. All your stuns are kind of single targeted, so if you use them on the Brewmaster, that's it, you don't have any more control.
So what needs to change to kind of counteract that? Like, what do Extreme need to do better in these fights?
It's really hard to say. It's not like they're performing poorly. Perhaps the thing is, you cannot jump the Brewmaster, but you have to. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't kill the Brew first, it's very unlikely that you're taking the fight properly. As he has that axe, he'll pop double ulti, he'll cyclone a couple of you. Perhaps just wait out the BKBs. That is a way to get your own BKBs.
So LGD keeping the pressure on, and Roche is up, and the one who spotted is Faith Beyond.
Straight into the pit. Can you contest this? You have a strong Roche lineup on the side of XG, but you're a bit too far behind to try and go for this.
He's gone to the early shard on Zincu, so he doesn't need to necessarily drop down these Serpent Wards, because he could just shackle and have a couple of wards out there, and they get the Roche anyway, so... Now he gets to hold on to the Serpent Ward ult, and they get Roche just as easy anyway. DY. Yeah, caught by Ame with the BKB. There's no chance he gets away from that one. He's holding on to an Aegis. They're smoking up the rest to try and wrap around, and they might even find themselves Old 11. Just stepped up a little bit further, but eyes might be on a bigger prize. And it's Luke. Oh, Ame showing maybe a little bit too early. I think Luke probably TP's out anyway. But yeah, maybe if Ame doesn't show himself, he doesn't go for that TP. It's a little greedy, you know?
Nah, if you're spinning, you're TPing. Top lane.
Top lane. Might be able to get a kill here.
Oh. Yeah, DK just...
dead. Very dead. Serpent Ward's committed exorcism there with BKB being popped by Nothing to Say. They've got the shackle on the Old 11. Inkswell's there. Soulbind connecting. But Ame is dominating as he gets the kill on the tank over bottom. Reality Rift, Omni Slash bouncing around. Nothing to Say. Give it up a 10-time spree to Old 11. That's a lot of damage.
And that's a lot of gold as well.
Yeah, that's is so much gold.
Yeah, Old 11 just very happily finishing off his BKB after that one kill. What he needs, like 300-400 gold more, and he's got it. Or actually, never mind. As I can't click on heroes, it was Dragonite. Old 11 instead finishing off the Shadow Blade, which will help them out a little bit. You'll be able to initiate a little bit easier. It doesn't always have to be the Dragonite any longer. Perhaps you can catch someone off guard with that Chaos Bolt.
Top lane again. Faithiani does have the Ag, so he has 2 charges. ready to go on this primal split. Clapping
No
down
defection,
on
no
old
way.
11 and kind of just playing a guessing game and might have slowed him down enough where they do have the detection. They drop down the sentry and they're right up on him. Cinderbrew, Shackles, Silence, old 11, and well, this is a very dead Chaos Knight.
Yeah. Do we even talk about the fact that he popped that clap and then he was on top of him throughout the
entire
whole
time.
duration of the entire time of Invis? He knew exactly where he's gonna go to. Read his mind, I would say. Like these kind of things, like Dota has progressed so much tank, he's just gone.
I just double tapped him.
Like, we got to the point in Dota in which that kind of a play would be like, I don't know, Dotalicious or something. Play of the day, play of the month. Sleeping on someone 5 years ago, and now it's like, yeah, what do you mean he followed him? Of course he did. He knows where he's gonna go.
Dotalicious, what a name.
Oh, that's like 12 years ago. Even.
Thanks, well. And Ame gonna lose that Aegis, but that's just the beginning of the fight. They've taken to the tier 3. The Blade Fury is already used by Lu, and the BKB pop by Paparazzi. They've got the Cyclone out on the old 11. Nothing to say with the Soulbind connecting over onto Y while he's in the Rolling Thunder. And that's been one of the ways to stop this Rolling Thunder from being as effective. They'll go to the Swashbuckle. The Inkswell won't pop and land on anybody. They had another Cyclone out on a Paparazzi. They're working with this Exorcism, but nothing to say. Drops the Paparazzi. They've got the Blade Fury on top of these heroes with the Wukong's command coming out. They'll kill off Paparazzi. They'll take out Lu. Old 11 falls. 3 heroes gone on the side of Extreme Gaming, and LGD might just be looking for the jugular. Tank on the run. Icarus dive, no chance. That's what you've got. Boundless Strike landing and hitting
Old
Tank.
11.
Take him out of the game. Old 11 TP's in, but he's in the wrong spot of the map for this one.
Yeah,
Old
that's
11
GG.
will fall. It'll be GG. It is all over for the side of Extreme Gaming in game number 2. It is, LGD closing the door and turning out the lights and showing Extreme Gaming no quarter in this game. Really well done by LGD to now split the series at 1.
At the moment you saw that buyback into the TP, you knew they are calling it any second. This game is done. This was a statement from PSG LGD.
Yep.
Truthfully.
Yeah. Pango doubters, anybody raising your hands?
Anyone that's a doubter is also muted, I think.
That is very true. He's doubting.
Snare is
We
a
just
doubter.
can't. He's a doubter. He's muted. We can't listen to him anymore. It's fine.
I am not a doubter, but I will tell you something interesting, boys, in that Pangolier, for nothing to say, has only enjoyed 2 professional wins, and the 2 times he's won have both been against Extreme Gaming. So maybe this is just a trump card that PSG LGD know how to pull out against this XG lineup. But oh my goodness, like you said, Lizard, a statement of intent coming in right now from PSG LGD. They were not playing games. They're like, all right, y'all. We know things did not look good, in game number 1, especially towards the end. But I don't know what Shaba must have told them in between the break. But whatever he told them, Lizard, it definitely worked because this team looked yet again as dominant as we've often seen them throughout the DPC season.
Yeah, it was it was incredible the way they played. It's one of those games that there's nothing truly much to analyze. They're just outplaying them. They're taking one fight after another. They're outplaying them. The bottom lane looked like Dota AI. It didn't look like a normal Dota match in which there are some rotations towards the top lane. You trade tier 1s. You put your supports on mid lane, which they kind of did, but it didn't really matter because nothing to say. He rolled out of control, went down to that bottom lane, and just got one kill after another. Then Fade Beyond later on joined too, and it always looked like XG. They could take a kill, they could fight back, but that could is what killed them every single time. Like they would attempt. That attempt would always be their demise. Like they just fed one kill after another, and then Monkey King just continued fighting with the Battle Fury. They played this like Dota AI, really.
B-Cup, you were clamoring for this Monkey King from Ame, and you mentioned it on the broadcast as well, that there was a point in time where this was the go-to. You pick Monkey King, give it to Ame, you win the game. given how dominant they looked in this game, right? Why don't we see more of the Army Monkey King? And if you're on the side of PSG LGD, if you're in the coaching booth right now, are you starting to think about this Monkey King? As we see some of these highlights from this bottom lane, there were some moments where it looked okay for XG, but this MK, man, why not every game? Looks so good.
I just think there's a lot of options, right? Like, the MK is going to look good. It's definitely Ame's bread and butter. He played it a little bit differently than I thought he would. Going into the Battle Fury and then fighting, like, that's not something you're going to see too often with Battle Fury heroes, right? Like, you're still looking to farm off that Battle Fury. But I think they kind of caught this connection where it's like, yeah, you've got nothing to say who's going in with the Rolling Thunder. If I could start with the balance strike, like, again, I kind of noticed that he was just throwing balance strikes. It wasn't to trigger Jingu. It was more so to just set it up for the team. Obviously, as I'm saying that, there in that fight, he does it. But throughout the game, like, I think he was just more willing to throw out that balance strike and make sure that they were able to lock down these heroes and get some of these kills. So he played it aggressively. It's his bread and butter every single time. It feels like he never really plays his hero too terribly. And it shows there why he's got such a prowess on his hero and why they last picked it and why I thought they were going to last pick it as well.
Yeah, phenomenal performance. Nothing to say, of course. Just did everything his team needed him to do on this mid Pangolier. I think it was Somnus who was talking about at some point how he thinks this hero is busted in the mid lane. And here, nothing to say, certainly made a very strong case for that. Not only having a good game on this hero, but also showing some of the weaknesses of this DK when played into the mid lane. Just not able to keep the same tempo as the nothing to say Pango. So now we have a situation where PSG LGD have made a statement of intent. They've shown that they are still a force to be reckoned with. One win against us is definitely not going to be enough. They want a date again with Team Aster. The question is, Lizard, from what we've seen here, does Extreme Gaming have what it takes to come back? We've seen this team be very, very poor when it comes to recovering a series. They generally tend to do their best Dota from the front foot. Given how dominant this game was for PSG LGD, is this going to be rattling Extreme Gaming going into the deciding game?
It most certainly will. Like you said, I agree. I feel that they're one of those teams that, like, emotionally, they can be damaged. There can be some serious emotional damage here, especially for Lu, even though he wasn't the one struggling the most in the match. I've seen him struggle the most afterwards, after a bad game, right? It reminds me of one Morphling game, if you guys remember the series. You remember, right? I don't have to say anything more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was rough. So that might happen, but like after that first game, I believe that they've got what it takes to take down PSG LGD, and I'm really glad we're going into Game 3, as it's anybody's match, really.
It really is anybody's matchup. If you'd asked any of us to predict coming into this, most of us would have just said PSG LGD take the series quite handedly, but Extreme Gaming making this a bit competitive, making this a lot more interesting than what it initially looked like. And of course, going into this third game, they need the win more than PSG LGD does. And if they get it, that does put them into contention for going to TI through straight up qualification. For PSG LGD, doesn't really matter. They just need to win to demonstrate once again that they are the dominant force within China. We'll be seeing what the story is going to be in game number 3 after we come back from a short break. The finale here in the regional finals. This is going to be the final elimination game. Who's it going to be? PSG LGD or Extreme Gaming? We'll find out after the break.
I was always in denial of what I saw right in front of me. And every time I'm so damn lost to what I loved and what I lost. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head. It's telling me to say tonight again. And hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts. So jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. I fall asleep to lullabies with something that I thought I'd never find. And what is right and what is wrong, and all I ever saw was love. But let's get lost in love tonight. Hear a second voice inside my head, it's telling me to say the night again and hold on to the words we always said would be forever, forever. Wait another day to clear my thoughts, so jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever, let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Let's run away together. Wait another day to clear my thoughts, so jump into a love that won't be forgotten. Forever, forever, let's run away together.
We started out on a Wednesday and I couldn't figure out why you would be mad at me. Whoa, you say it's nothing but it never ever changes, just like that. It's always whatever anyway, every time we try to talk, I am out of here any day. It's always something, no, we never ever changes, just like that. I get the shivers whenever I'm thinking about you. Just wanna leave and live without you. Be on my own again. I get the shivers whenever you go out of line, yeah. I feel it creeping down my spine, yeah. Wanna be alone again. It's almost night time, waiting for the right time. Gotta get this right, I'm scared to death. Scared of your eyes looking into my eyes. Scared that I'll back out and hold my breath. Wake up one morning and see your face, I can feel it coming back. These shivers are every day. Whoa, I say it's over, I get out of bed and leave, yeah. Just like that. I got the shivers whenever I would think about you. Now that I left, I live without you. I'm on my own again. I got the shivers whenever you went out of line, yeah. Now it's like everything is fine, yeah. 'Cause
Losing track under the water, searching for something that I've been missing.
So, who wants to play a game?
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the China Regional Finals. We are here in the series, the deciding game between PSG LGD and the side of Extreme Gaming. One of these two teams have a date with Team Aster in the grand finals. The other will be just going home with a little bit of cash in the bag, but no DPC points. If it's PSG LGD who goes home, their fortune is fine. They are pretty much guaranteed to go to TI anyway. If it's Extreme Gaming, though, that goes home, they have a much tougher road ahead of them if they want to qualify directly for the international. I'm joined once more by Lizard and B-Cop. Lizard, I did not imagine that this would be the lower bracket final rather than a grand final, but still, we've seen some decent Dota here. PSG LGD made a statement in game number 2. Do you think Extreme Gaming have figured out a statement of their own to try and make going into this game 3?
I don't know, because they're repeating. Well, you don't guys see it yet, but I believe that they will repeat the same thing when it comes to the draft. I can see the future in my crystal ball. They'll pick Grimstroke and Dragonite once again. Maybe that's a statement. Maybe it will be them saying, yeah, we're going to pick the same stuff and we're going to win against you this time around. And look at that.
Oh, magic. And it wasn't even B-Cop that made this prediction. You see, you've been training with B-Cop there in the background. But B-Cop, like he mentioned, it's exactly the same opener, even in the direction of the bans. It's the only thing that's different is the ban on the Pangolier, but PSG LGD make that ban themselves. So, of course, we're going to be having a different hero for nothing to say. Which opener do you prefer after this first phase now, as we see on the page here?
I right now prefer LGD's opener. We saw how good Faith Beyond could be with the Brewmaster. Shadow Shaman in anybody's hands, I think, is really strong. Or not anybody's hands, but if it was to be on either team, I think it's strong. And so with that, I just think the duo that's been picked up by LGD is a little bit stronger right now than Extremes. I like Grimstroke. I like the Soulbind. What you're going to combine it with, we'll see. Of course, the Inkswell initiation's always there, but there's still more to be seen from Extreme, of course, to make me feel like this is the go-to.
Mm-hmm. Lizard, do you think they have for me, looking at that last game, you mentioned at the end of the draft that a lot of it's going to come down to how this Brewmaster ends up performing. And I really feel that they had no viable answer from Extreme Gaming in a large portion of the game. Here they have, I guess, double silencers between the normal silence and the Grimstroke Phantom Embrace. Is this enough to address this Brewmaster from PSG LGD?
Well, keep in mind that I also thought that CK, before Jug was picked, I said that. So I thought that Brew would be countering the CK safe lane, which in fact was not the case. But Brew overall dominated the mid game. They couldn't deal with him. The Dragonite stun into Grimstroke's Phantom's Embrace just wasn't a viable option, as he had that Aeon Disc. And I don't think that anything heavily has changed this time around if Fate Beyond decides to go for the same build. So Brew just being left in the pool and being picked up this early on makes a ton of sense. This also puts that Prophet most likely on the 5, right?
Yeah.
I'm asking Biko because he's the Oracle of Omaha.
I'd definitely prefer it to be in the Death Prophet 5. I just don't know if I care for 4 Grimstroke. I feel like he's fine being in the 5 position, giving Grimstroke more farm. I mean, unless you're anticipating a carry that you're gonna put an Ags on or something like that. I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. Maybe DK mid and up against.
Wait, you could still
don't know.
put that 5 Grimstroke Dragonite off lane 3 and 4 and have a decent lane versus Lina mid. You could also put the TA mid, you can put the TA safe lane.
Yeah.
They're keeping their options really open on the side of Extreme Gaming. Most likely they'll ban out some, I don't know, some PLs, perhaps a TB as well. Is TB out? Not. He isn't.
yeah.
So yeah. So these heroes versus a TA would be nice to just eliminate.
TA hero is interesting. As one of Lou's most preferred heroes that he's played, at the very least, that he's played successfully. And generally speaking, when he does go for it, they do tend to eke out a victory. The thing I'm curious about, though, is they're still not entirely certain exactly what they're going to do configuration of the lanes wise, because they could, if this was Team Aster, I'd be very bullish in saying that this could be mid DP, off lane DK, but of course, XG will have their own ideas. One thing I am concerned about, though, gentlemen, I don't like the fact that so far for XG, their primary jump is still going to be this Dragon Knight hero, and the rest of the heroes can get there to the fight, but I want a little bit more team fight coming out of them. PSG LGD have the Brewmaster, of course, but they have a save as well in the Shadow Shaman, which can delay the ability of killing a hero that you jump on directly. So what do you think here, B-Cop? What do we have at the very end of the drop for XG that could help them a little bit out with either more disable and or more team fight for the team?
I still wish it would be the Huskar, but that got banned, unfortunately. I'd love for Paparazzi to get a chance at playing with that hero. I just think it's something that we'd all enjoy seeing, even though everybody hates Huskar. But extreme looking for a mid, probably, preferably even a mid that wants a BKB of some sort pretty early. Puck's already banned. This is rough. They're actually banning the Night Stalker, so they might just take the DK, the TA's mid.
It could be, right? It could be the DK or
Yeah.
the TA. I think that makes your life a bit more simple for XG. I would even put the TA. Like, the lane is decent. It can get a little bit rough versus Lina, but later on, once you get that blink, you can get on top of her. It becomes nicer. And as you can see, XG just banning out the illusion-based carries. TB makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure if PL will be a ban, but perhaps versus TA.
They might go back to the jug.
Also an option.
Yeah, I think they might go back to the Jug, banning the Invoker, actually.
Okay.
'Cause they could go mid TA, offlane Dragonite,
PL,
supports
TB.
really. Yeah.
There's the PL ban, of course, as Extreme Gaming do not
LGD
want to deal with
back to the
Ame on
Monkey
hero.
King.
They just go
Yeah.
back to the MK. So
There's no reason
Ame,
not to.
I mean, there is no reason not to, right? Given the game state right now, XG don't necessarily have the kind of draft that Monkey King hates playing into. There's solid matchups no matter where he ends up laning or with the configuration that XG throws at him. So feels good here. Comfort hero. Good scaling into the late game between himself and Nothing to Say. I actually really like this Monkey King the more I look at what this draft looks like overall. Lizard, what's the last pick here? B-Cop called it last time around, so it's your turn. What we got here for?
Hey,
this
I
last
just
pick?
called 2 bans. Come on, give me a break.
Not good enough. We need picks.
Not good enough. Okay. It's hard to say because XG can really switch things up. Like you guys said, they could even put the DK mid and then pick something wonky against the monkey on the offlane.
50 seconds
the
left.
problem is I dare not even call how the lanes are gonna look like, yet alone what the pick will be. I would say the TA should be on the safe lane, or
I just don't know another mid that you're going to pick that's going to feel comfortable in this situation.
versus the Lina. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
she's
Like,
just jack of all trades on that mid lane. There aren't many heroes that do well against her.
Maybe Void Spirit, but do you want Void Spirit? Ember, yeah.
Ember
Well,
banned.
Ember's banned, yeah.
No, if you're
what
going
else
for a
is here?
Spirit versus Lina, you're going for that Ember. They go with the
Centaur. Okay, so
Okay, like Snare. Thank you very much for setting me in a place in which I should have called for a Centaur pick.
Yes. Why didn't you see the Centaur coming? Such a common pick for this team to go for. You know, Centaur, of course, a hero that we very, very, very rarely see. I'm not even sure if we've seen it in China. Let me just quickly take a look here. whether or not this hero's been played at all. I remember seeing it in Division 2, but I don't know if we've seen it actually played at all. While I'm looking out how common this hero actually is, tell me, boys, tell me about this. This is the 5th Centaur that's been picked in China at all. Is this the way that you get yourself into the grand finals? Is this a TI qualifying Centaur, Peacock? Is Old 11, I've seen him play Centaur before and lose. Is this going to be a different story from him?
I don't think so. I also think at some point we were going to get there. Me and Lizard were just like, well, they can't pick another mid, and they can't really pick another. We were getting there. We were getting to having to pick an off laner. I just want to cut us some slack, but at the same time, I also don't think the Centaur is going to do that great. Like, I just think there's so much here to really. What you're going to stampede in, then you're going to get disrupted or hexed and shackled. LSA is going to follow it up. Faith Beyond's going to be there with a primal split. Like, there's just so many things you have to combat. And I just don't think Centaur answers those questions when it comes to the mid game between these two teams. Like, if Nothing to Say has a good lane, I think he's okay. Like, I think he's going to be doing a lot of damage.
There are some nice things about the Centaur. Like, if you understand how Lina is played, like this Centaur Stampede might be an answer to it. Just pop that Stampede and zerk her, right? Get on top of that Lina, kill her off first easily, in a more easier way, if nothing else. Also, it gives you a way of getting away from Wukong's command, which is an additional bonus. I think it could work. It's definitely a different pickup, though.
Certainly a different pickup. This is going to be all the cards on the table here. Extreme Gaming, they need to be able to eke out this victory, get themselves into the grand finals, and potentially get themselves a ticket towards TI. PSG LGD, Pride is on the line. We'll see what they've got here. They're not giving me any time for an introduction. B-Cop Blizzard, take it away. Game 3, PSG LGD and Extreme Gaming after the first one.
Where was I? No. He needs to come back and do the Mortal Kombat.
Okay.
What the hell is this?
We got some time.
Okay, we've already had the first blood, so here we go. For the final time between these two squads, the deciding game, we have PSG LGD versus Extreme Gaming. Game 3. Fight!
Snare, you got to invest in just a little modular stuff where you could just be like,
for
LGD versus Extreme Gaming. Fight!
Oh shit! Snare,
I challenged you. I put the glove down. I'm sorry.
This is a challenge. I had
to. This is my last game of the regionals. I had to put my glove down somewhere.
I'm sure you have some synth as well there to start doing the.
No, I'm not a musician. We've got actually a lot of damage here from Lou. Surprisingly, as he uses that Meld Strike, Stroke of Fate hitting onto both. And now the Ether Shock to turn it around. That second highest base damage coming in clutch, but Faithion hit again with another Meld Strike.
It's something you expect, right? Like you always expect this TA to be melding as the lane starts, and then that double meld can come into play.
Mojo Mind.
Yeah. Fight for might. Do you think that Nothing to Say can do on Lina what Paparazzi did?
It's certainly possible. I don't think DK is exactly the hardest challenge for Nothing to Say in this mid lane, right? Like, he could step up, maybe get a Dragon Tail out there if he even goes to it, but for the most part, I think Nothing to Say kind of has, like, the advantage in this lane, right?
How do you feel about the position for that Prophet?
I don't know.
Are you a fan?
Not entirely. I'm a little worried about it. Like, I think 4 to 5 doesn't really need that kind of gold to jump up a bit, like have that priority. I'm wondering if Tank's going to take more priority or what they're going to do by giving Death Prophet that priority, right?
Yeah, like what do you even buy? Why is it 4 or a 5? You still buy 3 fluffy hats and you run around with your ulti. It doesn't really change anything. But we'll see. Maybe he's just playing on that lane. He doesn't really have to be given any extra space.
Spirit Siphon action, but the Valorous Strike onto 2. Tank eating some damage there, but never easy to just walk into a Spirit Siphon, that's for sure.
Yeah, interestingly enough,
Oh, man.
I thought that this lane, if they set it up in a way that they have Grimstroke plus Centaur, I wonder why they did this. Does the Shadow Demon change things up? Because usually you see Grimstroke plus Centaur versus Monkey. But I guess you can run away from tank. Might be dead here.
Spirit Siphon might be enough to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but eventually the stacks will be there and they'll get the kill. Y, though, might be traded. Fairy Fire, Double Edge, now on cooldown, but eventually... Oh, one more. There it is. Old 11 getting the kill. He trades.
He bought himself some time to buy the mangoes and the salves, but in the end he does fall.
Look at mid, too. Like, nothing to say, he's out CSing him pretty heavily.
It's just the Lina pick. I feel that... I don't know. I saw some Embers do well against Lina, but besides that, I haven't seen too many heroes win the lane against her.
Look. Continually over mid and bottom, it feels like these are potentially going to be active lanes. Top's kind of slowed down a little bit after the Meld Strike madness that was going on. Tank unable to swipe that bounty rune away, and now the stacks of the Shadow Poison are starting to combine as 3, but won't make it a 4th. So
Yeah, and he has
timeout.
11 wands. Top lane, DY.
Inkswell pops, and it won't be enough to well, keep Faith Beyond alive, or well, keep DY himself alive. It wasn't enough to get the kill onto Faith Beyond afterwards, so it ends up being a trade where Lu does get the benefits of being there by himself. Meld Strike again on the Sinkyu, and maybe Sinkyu putting the pressure on Lu to make him think about staying while they'll TP back in the Brewmaster after a little while. Solo experience for Sinkyu, never a problem. He loves it. His inner carry is smiling.
Always there to take some solo experience, no matter what. Reminds me of Yapzor back in the day.
Get myself a little bit of farm, get myself a little bit of that and this. Ooh, why losing his courier to tank? Let's see, nothing to say has hit level 6, so I'm always wondering how quickly off the 6 are they going to move off the mid lane, because nothing to say has that burst damage, and we saw what it could do in that first game when Paparazzi had the Lina, and I'm also interested in seeing what the build's going to be. Meanwhile, Bottom tank getting chased. Old 11's also here. We got the Jingu proccing off the 4th shot, which was the balance strike. Tank goes down to Y falls to Old 11, and now the right click wars start, and well, Old 11 wants nothing to do with that.
Back to the point that you were making, actually top lane Lu might be in some problems.
Inkswell coming through, and now they've also got themselves Paparazzi making the rotation. Lina's back at base, Lu's sitting low, Dragon Tail lands on a Faith Beyond, and they've got the Cinder Brew as well as the Thunderclap. They'll go after these two heroes. They'll ignite, and they'll start to turn this around. 2 stacks of the Shadow Poison, make it a 3rd coming through. Shackle out, Meld Strike in. There's the Hex onto Lu, but it doesn't net them anything just yet. Nothing to say went over bottom to get a kill onto the Centaur. They'll take out DY up in the top lane. 4 stacks of Shadow Poison, make it a 5th. That will bring down Paparazzi. Why doing it single-handedly? Although you throw Shadow Poison out with both hands, so maybe it's dual-hand.
A dual-handed together with a little bit of Cinder Brew and that urn from Fate Beyond, helping out quite a bit. Lu
caught with the disruption. And again, that's Cinder Brew igniting. Yeah, that is not a fun feeling. Faith Beyond going 3 levels into the Cinder Brew. Shackle diving, and they've got the creeps. Why not? They don't have a lot of mana on these heroes, so they kind of need to be careful. And Inkswell Meld Strike, and Q ends up falling for his issues.
Tank coming in top.
Yeah, trying to help out. I mean, this has been a 5-minute battle going on in the top lane as they'll take Faith Beyond's life, and it's a double kill for Lu. I want to say that worked out better for Extreme Game.
It did. PSG LGD, they are trying to do the same thing they did in game 1. that over-aggression and just throwing bodies at XG, it did work, sorry, not game 1, in the previous game. And it did work out for them back then, but right now it's not looking that great. You could argue that Nothing to Say probably got the most out of all of that. He was completely uncontested, just farming away. Meanwhile, Paparazzi went top, used the Dragon Form, and died with it.
So overall, do you think Extreme definitely kind of eked out the better?
Overall, I think they recovered. It looked bad when Paparazzi died, but LGD just continued pushing. Right? They went a little bit too far.
Ame just fighting tank. Did have the help of Xingqiu there to have the Shackle, the Hex, and everything he needed to get the Jingu off, so Ame gets the benefits of that. He's going into the Battle Fury again. I guess the question, too, is he going to fight like he did in game number 2, where he goes Battle Fury and all of a sudden he's active with it and fighting with the rest of his team? I wouldn't be shocked, honestly.
I think it depends on how well his team is faring. Like, if they're struggling and having problems, he most likely just continues farming and becomes that end-all ultimate carry, right? But if they're owning, then he might feel comfortable enough to join in, eke out another kill or two. It depends on the risk assessment, right? Like, how much can you do with those rotations?
Top lane, it's hard to land the Inkswell when you're getting disrupted, but the TPs are starting to come. They've also got Lu here. They'll go to the Primal Split. Paparazzi focusing his attention onto Y. It's 2 hits from Lu that ends up helping them to get the kill, but they end up trading DY. Now they need to find a way out for Faith Beyond.
Lina.
Oh, Lina's here with the LSA as well as the Laguna Blade to get the kill on a tank. They'll look over Paparazzi. Ame's joined the fight. He is here top 2. Jingu will go off once he's unstunned, and Ame will come through and give some help with Nothing to Say joining him hand in hand. And Nothing to Say, double kill for him. They take out Paparazzi again.
Really nicely done as well by PSG LGD, bringing in all the numbers. At first, you're worried a little bit. They're diving the tier 1, Shadow Demon is dying, they committed the Brewmaster's ulti, but then you realize, okay, they're committing, they're bringing the other 2 cores too. Plus, they're not losing anything by doing that. Usually in a game you expect your tier 1 to be falling if you're making that aggression, but look at this, the tier 1 bottom is almost full HP.
Yeah, they just knew the numbers, right? Like, Centaur's not going to push this tower too quickly. They saw the DK when in the Elder Dragon form up towards top. He's probably one of the only heroes that's really going to pressure the tower immediately, and they're able to slow him down.
And sometimes you can say, wow, this team is so good with the rotations, they know exactly what they need to be doing. It's true. But at the same time, it's because your lanes are going so well. Bottom lane always pushed in, Monkey King having the freest time. Jinqiu though, not freest time taking this Rosh.
Yeah, they threw the Serpent Wards. They wanted to get this Rosh and try and sneak it out, but they've also brought in Old 11. They'll start to take out these Serpent Wards. But Ame coming over again. You need to be careful about how you play this. There's still 40 seconds until the Primal Split. And they've also got the Shadow Demon just camping over bottom. So they'll let the Serpent Wards die and kind of give up on this Rosh attempt. But they need to be careful. XG want to take it themselves. So Extreme Gaming, Exorcism, Cinder Brood down onto 3. And again, it's both teams. They kind of have the damage to prevent each other from going for Rosh. They committed the Exorcism, so you're kind of committed on this one. Shadow Poison. Now finally the Shadow Demon joins them. Paparazzi taking some stacks here. They'll go for Rosh. Ame in, but doesn't steal the Aegis. They will take Paparazzi's life. They've got the disruption on Ame, and now the Soulbind is out. They've caught themselves a TA. They'll take the first life out of the hands of Blue. Now they look over as well. Centaur, Old 11 in some trouble. The LSA trying to catch Tank, but the Balance Strike is there. They'll finish off this Death Prophet, going after now the Grimstroke and this Templar Assassin. Goes into the meld. They've got the dust. The right clicks are there, but they have the Shackle coming in from Xingqiu. This is going to be at least a 4th if they can avoid the Inkswell and play this properly. They'll end up getting the kill on a Xingqiu, but it's a trade 4-for-1 and potentially a full team wipe. It will be, as LGD get everything except the Aegis, but they clean up anyway.
Yeah, and an additional one, Paparazzi mid lane.
Paparazzi, LSA, do they get him? He's pretty tanky, but they do have the TPs coming in. Wukong's now, can they get out of this one? They don't have the Stampede. Nothing to say is over to the side, trying to get the kill on a tank, and Ame sitting inside the circle, hoping that they come his way. These 3 heroes now trying to deal with the fact that, well, Tank, he's sitting low, and so is Paparazzi.
Yeah, they just pushed it up a notch, didn't they?
Oh, yeah.
Monkey going in. Yeah, he doesn't
Pressure
even
is not
have that
stopped.
Battle Fury. He's just... Okay, I think it's about to be...
Oh, no.
Never mind, Claymore wasn't purchased by him. It's too early, 13 minutes in anyway. The game feels like it's hit that 20-minute mark, really, with with the fights going on.
It's running you
so
Dota
nice.
clock.
Did you enjoy the Rush Pit fight?
Oh, what?
I thought it was
Yeah,
fun.
it was-
I like when we see those early fights. It reminds me of when we were covering Southeast Asia, and you just had these big brawls all the time.
Yeah, all the time, exactly. But it was so nicely done by LGD, just waiting. Shadow Demon gave them everything they needed in that fight. Like, from the info, how low Rush is, by spamming the poison, and then he saves the Monkey King with Disruption, buys enough time for Jinkyu to catch Lu. Yeah, the 2 supports on LGD just wreaking havoc in the whole fight.
They almost swiped the Aegis too. Ame's timing, he was close. I think just a second too late, a smidge, if you will. But yeah, they don't ultimately end up getting that. Soulbind, Serpent Ward's committed, DY very dead, and the Primal Split will be used to try and catch a +1. They actually won't find anybody for the moment, but they are wrapping around and maybe getting tanked. They are pretty fast, these bears. Trap exploded. Faithion. Oh, just put. Oh, he was casting it. And now Faithion, well, he's kind of in a bad spot. So is Y. They stampede, they run over these heroes, they go to the Exorcism, they'll start to turn this around with a double damage out onto the Death Prophet, but they get the kill on Old 11 with the Laguna Blade, lose in, but he's stunned up. They'll TP in the Grimstroke, but a 3-man stun with the LSA, they get the kill on the Zincu, they look over now with the right clicks coming up for nothing to say. Faithion is gone to Tank, but Tank eventually falls to this Lina.
Also, but he does get the brew before he does. And all of these things, they happen because of that 1 millisecond in which he doesn't manage to cyclone the Death Prophet. Like, if he cyclones her, suddenly Tank cannot pop his ulti and make everyone on the side of LGD kind of back off. It's, yeah, it's incredible when these small little plays just you're 1 millimeter away from winning a fight, and then it turns on you completely. Look at these bounties, man.
Saving up.
Gonna, yeah.
Dude, this is
I
what
heard
you
that
invest
they-
for.
Yeah. I heard they give dividends if you don't pick them up like that. You don't have to pay the tax. Actually, that's good.
Well, actually,
Until you use it.
the bounty runes turn into bounty rune cash, which is actually a split from the original bounty runes. You get equivalent amount of bounty rune cash as you had bounty runes in your wallet at the time. So.
And bonus, it's a scam. Lane?
Ooh, Inkswell with the 2-man host stomp. A quick damage to get the kill on his Zincu with the BKBB pop, though, by nothing to say. He's able to get the Laguna Blade off and get the kill, at least on a 1. Throwing these right clicks out on a Paparazzi, but knowing that BKB is going to end in just a moment. So the game plan is there. The idea is thought out. But, well, Extreme Gaming, they only capitalize in getting themselves Zincu.
The idea was great, the jump was nice, but you can't count on Y and Nothing to Say always being in the best possible position to follow up. And that disruption instantly comes, and then Nothing to Say with the LSA as well. Suddenly a trade that should have went your way, you're trading the support for an offlane.
Serpent Words again. Take 2. Kind of letting these Serpent Words die. Nobody else right-clicking the tower. There they go.
Nice attempt.
Primal Spring, Boundless Strike, and that's to start off the fight. They'll go after Tank, they'll go to the Stampede, and that's to run. As you said, that's how they'll disengage away from this Monkey King. But now that's on cooldown for another 91 seconds. Though TA does pick up a Desolator, so we'll see if this is enough here for Lu to start really outputting damage in these fights.
He's got the damage, but
Ooh, they spotted Old 11.
They catch him.
They didn't use Boundless Strike, so they should be able to stay right there with him. It's a question of Lina getting the LSA to follow this up. They don't even need the LSA. They'll just throw out the Laguna Blade after the damage and get another kill on Old 11.
Well, that's a very thick-looking Laguna Blade. Together with that Fairy Trinket, just takes down even half HP Centaur. Yeah, back to your question about the Dead Zone Dragonlance. It's nice on Lu, but perhaps he disassembles the D-Lance and buys the BKB and then you're ready to fight. Before that happens, you got the damage, but the control is massive on the side of LGD.
Hey, nothing to say moving around the map again and again. Might actually find tank bottom lane.
You find him, but there's a TA.
Ooh, coming in. BKB. LSA. This cost the BKB. But still putting the pressure on.
Nice way to force a BKB though. 9-second one. Actually, what am I saying? It's on 6 seconds. Yeah, forced it down very low, very early. Precision.
Zinq fine.
Burns, doesn't it?
He'll be A-okay.
They had a detection, but no catch. On the side of XG, there isn't really an abundance of control. The Dragon Knight doesn't have a blink. He went for a BKB early on. Centaur has that blink, but it's not nearly as strong as DK's initiation. And if those two are the only ones that you're counting on, then things like that can happen. You just TP away as a support.
Dire are scanning.
Not that hard to count the stuns. Okay, he used Stomp. Bye-bye. I'm out.
I mean, going into the BKB, he's already got the Mithril Hammer. And Serpent Words again. They're TPing in Blue, who drops down a trap. He needs to be careful about approaching this. Cinderbrew. Primal Split, starting off with tank. They don't want Death Prophet in this fight. Despite the fact that Exorcism is already on cooldown. Boundless Strike through, it hits DY. Now they go to the Stampede to get out of the circle, but they've got the Cyclone. Phantom's Embrace onto DY as well. They did take the top tier 2 while taking this fight, so the outpost is open.
I think that should be a BKB completed on Monkey King as well, and it is. 20 minutes in, once again, Battle Fury plus BKB. Very solid timing for Ame. I just love the fact that tank is... he's very big, he's tanky. Jump in.
Laguna Blade, Paparazzi with the BKB, and now they've got the disruption for this Brewmaster, though. Faith Beyond doesn't have the Ags. It doesn't matter. They get the kill on the Paparazzi and take out the DK. Ame, again, getting involved with Battle Fury, now BKB. Like, he is involved early both games. He's played this Monkey King.
All these big boys are dying quite fast, even though Shadow Demon doesn't have Soul Catcher. Like, he didn't skill it at all. And one of the reasons why they're dying is he just keeps on stacking up Shadow Poison. Like, that Prophet on top lane died with half of her HP. So it's just one burst. Doesn't matter that you can siphon yourself and keep yourself on that 700 HP when that's the amount of damage that he's dealing to you anyway.
Right.
Monkey King top lane.
BKB. Really well timed. Balance Strike comes out onto Lu, and now they're going to go after this TA, trying to TP out. Do they have a way to stop it? Of course they do. They've got the disruption. They'll stop the TP. They back out of the fight for the moment. Double edge onto the illusions, and now they've hit up Zinq with that Phantom's Embrace. The Inkswell, never a jump from Old 11. The blink forward. They've got the Hex. It's out on Lu. The Laguna Blade is there, but do they have the damage to last? Right click from Nothing to Say to get the kill. Zinq falls, but his Serpent Wards are there to clean up Old 11. They get the kill on a 2, and now they're going to look for more. Ame, no Balance Strike for 15 seconds. So that probably means these heroes get away. Tank moving forward while the Exorcism's going off. It's not really going to do anything.
It was nicely done again from LGD. They jump in. The reason why they didn't go on TA after disruption ended is Monkey King didn't have the BKB any longer, right? It ran out the full 9 seconds. So they needed to reset. Paparazzi My problem is Lou's Blink Dagger. I'm not sure if I can agree with it. I think that he needed the BKB to be able to stand and fight. Like this Blink Dagger, it's nice when you have a single target that's controlling, and if you eliminate that, you're free as a bird. But the problem is here, you have so many. How do you justify blinking in on someone, eliminating them, and trying to get away? Because that last part is not gonna happen. You're not gonna get away. They will always catch you after. You even manage to eliminate the one target. Not sure. Blink and BKB, they're both very common. Very commonly picked up at this point, but I feel that BKB was maybe more necessary.
Almost bring down. They've got the Hex immediately coming from Xingqiu. Xingqiu moving forward thanks to that Blink Dagger. And while Old 11 and Tank will fall again in the same spot they fell the last time. And this is right on into Roche. This time probably more secure for LGD.
It just feels that they're not ready to fight ever on the side of XG. They're always waiting for that one extra item. Now the BKB is the one they're waiting on TA, even though Paparazzi has his. And Paparazzi did not have a great game, don't get me wrong, but he's kind of ready to fight. And he's the one waiting. Sure, it feels rough for XG at the moment. Aegis in the hands of Monkey King. Who got the shard?
Shadow Demon, so he's got the Demonic Cleanse now. Lou going down, though. Nothing to say. He's in there. The Laguna Blade's thrown out. The Inkswell not going to land on anybody with the BKB being popped by Paparazzi. Nothing to say, though. He does output a lot of damage, BKB or no BKB.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Speaking of some of the itemization that's been happening in this game, boys, nothing to say here has just picked up the 4th fastest AC all time on this Lina. All time. Never been done before, only 3 times. It's kind of crazy just how wild this Lina's performance is in this game.
And not even top of the net worth. There's still Ame ahead of him, which is crazy to think when you're picking up an AC at such a speed.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, it comes down to like the item build as well, right? Like BKB straight into AC with travels. Plus, you add to the fact that he's having a really good game. He's
just taking towers.
He's just a nice 10-0-7 on the Lina. Not too shabby.
Dire's bottom tower
I've seen better.
Yeah. I usually do better, right? You as well. I've seen your games.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower has
I don't know if I can lie like that. I'll try, though.
Especially your 11-12k average games.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you don't use the MMR bot on my channel, you'd see that I only average those games.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Of course. One of those numbers is unnecessary.
Which one? World may never know. Although that does make it a little bit sad, because any one of those numbers puts me in the 1100 mark.
Smoke on smoke action. Is this the time for XG? They don't have the BKB on TA, but they need to do something. Oh, Monkey King breaks it.
Yeah. Jumping into the trees.
They went into
19K
their
lead.
jungle. Yeah, they went into their jungle. They smoked up. At least they warded a little bit, but nothing really significant happening there. How do you come back, D-Cop? Tell me. What do you do?
I think it comes off the smoke, but fighting it at this age is going to be really tough. It's very tough when the fight's being brought to you. BKB comes out with the Wukong's command. They're trying to maybe force the stampede, and that's exactly what they'll do. And that will allow them to just take this tier 3 and the set of racks while having the Wukongs out. That was more so, you drop the Wukongs, you force them to use the stampede, they retreat off that, it secures the tower. And the racks easy.
Yeah, full side easily. This Lina almost has a satanic completed. They'll jump back in.
Oh, they've got the jump back in. They throw the Hex out onto DY, Exorcism, and the Spirit Siphon. But here they go. They've got the right-click damage coming up for nothing to say. Nothing to say, just throwing it onto the side of Extreme Gaming. They've already lost 2 of these heroes. They'll take a Paparazzi. And watching on from a distance is Lou. And, well, they don't even have Hold 11 there. He's farming in the jungle on the other side of the map. They'll go straight for the tier 4s. They'll try to notch up this series and go into the grand final. So LGD, again, putting the pressure on Extreme Gaming to do something, and, well, they can't do anything. They'll call GG on Extreme Gaming, and LGD will book their ticket to a rematch against Aster in the grand final of the regionals.
This last game just looked... the second and the last game... I don't know. A little bit too strong for XG, I would say. They just dominated them.
Yep. You know that sigh of I don't know. I'm pretty sure everybody on XG is doing that as well. They're just like, what do we do, boys? I don't know. How are you supposed to deal with this PSG LGD? What a performance coming out of them. I mean, we were talking about it when we were analyzing game 2 at the end there. And Lizard, you were talking about how at some point it felt like it was an AI bot playing on the side of PSG LGD. In this game, somebody needs to go and download the replay, look at Nothing to Say, because there's no way a human being is behind that. My goodness. That Lina was just something else. Helped to carry the team forward, but it wasn't just the Lina, Lizard. The whole team of PSG LGD, it felt like one person somehow controlling all the heroes with just how crisp the coordination was.
I think that they made way less mistakes in game 2, PSG LGD, that is, than in game 3. In game 3, they did give some breathing room for Extreme to strike back, to maybe come back into the match. But first, that Roche fight, that Aegis, it did go in the hands of TA, but at what cost? They just lost the game, or they lost a ton there. They got wiped completely. But overall, like some things, like not getting that BKB early on, it's just the thing that's bothering me right now. I feel like maybe if they get that BKB, that the things are not great, but at least they have a shot at fighting. Like without that BKB, you can't. Like the blink doesn't really do much. I think that's probably one of the biggest issues. Even though PSG LGD just played out of their mind, like you said. Game 2, complete .ai, insane mode. Game 3, .ai, very hard mode. You know? Perhaps not insane, but very hard.
Still gave you a chance, but here's this Roshan fight that you're talking about here. They get it, but this felt like it was the name of the game, B-Cup, where the story would be Extreme Gaming, find something. You know, there's a jump that we kill one hero, we kill a support or something, but then we end up losing 2 or 3 in the process. We snatch away your Aegis, cost us the lives of all of our cores in the process. We managed to kill Faith Beyond, but then it cost us a tier 2 tower or something elsewhere. It didn't. What could they have done differently in terms of how they played this game out to make sure that these trades weren't always going in favor of LGD at the end of the day?
I think they failed to focus Syncue in a lot of these early fights. If you look at that fight prior to the one that's on your screen right now, he was alive the entire time, disrupting everything. Full duration shackles, full duration hex. Like, he's standing there right now, just shackle, shackle, shackle. Nobody's stopping him. This isn't exactly the best fight for LGD, but it is an example of the fact that Syncue was getting away with the murder. He was able to stand his ground with no items, and once he got that blink dagger, things got way harder. He blinks into this, gets that immediate hex off, shackles on the back end. Like, Syncue's positioning was really important for the side of LGD, and Extreme were just not countering it at all. They were playing super aggressive on LGD, jumping in, and that's something that we saw game 2 with the Monkey King, that they just go in and fight balls to the wall and with no regard for their own lives, and they get away with it in both games 2 and 3.
Yep. One of the things I really love to see, though, in this game, sure, the last pick Centaur didn't necessarily work out, but it wasn't for a lack of trying, for a lack of effort. A lot of the times you could definitely see the rationale behind why they waited for that pick. And unfortunately, though, PSG LGD, and you know, we're shouting out Shin-Q for his positioning, but another support player who was positioned incredibly in this game was our boy Innocence. That Shadow Demon, it felt like he was playing Oracle or Abaddon or something, Lizard, because he was on point saving everybody. And not just saving everybody who gets jumped on, but saving the correct hero so that this team could turn around the fight almost every single time.
Yeah, he did an amazing job. Like, even in that Roche Pit fight, he saves the Monkey King, prevents him from dying. Later on, he saves the Shadow Shaman a couple of times. Then he got that shard with the cleanse, which I believe also saved Shadow Shaman once or twice. Just really nicely done by him. And overall, another hero and another reason maybe why BKB wasn't picked up. that early on by TA, as you still have to deal with his ultimate, right? Like he's still going to use it against your BKB. Is it good enough of a reason? I'm not sure. I'm 50-50 on it. I still think that maybe it would have given Extreme Gaming a fighting chance.
Yeah.
But overall, it's just PSG LGD. Game 2 and Game 3 playing like Game 1 never existed. They literally showed up in these last two games, like Game 1, in which they arguably got crushed, never existed.
I mean, let's just look at some of these stats here, B-Cup. 0 deaths, for nothing to say. 0 deaths for Arme. Neither of them suffering any consequence in this particular game. Just being allowed to run completely over the side of Extreme Gaming here. Of course, now that they have been able to gain this victory, Lizard just mentioned it now, it felt like Game 1 didn't matter to them. Do you think they can carry this kind of confidence forward into the Grand Finals as well? Because now they are in those Grand Finals. Pretty much they've wrapped up TI qualification. Certainly they're going to be going. But do they have enough in the tank left to get revenge onto Team Aster as well later today?
Yeah, I usually see teams that have like the games before the final do pretty well. I think you get yourself warmed up, especially in a matchup like that. I think LGD, they got themselves warmed up with a loss and 2 wins. It's like, oh, we played poorly this time, and then we played great these next 2 times. We'll be even more ready for Aster, but Aster seems to have LGD's number a lot. They always play really well in the region, or within the region. It's the international play that Aster really need to work on. So I still wouldn't be surprised if like Aster 3-1'd it. I just think LGD are certainly feeling confident coming into the series.
That confidence, though, I think a lot of it has come down to how they've been opening these drafts. These last 2 games, especially, they looked really solid on that front. And gentlemen, I'm imagining that the heroes we're going to be seeing a lot of contestation with today, because Team Aster's also been playing these heroes. Brewmaster, Shadow Shaman, this DP, who was ignored for a little bit, but now she's pretty much back in the mix long term. Of course, Team Aster also very well known for pulling out this Abaddon at times. How much overlap, Lizard, are we expecting? Or basically, how important is the coaches going to be in this grand final matchup? B-Cubs mentioned that LGD have found themselves struggling against Team Aster in the past. Have they come up with a new plan after having already lost? I mean, we've already seen in this tournament what a day of preparation can change in terms of how well you do in the next game. So will Team Aster still maintain that little bit of an advantage, that little bit of edge? Or will LGD have learned enough from yesterday into today and from the game they just played?
I think we'll see a different LGD this time around versus Aster. We'll see how different, but like you guys said, there's going to be a huge overlap between the heroes, that's for sure. I believe Lina will also be highly contested, not only the Brewmaster, the Shadow Shaman, those two, obviously, the Dragon Knight, Grimstroke. There's a ton of heroes that both of these teams really do enjoy playing on different positions, and that's what makes them so juicy for both of the teams. Even a Doom, right? Like they play it on offlane, they play it on 4. It's going to be an extremely interesting one, and I'm hyped. I'm hyped for the grand finals.
The grand finals, that's all that's left to play for. That will be determining who exactly is the best team in China and who is going to be walking away with the massive, massive haul of those DPC points. It's a lot on the line here, especially for Team Aster. But for PSG LGD, they're looking for revenge, looking to make sure that everyone knows that they are the best team in China without a doubt. Gentlemen, thank you for the game. Thank you for the casting. We're going to be taking a short break now. I say short, but it's about half an hour that we'll be waiting. And when we return, the finale, PSG LGD versus Team Aster. Who ends up in the pole position? B-Cop, quick prediction. No caveats, no explanation. Who's taking it?
Aster 3-2.
Aster 3-2. Lizard, what you got?
I'd even go with Aster maybe, but there's one dude that's really annoying me. Like just messaging me every time I say anything against Aster. It's one of those fanboys, you know. Like I understand fans, but this guy is a real fanboy. Very annoying. So I'm gonna go with LGD is going to crush them so hard. They're going to wipe the floor with Aster. That's what's gonna happen.
We'll see if the Oracle of B Comp or the prediction of Lizard is going to be coming true. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Everybody else, make sure that you go over and follow these two. BCOP92 on Twitter, Liz at Lizard Dota for the man Lizard here, at Snegrodamas for myself, and of course, the Perfect World Esports channel itself. And now we take this break. When we come back, the decider, the finale, the end of the road. Do not miss it. Be back in about half an hour. We'll see you then for more Dota 2 action.
It's getting harder, you turn my heart up, throw me in water. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. No one knows it, heart is frozen from your poison. Taking the potion, just to feel ya, cause I miss you. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're nothing. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. I think that I'm overdosing. I think that I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. It's getting stronger, can't take no longer, walking on fire. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. Feels like I'm burning a little bit more, just a little bit more now. Taking the potion, just to feel ya, cause I need ya. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. 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 It's getting stronger. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. 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 I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby
hey, just need to tell you something that just can't wait. Hey, maybe you'll ride away or maybe you'll stay. But hey, this old guitar and me been thinking for days how to say that our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you I feel like I am. With you, with you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am. Come with me from New York to LA. Hey, we'll play this song in every city we stay. And hey, maybe we'll stream 1,000,000 times in one day. Be on our way. Hey, 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 hey. Our love don't care too much for the unpaid bills on the bedroom floor. Our love lives on cheap wine and singing songs to a wasted sunrise. With you, with you I feel like I'm. With you, with you I feel like I am somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody, somebody. Somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am. So we made it in New York and LA, and how they sang in every city we played. I hear we streamed 1,000,000 times yesterday. Oh, how things change, and how the years keep ticking away, and how I wish that you were with me today. 'Cause I'd give anything to do it again. Oh, how we've changed. With you I feel like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I'm somebody in control, like I feel it in my bones, like I'm somebody, somebody, somebody. With you I feel like I am.
Your first line is, my name is Claude, so just repeat after me. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te coupe là.
Let's try it again. Je m'appelle Claude.
Je te clean blue.
Gotta smile it out. I've never been a sweet time, hardly even smooth when it comes down to a cute girl in my room. I'm not even that young, can't blame it on the booze, 'cause whenever there's a cute girl, my brain hits the snooze. I got a prickle on my skin, I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep, so caught up in your smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Oh, do you know who I am? But you make me speak français. Feels like we're in Paris, away from our parents. Kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. 'Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. Feels like we're in Paris, away from our parents. I'm kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. I got a prickle in my skin. I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep. So caught up in your smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. You're not just a cute girl, don't get me wrong. I love your face, you're beautiful. You ain't just a cute girl, you're my world. When you dance with me, you make me sweat, make me speak. You make me feel I can do whatever I want. I fear no harm when I stare at the sun. I'm feeling so noble with you on my love. My will so strong, only limits the sky. I've been a nice day, I've been like no way. But now, every day, you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. I got a prickle in my skin. I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep. So caught up in the smell, down to whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français.
Tell me I can count on you. Promise me you'll get me through. Just tell me I can do this too. For everything we fight to never lose. Cause everything we want, oh, is everything we need. Just like I need you. Oh, it's just like you need me. Oh, strength unknown, don't you bail on me now. I got the world on my back and my hand on the crown. Strength unknown, don't give up on me now. You got a 500,000 eyes staring you to the ground. No, I won't do this alone. No, I won't do this alone. Without my strength unknown. Without my strength unknown. Strength unknown, don't give up on me now. You got a 500,000 eyes staring you to the ground. No, I won't do this alone. Tell me I can run to you. Promise me a rendezvous. Just tell me I can stand the truth. For everything we hope to never lose. Cause everything we want, oh, is everything we need. Just like I need you. Oh, it's just like you need me. Oh, no, I won't do this alone.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink! And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the CN DPC Grand Finals. I'm here with my casters, assistants, rather, Nomad and Black. How are the two of you doing?
Yeah, very good, very good. We were just having a conversation about how, you know, we liked the column cameras we had yesterday because you couldn't see our backgrounds and we could be more messy. And then we go live with the nice widescreen revealing cameras. But luckily, you know, I've kept my room very tidy. But Black, yeah, you know,
Dude,
it's looking great.
I store everything in here. It's literally my store/office kind of room, you know. Hey, Singapore's a tiny place, man. Everything is really tiny here.
Yeah, and you're a big guy, Black. There's not a lot of
we're gonna
room
be
for something
efficient,
like
right,
you.
Neff? We're both big guys. You know how it is.
Have to be efficient. Speaking of efficiency, Aster has been very efficient with their climb up here into the grand finals. What do you think about that one, Black?
Honestly, when I saw the results and they 2-0'd LGD, I was like, damn, how the heck did that happen? Because they also beat them just prior to that, right? 2-1. But then they kind of destroyed them 2-0. And yeah, I am very impressed that Aster actually managed to do that.
Mm-hmm. How did they manage to do that indeed? Now we do have an expert, the man who is here watching that game, Nomad. Go ahead, why don't you break that down for Black?
It was all a fever dream to me, to be honest. I barely remember it, but I do remember some very dope plays coming out from Aster. Just they just kind of out LGD'd LGD. They were in control of the game from pretty much.
Can you say that?
Why can't I say that?
Continue. Sorry, continue.
What's wrong with saying
you're making them
LGD,
larger than
man?
life here, man? You're making them larger than life. I feel like they tore them apart there. Out our LGD to LGD after the grand finals. They out-Astered LGD. That's what you're going to be saying.
Maybe. But what I mean is that LGD, for the longest time, have been the masters of kind of taking control early on in the game, controlling the map in this kind of early middle game stages and just locking you out of the map. And that is kind of the way most teams play the game at the moment. But teams like LGD and teams like Team Spirit have done it better than anyone else for a good part of a year now. And the fact that Aster are able to actually master them at their own game, and like we've often talked about, you know, because LGD is so good at doing that themselves, that they can therefore not have that done to them, if that makes sense. They know the moves they have to make to get themselves out of that situation, you know. When they're backed into the corner, they can bite hardest. That's what we kept talking about yesterday. But they could never make it happen. And that's really, really interesting. And I think it was a super fun series to watch yesterday, as Aster kind of just pulled it out the bag. And yeah, giving LGD the IO twice, not scared of it at all, and beating it twice is a huge deal. And that's probably the most important thing I'm going to be looking at in these drafts.
That's an interesting point you bring up. I wanted to highlight that one to Black because he's very picky about his support duos, as most carry players are.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not sure if you managed to catch the drafts in the previous series of LGD against Aster, Black. Did you?
I did.
Yeah. Do you see that
the
both
IO
games
silencer?
Yeah, defensive supports both games is their duo.
Yeah.
The
IO silencer and what IO undying, right?
That's exactly right.
Honestly, the drafts, I really didn't like both of them. Like, as you could have already imagined, and I think that's probably also a very big reason why they ultimately got beaten, right? Like, you have a carry Ember and a mid Lina against the carry Medusa. You are on such a massive timer that, like, the game just feels uncomfortable to play right from minute 5 onwards.
Yeah, it became difficult for them, and I think against the Brewmaster, who specialized in taking a hero out of fight in game number 2, they struggled even more against Aster in that second game that they played, in my opinion. The fights were really drawn out and nobody was doing any damage. So maybe they changed things up today. I did see it in the previous game up against Extreme. PSG LGD did a lot better in their second two games of that series, where they had absolutely no defensive supports. They tried to go for the Phoenix in game number 1. That's good at taking defensive fights, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I would just love to see LGD pick definitely differently from yesterday. Like, I think IO is completely fine, but you want to have, like, a proper +5 that actually does things. Like, you don't just want to have a silencer that sits in the backline and IO that's waiting to heal someone too. Because you just have no initiative around the map. Like, you're waiting for your Storm Spirit to do everything. It's just not going to happen. Like, Aster is a very, very, very strong team. You can't get away with, like, doing half-ass stuff.
I can tell you one thing which you might find interesting. Following on from the series yesterday and the series this morning, LGD versus Extreme, when all 3 games, we had 3 drafts to get through, and the IO was completely uncontested through the entire thing. Now, this might be a bit of a surprise to some of you, but in the China region, IO has had close to 95% contest rate. He's been picked or banned in 95% of the games we've been playing through the DPC. And now the fact that Aster just says, hey, we've actually figured this out. So clearly they've made a big enough statement for it to affect series which Aster aren't even playing now. So that's a really big deal. Like the fact that Aster have just kind of said, they're setting the meta for the China region. And again, this is what LGD has been doing for like the past year. They've been the ones setting the meta. So yeah, very, very interesting.
Yeah, that's an excellent point with this setting the meta and whatnot. Now, I had a chance to ask you and Lizard this, as it was the two of you on yesterday when I was still hosting, but I have a different analyst now. I'm a very lucky guy. Do you feel like, Black, LGD are a little bit weaker when these patches hit? They don't understand them quite as fast as some of these other teams?
They're definitely a team that usually struggles. Like, I also spoke to B-Cup about that. When the patch just hits, but like when the patch gets a little bit older, like 2-3 months, that's when they really hit their stride. You know, like everything is figured out, and you have like these cookie cutter drafts here and there, maybe with like this sprinkle of innovation that they can put in every now and then. That's when they're at their best. But right now, yeah, for sure, like they're the most vulnerable, as you could also see. Like their drafts yesterday were very, as I already said, questionable.
Yeah,
Not
as a carry
greatest.
player, you didn't like them. There's 2 supports. You look at them
For
and
sure.
I'm thinking, I mean, we've talked about that. We've seen like Keeper of the Light and Gyrocopter picked up as support heroes, and both of us looked at that and went, well, what are you two going to do together? Same sort of thing with the IO and the Undying. They don't sit up much by themselves. And PSG LGD, well, the meta in itself, you want to be putting pressure on the enemies, taking early towers, and they kind of fell apart, not able to do that with the supports able to set up anything by themselves. But let's talk a little bit about stakes for the game, as we still seem to have a little bit of time. We're a bit behind schedule, it looks like. I believe $25,000 on the line here. Both these teams are guaranteed a hefty sum of DPC points, 300 for second place, 450 for first place. This is a pretty big deal as far as getting to the international goes, is it not?
Nomad, you are the smart guy.
Yeah,
Does
you've got the
this
glasses
mean
on.
now-
Well, you both have glasses on, but you have smarter glasses than Black.
I just wanted to ask you, does this now mean that they have secured second place LGD, that is? That they're secured for TI because they got first twice in the season, first in the first regional finals, and now second? They're pretty much guaranteed, right?
Yeah, so I was running the numbers where I actually had the revelation that I dropped maths the moment I could in school. So I stopped running the numbers and basically just said it really, really looks like LGD are going to the international, almost guaranteed at this point. Like, and when you look at all the kind of the amount of points which the team's going to get at the major and how many of them there are, it's almost guaranteed that LGD are secured a spot at TI. So that's a pretty good deal for them. So well done them. But obviously, you know, they want to make it an absolute sure thing with the 450 points. And of course, you know, there is a reasonable difference between first and second place. First place gets $50,000 and second place gets $25,000. So, you know, it's enough to keep you
Just
sticky,
win.
you know? It'll buy you some Happy Meals. I mean, some unbranded fast food.
Yeah, we love unbranded fast food, but we do have a draft, you two. So we're going to get back on topic. We can maybe talk about this defensive supports. We can talk about Keeper of the Light, which, you know, Lizard got tired of hearing us talk about yesterday, Nomad. Black, I want to hear your thoughts on this hero. Banned out this game.
Yeah, I absolutely busted. it's just way too strong. Like his teamfight presence is too good. The itemization that people are going for now with the vessel plus the solar bind. If you're any tanky hero, you just lose half health instantly before the fight even starts. And just the blast in the teamfight is such a broken ability. Like your entire team just tanks it, and you heal like 1500 health, while the enemy has to like all spread out and they can't fight in the area at all. Blinding light is like what 50% mischance on everybody. Super strong knockback. Like I feel like the hero has almost no weaknesses from the mid lane.
Yeah, but he collects too much money.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
like any sort of boomer that you would see, you know.
Yeah, and it defends towers easily. A team fight's great. You can itemize into pretty much anything. Like, it's just super good. I love that hero, but I hate seeing it.
All right.
Why
But
are we
see the
talking
defense-
about a hero that's not in game? This is my Lizard impression. Sorry.
Yeah. It was pretty good. I thought we were casting with Lizard there for a second.
Snuck in through the back door.
To make Lizard happy, if he's watching right now, though, we'll discuss the heroes that are actually inside this game. Abaddon and Dragon instead of Aster. Shadow Shaman on PSG LGD.
Wow.
It's just too good. It's too good. All right. These two heroes, we kind of see a role reversal. Defensive support on the side of Aster, PSG LGD, going for these very aggressive heroes early on. The Monkey King picked up. This is almost certainly going to be position 1, right, Black?
Yeah. I mean, especially after what we've seen in the last 2 games where LGD played it. Loves that hero. He plays it to perfection. Honestly, I don't know how he keeps joining these early fights with Battle Fury and still has like super much impact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do like seeing these higher impact carries, especially on the current patch. It's not even that the games end very fast, it's that the carries need to start participating really early. It feels like right now you want to start balling up with your team and then running at the enemy as early as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Certainly
good heroes for that one. So, if you're a Monkey King Shadow Shaman here, what are you looking to grab to, I guess, continue to round out your draft? The other day we saw how much success that Aster had with Brewmaster, and them grab the Dragonite and then pick up a Brewmaster as well. That's not necessarily run offline when Aster picks it up. You think that's something they should be worried about on the side of PSG LGD, or do you think they've solved the Brewmaster if they haven't banned it out yet? Nomad, we'll start with you because you've seen this before.
Indeed. I was just looking up some stats. What was the question?
Black, we're going to start with you because you were listening.
Yeah. Well, I would like the Brewmaster a lot. It just feels like it's pretty much the strongest. Is it the strongest offline right now? Maybe right after Sand King. But after the nerf, actually, yeah, Brewmaster. How do you handle a Brewmaster? Can you even handle him, honestly? Because as soon as he's 6, that Brew split is pretty much a guaranteed win in the team fight, right? You just like right-click one hero down, you cycle on the other hero. But apparently neither team cares about what we think, so maybe they're just going to pick it up now.
Yeah. Now, I'm interested in hearing your stats, Nomad. I don't want to discredit you completely just because you weren't listening to me. We'll listen to your stats. Go ahead.
Listen to my stats. All right. Well, I was looking up the combination of these heroes to see how well they actually fit together. And honestly, people don't pick up these heroes together. Like Dragonite and Abaddon, we've only seen them in about 4 games. So we just don't see this combo coming out. It's just 2 for 2. So very, very boring.
Oh.
And
very boring indeed.
Yeah, and Monkey King as well. Super not picked up very often at the moment. This is a hero which is kind of just coming back into the meta now that Tiny and things like that have gotten a bit weaker. So again, there's actually no data available on Monkey King and Shaman together.
I like Monkey a lot,
so
though.
you weren't. Oh, hold on just a second.
I'm holding
so
on,
you
holding
weren't
on.
you weren't listening to me, so you could look up not very
Useless
exciting
stats.
or
Yes.
no
you
data
can
available
say
stats.
what it is. They're useless. They're absolutely
I
awful.
see.
But you didn't know that, Nev. There was potential for them to be amazing
It could have
knowledge
been
bombs.
very interesting. That is true.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep. All right, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself now, Nomad. What is the snipe these next picks in PSG LGD?
Oh god, just calling out.
Newsflash is not a
picks?
sniper, Nomad.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that one. That freebie. Well, all right. So going by LGD and what they like to play. Too late. They've already picked it. What a shame.
You were stalling that one out. I can hear it in your voice. You were trying to stall that one out.
Okay.
This is what I would have said though. Omni, it's obvious, but no.
Absolutely.
It is actually surprising they picked Omni Knight. Actually, this hero is. I don't know. It was never popular in the China region. We didn't see this hero much in this region at all compared to the other regions. But now it's nerfed. They're like, hey, let's take this Omni for a spin.
Honestly, this is going to be really, really difficult to deal with, right? Like, Omni Knight is going to make all these heroes super tanky, and with these 3 heroes right now, they have no damage to kill pretty much anyone. I feel even the Shaman with the Heavenly's Grace on, he won't die.
Having the greatest on Shaman. I mean, you do get a lot of HP from that, especially when you dispel a couple of debuffs, and you've got debuffs.
How much is it on max level?
Oh,
is it like
it's like
38 strength even?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
and then you get like an extra 7 or
health.
something like that. An extra 7 per debuff that you dispel as well.
It's actually 38 and 20 health region.
How many is it per dispel? Is it actually 7?
6, and then there's a talent.
6. Okay, I was close.
At level 20. Yeah.
Anyways, irrelevant when it's that close. So
and Void now too?
Yeah,
I really don't like that.
They don't have a ton of damage to put in this Chronosphere either. I'm not sure what the hero they pick up is going to be. Like, Lina would be the thing that comes to the forefront of my mind, but that's already been banned out.
Yeah, they need like a pure DPS mid hero, I'm assuming. Like, they have so many damage issues.
I absolutely agree. But yeah, and I was actually going to say Sniper because they have no heroes that jump the backline. They've got no heroes that jump the backline right now. They can't get on top of it, so Sniper would have been decent, at least putting damage in that Chronosphere, because they need something for that at the moment. You could just gone like all DPS items on the hero, but they've gone for defensive Drow. I mean, Drow's possible, but it feels a lot better against agility heroes. All the heroes that you picked up right now in PSG LGD don't really care about the armor pierce on marksmanship at this point.
Yeah, true.
There's things like Medusa, there's things like Leshrac that you could pick up. It does pair pretty nicely with Face's Void, and you also have an Abaddon on your team to help keep him alive inside the team fight. You think Leshrac is something that you get rid of next year, Black?
Lash is an option. I think Invoker could be a thing if you can stall into the mid game with the Aghanim's Exort timing. Like, they just really need pure damage to lay into the Chronosphere right now. And it's so difficult to do, though, because there's a Brewmaster split going to be in the backline, and if that one hero gets Cycloned, you are not going to kill anyone. You're going to tickle them. What could it be? Odie? Nah, it's like not the greatest hero anymore, but I'm just looking for like pure DPS heroes. There aren't many from the mid lane, honestly. They do ban out that Invoker, but...
That's a good call.
What now?
What now, indeed.
What now? So nothing to say. What does he want to play? He steals the Leshrac instead.
All right, it's LGD.
We've got nothing but geniuses on this panel. Nomad, what's the last guess?
I mean,
you got the Omni Knight and the Brewmaster right last time. At least in spirit, you were about to say those 2 heroes.
Definitely was. I mean, looking at the stats, Grimstroke is 100% contest rate so far in these regional grand finals. 13 games, 13 picked and banned. Therefore, it has to be Grimstroke. By stats, it can only be Grimstroke.
The stats don't lie.
They don't lie. They really don't.
However, if we're looking at damage mids, Grimstroke doesn't come to mind straight away.
Yeah, but it's 100% contest rate.
Yeah, how about you provide a little bit of evidence to that claim there, Black? Come on. Thank you, Nomad.
How about like a Queen?
Queen of Pain, yeah.
Already banned.
Already banned too. Nice.
All right, Puck it is then.
Lina banned too. A Puck that's even less damage. I don't even know. Zeus, let's go. The Magic Sniper.
Zeus.
Yeah,
I'm here for
buffed.
Zeus. I'm very much here for Zeus. I would love that.
Mars?
What?
This lineup is so whack.
I mean, they've done this to us before. They've baited people into thinking that's going to be a Dragon Knight the offlane, and then they just run it.
Now they baited themselves.
I mean, Aster already have the natural advantage as well because they've got their gamer toilets next to them ready to go. So that's just, I mean, I don't see that on the side of LGD. So they've got a huge advantage there in their pink gamer toilets.
Yeah.
Wow, we all look. I love the poses we're all pulling coming back into the game. We're like, yes.
Can the gamer toilet sway me the other way though? I'm thinking hard. I'll let you go first, Nomad, because you seem to be a gamer toilet expert.
Yes, I have mine down here, but I won't show it. I am going to go for... I mean, I voted for LGD twice yesterday in the winners bracket.
You're so brave.
They let me down both times. But I do think they have a better draft here. But at the same time, Aster seem to have their number. So Aster have already won this series. They've got the mental victory, so yeah, sure, why not? Let's go Aster game 1, even though I don't
You know
like
what,
the
Nev?
draft.
They might have the number, but LGD turned on Do Not Disturb after the first game against Extreme Gaming. So they're going to take this
Very
one.
good.
Too focused, you're thinking. All right. As the panel host, I usually don't have to guess a team, but I will anyway, just to sway the vote a single way. And I think the draft is too lopsided on Aster, so I'm going to have PSG LGD in this first game. Again, it is a best of 5, and even if me and Black are going to be correct and Nomad wrong, he has a chance to redeem himself in some of these later games. And at least he had a little bit of more confidence for the side of Aster. It means it's going to be a lot closer. But again, we will see how this one goes. It's not everything just based on ideas of what we think of the draft. Actual gameplay plays a huge part of this one. It really did seem like PSG LGD had a better chance in some of the previous games that we saw yesterday, and Aster pulled ahead. But I'm going to allow you two to take it away. First game of this best of 5 grand finals between PSG, LGD, and Aster. Black and Nomad. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Neff. Yes, indeed, a lot on the line as we get started into this one, and already they start out by jumping onto XXS here on the Mars. They have him surrounded. There is no escape, and they're even giving first blood. Nothing to say as well. So this Disco Pony in the middle lane is having an amazing start to this game already. Wow.
Now, okay, so I'm having a really hard time seeing how to actually kill a Slasher. Like, it's a perfect pick with the draft they already have, because the Brewmaster's gonna split. His target is always going to be that Abaddon. Like, he's always going to try to spin him up. And then Lesher just runs in, gets the Heavenly Grace, and I really don't think, even if they drop like 3 ults on him, they can kill him.
No.
He's gonna have this plus 800 health, and they're gonna stall to like mid or late game.
It's, I mean, even then, middle and late game, like, they basically need their points. Okay, but the fighting is not over yet. Faith Bian on the run. I'm not sure they're going to be able to run him down here. They will rather get the runes, but both are taking a ton of damage. And Aster are just, like, limping out into the lanes at the moment.
Wow. Yeah, the
Dinky
Shaman
no chill.
putting in the pain.
Yeah,
the Hammer of
brown
Purity,
boots.
man.
It's nuts, isn't it?
Feel my hammer. Together with Monkey King, it must be a nightmare to lane against this. Does he have an Orb of Venom as well on the Monkey? No, not yet.
But yeah, this Hammer of Purity ability is pretty silly, isn't it?
Yeah. It's very, very strong in lane now. Made Omni super strong. But you think, purely based on gameplay, that Aster's gonna outplay LGD, right?
They just seem to have some special plan to deal with LGD. Like, they were so dominant in their series yesterday that, you know, even though they don't have the advantage in the draft here, I just feel like they're gonna find a way back into it. But yeah, I guess my mistake here is definitely underestimating LGD, but we'll see. It's early days.
Yeah. I mean, just from what I saw yesterday, I mostly chalk it down up to the draft, that they got manhandled as they did. Now with this sort of draft, I really feel like they're just too much in their comfort zone. But yeah, maybe they can make some magic happen on Aster.
Hey, wait. Okay. There's, for some reason, on the top of the screen, it says that LGD have already won 2 games. So
yeah, same.
those were quick. Maybe they played some turbos just to get a couple under the belt before the real game started. But
bias production.
So that's an admin error, actually. But just to be clear, they don't have a 2-game advantage. This isn't some shenanigans going on here. This is game 1 of the best of 5. So ignore your screens, everybody. Ignore them. Turn them off. Just put a little sticky note over that part, but make sure you cut a hole for the score and the time.
You know how sometimes, like, when the game is really one-sided and it's like game 4 and the team that already won 2 games is about to win, the production already prepares like this little, what's it even called? Little
graphic?
Graphic, yeah, you're so smart. That's why I love you. And then suddenly the comeback happens, and they're like, "Oh no, we need the other graphic. We didn't prepare it yet."
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that from the inside, where they've literally been in my ear, like, "Give us some time. We need to change the graphics because we didn't think this would happen." Don't throw to the graphic yet. Don't do it. Okay.
Don't let it silly game. Which is why we all love it.
Absolutely.
And hate it, of course.
Of course.
It's a very
Love-hate relationship.
good hate-love relationship. Yeah, exactly.
It
You'll
is.
never find that in any relationship.
So let's talk through some of these lanes then. Of course, we have the middle lane where we've got the Leshrac versus the DK. And, I mean, this is just a bit of a trade, right? I mean, nothing says a slight advantage because he's got first blood, but yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, Lesh is actually one of the heroes that can kill DK with a rotation once he's 6, because he just has so much damage output, especially with him going heavy into the Edict. So if a Shaman or something rotates, if DK wants to pressure the tower, can kill him very easily, and then it can go the other way with the Edict, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be very fun to see what they can make happen there. Bot lane should be pretty simple for the Monkey King.
Jingqiu over towards the top side, holding on to Mr. PQ here. He's going to pop that shield and try and get himself away. They only have the Aether Shock to work with, and he's actually run out of range, but he's got the boost. Absolutely fine. Salve up, though. PQ, he sees an opportunity to survive through this, and he might be right. At the very least, he's wasting a lot of time here, but Jingqiu, he's not done. He is absolutely not done, but PQ now realizing that it's just the two of them will turn around, and he says, yeah, you want a party?
Xingqiu is dead, I think.
See, the Shackles healing him up quite a lot here. Elsewhere on the map, Boca goes down, but this thrilling support battle is what we want to witness as they both walk away from each other.
Yeah, I forgot that Shackles actually heals by 130 health now.
Yeah.
Why did they add that?
I don't know.
But yeah, Monkey King getting a freebie on the Hoodwink. One of the better heroes against Hoodwink, honestly, because you always want to sit in those trees, but Monkey can always scout you out.
Yeah.
So, close attention to the mid lane once they hit 6, which should be like 2 waves. Expecting some support rotations after that.
Yeah, I feel like with tree-dwelling heroes, it's always kind of a case if they counter each other. It just depends on who's looking for whom, because... I guess with Monkey it's different, because Hoodwink can't actually find the Monkey, though.
Yeah, not as easily.
No,
unless you know where he is.
Yeah, she'd get off those cliff wards at the very least, but yeah, Monkey definitely have the advantage.
What's your opinion generally, by the way, on Omni Knight? I feel like he's very underrated.
Yeah, I think he's very strong. I think if as long as you've got like a few heroes who are really going to benefit from the Heavenly Grace, then you can find a lot of value as XXS getting beleaguered here by the Monkey. But no big deal. He's a Mars with 2 braces. He doesn't really take any physical damage in the mid lane. We got some TPs coming across here as Baboka's moved in to try and find the play onto Nothing to Say. Didn't quite work out though.
Yeah, as we expected, as soon as Dragon Knight hits 6. Nothing to Say is now 6-2, so Ori has to be a bit careful with the backup there. Ori might be dead.
All the time in the China region. Yeah, look at the damage coming down to that DK. Baboka comes in from the sidelines with a save. Can they bring it down? Nothing to Say. Yes, they can. The shield gets it done. More rotations coming out from Aster, and that will secure them the kill onto Nothing to Say. But that said, I mean, the Omni Knight's still sticking around and making sure that they can't put too much pressure on the tower, and the Dragon Form does not have that long left upon it.
Yeah, even glyphing the catapult so they can't advance too fast onto the tower. But you can see like the turn on potential of this. Oh, the bash top. Oh. Another one. Oh. This is just a level 1 bash, dude. What's your RNG right now? He was also just 1 creep away from a little nice Chronosphere. But honestly, he didn't deserve that. Like getting 2 bashes like that is luck enough. Like you're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't expect it. He was walking away and he's, oh, wait a minute, I bashed him again. I should probably, oh, too late.
Hit him again? Oh, no. But he's going Midas on the Void, okay. Very interesting. Usually it's the moment to Maelstrom if you want to go for the farming route.
Yeah, but...
Very greedy. Very greedy with a lineup that already doesn't have damage, right?
Yeah, that's the issue, right? Like, when are you going to kill people in Chrono? It's going to be a while. Jingqiu just running into Faceless Void here. He is absolutely not waiting around for this one. They get the shield up onto him. It's not going to make a difference. Nothing to Say, just tearing them apart.
Yeah, he didn't stick on the Void. He thought he can just jump out in time, but no, Aether Shock, too much damage, even as level 1.
Yeah.
Dragon Form popped again, though.
Yeah, absolutely. When the Leshrac is away, Ori will play, and he gets a few more corrosive hot hits off on this tower, just trying to meld it down slowly.
There's 3 mid now too.
Boca coming in
That's
as well.
exactly
They're
what we
looking
spoke
for the
about.
play here. Oh, nothing to say turns around for the hit. This might be his mistake. Dragon Tail's going to come out as well, and they surround nothing to say. And the Disco Pony, his boogie, his last boogie. But that said, Innocent's coming in as well. They're going to just chase him off, make sure they still won't be able to take this tower, at least for now.
I feel that it's a very big mistake from Innocence to not TP there. If he actually saves his life, he can turn around and potentially kill a hero too. Maybe thought he was already dead, perhaps? But yeah. And these little plays, they matter a lot in the early game, right? Because obviously, if you have damage problems, the only way you can make up for that is by accumulating a gold lead. But at least they secured a mid tower, still, which is very important. Don't want to be losing that anytime soon.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for both these teams, right? Holding on to their mid towers.
Yeah. Yeah. Is he actually gonna proceed with that Midas? That's what I'm wondering. Right now it looks like it, but he's even going super heavy into the time walk, so he can't even jungle fast either. I really hope this doesn't backfire for him.
What does this even say? Does this show you that he's going to want to play on map a lot more with the build and with the Midas? You know, it's kind of a way to be on the map and kind of playing against the enemy more while still being able to amplify your farm. I mean, is that the route he's going?
I mean, generally, you only max time walk if you have an abundance of damage in the Chronosphere. So you only need it for the Chrono, then you go back to farm. But in a game like this, I feel like a max bash is almost necessary.
Dead hoodwink.
Goodbye, Boboka. You don't want to be stuck with a Disco Pony and a Shackle there. That's never a good idea.
No, you do not. No, you do not. And Jinkyu and Nothing to Say have been making this combo work beautifully so far. They've been best friends in this game.
Yeah. And Monkey King completely free farming. Armor going back to his Battle Fury again, as he always does. And as I said before, I'm really impressed by how much impact he always has in those early game team fights, despite going for a Battle Fury. It's very unique to his Monkey King.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of utilizing the skill set of the hero to be making some differences for his team, whilst also still managing to somehow get a ton of farm in the process. That's the Arme way.
Very, very impressive. I mean, he has played Monkey King, I don't even know for how long. Even in Season 1 where we casted him.
Yeah.
Like, last year. It was the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, they just first phase it and then flex it between Arme and Jinkyu. And Jinkyu, obviously, an incredible Monkey King player as well, so they have that option. Yeah. Are you surprised they haven't really been paying it much this season and only busting it out now for the regionals?
Yeah, I'm surprised they value him so much suddenly, right? Even after they lost game 1 against Extreme Game, they're suddenly just like, all right, let's bust out our Monkey King. And 3 games in a row now where it's picked, right?
Yep.
Maybe they want to get like a little respect band there.
Perhaps, depending on how this game goes. But
how do you stop this push now? That is a big question mark.
Well, Aster
by popping your own dragon form.
Gonna try it. Yeah, that's the answer so far. The Boca hanging out around here as well. If they do want to come in with a Chronosphere, they have the Sharpshooter to help out, but this is just complete lack of commitment from LGD. They drop the snakes, they get the response, they back themselves away. Very disciplined.
Yeah. And Void so far is actually kind of getting away with the Midas because LGD isn't really ramping up the pressure, which I expected them to a little bit earlier. Because again, right now I don't see how they actually teamfight into LGD.
Yeah.
Quite defensive from them, right? From LGD that is.
Yeah. They're not kind of utilizing this advantage they got in the laning phase. They're very much just kind of letting Aster play their own game at the moment, which is not what I was expecting from them.
Yeah, same. Because damage for Void is only a problem until you get like 2-3 items, right? Then you can solo kill people in the Chrono. And that's kind of when the whole pressure of this Aster lineup is alleviated from them. They won't have to worry about putting in too much damage anymore. Especially with the DK also scaling very nicely. I think they're trying again now with Faith B in there as well. He actually picked up a Blink Dagger on Brewmaster, which is pretty rare nowadays.
Yeah, usually it's just a bare Ags Rush you Not so common on the Blink, but I guess they want some form of initiation to get through onto the back lines. But this movement in from LGD will secure that middle tower at last. Aster with no intention to defend this one any longer. Baboka just using the sharpshooter to get down the hill. Very nicely done there. Great escape.
Yeah. Very well done, Monet. He isn't a bad, and they should be fine. Very balanced.
Very cool.
When balance meets balance.
I mean, Dota is inherently an imbalanced game. That's kind of how it functions, right?
Yeah. Look how close the battle is to 6. If he were to die here, that would be so sad.
Yeah, he's just like, please kill that creep.
5 XP away.
Hooray!
I got his borrowed time. Looking for the DK bottom. He has a Yules, but he also has a blink on DK.
Yeah, let's see. Spear out onto the Brewmaster, holding him back. He is going to be able to get off the split now if he wants it. The arena is down, and they are just dropping everything onto the DK. But PQ comes in, giving him the shield. Keep it alive for the time being, but there's just more sustain seemingly coming out from LGD at the moment. But they are targeting everything onto the left track here, and nothing to say as the one who falls. Ori still surviving through this for the time being. The miscalls coming out as well. The dragon will not fall. And now Aster look for a bit of revenge here. Fabian back into his mortal form. He has got 4 points in the Drunken Brawler with the Earth Ruling stance, meaning he's just got more armor than he knows what to do with, but it doesn't make a difference. They still get him killed. And now they move on to the Omni Knight as well. This is going to be 3 kills going the way of Aster. That is a big surprise to me.
Yeah, very, what was the word? Discombobulated.
Beautiful.
From LGD. Like, they had no TP on Monkey King. They knew that. And they still chose to fight 3v5. I don't know where Xingqiu actually dropped the Shaman was. It wasn't a team fight, right? Did he farm with it?
It's a very good question.
Top one, one tower. Okay, yeah. So, they knew bottom is going to be 3v5, and they still took that fight. That is confident.
Yeah, and it was like full commitment as well, you know. You talk about how the Monkey King couldn't be there, the Shaman couldn't be there, you know. This is LGD. They know that. They're having that conversation. And they still decided, yep, we got Omni Knight ulti, we got Leshrac. Let's go.
To be fair, it almost worked out, right? It was like 200 health offs.
Yeah,
once that DK dies, this whole fight is very different.
Absolutely. Batten. He's maybe paying the price for something, but Goku is charging up a big old shot, but the Brewmaster comes in and tanks it, and they will just be able to bring down PQ regardless, but you know, secure the bounty rune. That's value right there.
Yeah, they're pinging out Roche, the Shaman ward's coming off cooldown in 4.
Yeah, it's got to be tempting.
I can't believe that they fixed the damage on DP, but not the Shaman wards in Roshan.
I like it. I think I think Shaman. Yeah, I like seeing a lot of Shaman.
Too much, right? Like it helps him push towers. Like he's a really good tower pusher. He's a really good Roche taker now. He's one of the best disablers in the game.
Maybe take the heal away from Shaman. Whoa! Nothing to say.
Wow.
Going down.
All by its lonesome down there.
Yeah. Does secure the Roche, but like, if it was another hero, I'd kind of be okay with it. But I feel like dying in the early mid as Leshrac is every death just makes you like less of a threat by a percentage.
100%. Like it's such a snowball hero.
100%.
And the more items you get, right? Want to get 100% correct, you know. Yeah, as you oftentimes are. You're very smart guys. Said multiple times already.
This is night and day to casting with Lizard yesterday. Who was just he's just being mean. Black. I won't tell you what he said. He was being very mean.
Okay, I'll make sure I have a conversation with him and scold him appropriately.
Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome. We're looking for the Wukongs.
Dropping down the Wukongs. Yeah, and Xingqiu jumping in around the sidelines as well. There's the blink reveal, a huge one at that as well. XXS to fall. Abaddon comes in trying to save the day, but he's just adding another log to the fire, unfortunately. Jump across from Ame here, and it's going to be another kill going the way of PSG LGD. Oh.
That's the wrong way.
Right. Oh, he's walking.
But now he walks through the creep wave. He's like, dang it.
Yeah, just wants to try and clear them out or something, but will be the double kill for Ame regardless. I mean, you can't really run through the trees from a Monkey King anyway, can you?
Yeah, no chance. As soon as you jumped up to the right, they obviously knew he was at the left, and there's no way out of there. And Xingqiu is like, yep, I'm taking the farm bottom, boys.
By far the
Still a lot of
greediest
farm down there.
4-player by a mile. Although it looks like he's...
100%. Nah, he probably acted like he was going to set up a kill. Guys have the kill here. Ah, no, never mind. He backed off. Cancel the TP.
I'd love to know the communication. Like, he just looks like such a nice, friendly guy. Like, he's got one of those faces which just, you know, looks happy all the time. But yeah, he's such a greedy player in game. Maybe
I mean,
it's
his
just, you know...
he also looked very happy, right? Like the way he talks and stuff, very cheerful. I like him a lot.
Very. Yeah, he's a very, very cheerful guy. I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe Faith Beyond just sees, like, he's about to go and TP bottom for the farm. He looks across, he sees Faith Beyond's little... he sees,
like a smile?
Jinkyu's little smile. He says, oh, you take it, you little scallywag. Go on.
Yeah, like his face is lighting up as he sees the goal. He's like, I can't do that to him. Caught the shot, the Abaddon again.
Absolutely. There's a borrowed time coming out straight away, but... Yeah, I don't think it's the Abaddon. He's just gonna run into the trees. There's nowhere to hide. PQ to fall again.
And it's an accepted down on the Monkey King, I believe. He is very farmed, but Monet also. That Midas so far paid off quite a bit. But damage is still gonna be an issue until he gets at least another damage item, and probably on the DK as well.
Yeah. It's a sharpshooter, not a decent amount of damage thrown to the Chrono as well.
It is. Just I'm like really afraid of that sudden burst HP that the Leshrac is gonna get. Plus, Chronosphere is actually hard countered by the Guardian Angel. All three of their cores is pure physical damage. I guess you have a Fireball, but it's 75 damage, but it's not that good, you know?
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Man, Sinku smells something. Yeah, he knows. He's smelling it.
Smells dragon poo. He's like, I know he's around here somewhere. Like
I thought he was gonna fly the courier over and be like,
He's pinging exactly his location. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Jinky
That's why I thought the
knows.
courier was gonna fly there. If he blinks over there now and hexes him. Oh, just as he walked out, no way!
What is this game sense from Ori here? And now actually Ori's jumping in on the Omni Knight. He thinks he's found himself a kill, but
all by himself?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, Ori, you cheeky guy.
He thought he could just get the quick little pickup onto Omni Knight, then run himself away. Thought he was...
Guys, Omni Knight is here all by himself. Like, no. He's the last hero to be running around by himself. It was just like a lapse in concentration. Happens to the best of us.
Absolutely,
but honestly, he looked pretty juicy on Y. Like half HP, you know, it's like, oh yeah.
He knew what he was
Maybe
doing.
he's trying to deboard. Oh, 100%. I mean, they even knew that he was there, like without even knowing that he's there.
Yeah, maybe the pressures of the grand finals getting to Aster just a little bit with some of these plays, but overall, they do look absolutely fine in this game. I mean, how would you put this at the moment? Are you favoring leaning Aster a little bit because this does seem to be going so late and no one's really taken the initiative, or are you still looking at LGD because they've made slightly more plays?
I still like LGD better, simply because, and really throughout the entire game, because I just believe Guardian Angel is such a strong answer to everything Aster has this game. Like, even if you Chronosphere 4 people, but Omni is not in it and he gets Guardian Angel off, you don't kill anything.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very, very scary, but they have their BKB timings. They have how many BKBs? 2. Yeah, 2 BKBs, they're smoked up straight away. Couldn't really find anything with it, but yeah, I do think Aster's plan is just to go super late game, get like into a nullifier so they can actually deal with that Omni Knight. Who's gonna build that though?
Dire's bottom tower is
They have 3 heroes that are good with it.
Monkey, I guess.
Monkey King is also just so massive.
Yeah, he's huge, and he's going to get even huger. Both of them went for these really greedy farming builds. Kind of feels like a carry drag race in this game, where both of them just tried to be as greedy as possible, and at the moment, Army is in the lead a little bit in that regard.
And I would also argue Monkey King scaled really, really well into late game against Faceless Void, because if there's ever a ring down, you can't really commit a Chronosphere into there.
No. I mean, even without the ring, it's going to be hard killing this Monkey King. He's just gone for this pure stats build after the Battle Fury, just Aghanim Scepter, the Eye of Skadi, BKB. He is going to be a big, big boy. Yes, LGD.
If he can pop his BKB, like prior to getting Chrono, there's no way they can kill him.
Monet, very, very close there. I mean, he had his Abaddon behind him, so I imagine he would have been okay regardless, but just clearing them out of that jungle and trying to secure themselves this Roshan area, which is still a long way off.
You know, playing with an Abaddon in your team is kind of like a cheat code. Makes the game much easier to play for you, knowing there's an Abaddon there. Oh, I didn't pop my BKB in time. Ah, it's fine. I'm gonna get shielded.
Have a little humility.
Kind of like how playing global offlaners makes it super, super simple to play the game for you. Little clutch heroes. Like Dawnbreaker. Oh, I'm out of position. Doesn't matter.
But at the same time, sometimes, you know, Dawnbreaker's always there, right? She's always there for you. Sometimes with Abaddon, it's a bit like playing with your hamster when you're a kid. You take your eye off it for 2 seconds and it's just disappeared. And you're like, where did you go? Oh, I went to the bottom lane.
I'm dead.
You were right next to me.
5-man smoke.
Yeah, this
it's pretty obvious because they're not really defending their lanes. And yeah, like they're running into nothing. They're very well prepared. Wise already sort of running in. He's like, yep, hi.
Oh, Omni Knight though, that is... I mean, I don't think you want him to go down like this. XXS gonna arena nothing. Meanwhile, the Wukong's command arena is on everyone around the backlines here.
He didn't pop
XXS been totally split off from this fight at the moment, but Abaddon's trying to come in with that ultimate to help him out here, but he can't help him at all. But it's Ame who's in real trouble here. Still no Chrono being used in this fight. Monet jumping in, jumping out, can't really find himself an angle, but Ame trying to fight up into everyone right now. He has got that BKB, and he has got helping him out. He's so damn tanky. He's just not gonna fall. Monkey King living through this unbelievably, and Monet to fall in the backlines. A split fight there. Absolutely awful here for Team Aster, unfortunately. And it looks like Ori's going to fall here as well. It's a triple kill for Ame.
I didn't enjoy this.
Yeah, this is really what we were alluding to. Like, 4 heroes were hitting Monkey King for a good 15 seconds. Omninet wasn't even close at the time. And he's just like, alright, cool. Thanks, guys. I always wanted a massage like that. And yeah, Monet just getting chased down by Xingqiu and nothing to say, I believe. And unfortunately, with a draft like this, you can't really afford yourself to lose a team fight this badly. Because that means even more tankability is going to come up, the levels are even higher. Now Leshrac is into his plate mail already. And it's not just the Monkey King you have to worry about, right? Like, the Leshrac was tearing apart your backline.
Yeah, absolutely.
And how do you deal with the Shadow Shaman on Xingqiu? And how do you deal with getting Cyclone as an Abaddon? It's the perfect Abaddon counter to Brewmaster. I can't believe they didn't ban it after picking Abaddon first phase.
And we've seen this Brewmaster do so much work every game he's played. Like, you have to have an answer to it, and they just don't. Yeah. But, I mean, a few issues there for Aster. You know, XXS, unfortunately, jumping into the fight, arenaing nothing, and then being shackled for pretty much the entire duration. The Abaddon tries to run through the arena to help him out, popping that ultimate and everything, but unfortunately just gets Yulesed up in the process. That was a really clutch Yules, which basically stopped XXS being able to get off his BKB, and then he died.
And no opportunity for a Chrono either. Like, you kind of saw him play with the idea of, oh, maybe I should just Chrono the Monkey King and try to kill him. But he was really scared of committing there. And I can't blame him. Oh, Abaddon again.
It's out though, they might get the Abaddon once more, but the arena's down as well. The Wukong's just doing so much work, snake trapping the DK and just stopping him from getting out, and yeah, the Void's just gone. XXS, BKB, TP away, they cannot fight into this. When they get their spells off on Aster, that area is just denied for the side of Aster. Boca looking like he's going to fall as well. Ame is just tearing it up right now on this Monkey King. He is definitely won the carry drag race, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's 6.5k ahead now suddenly. They were so close, and now, nope, not at all. Almost Skadi down on him. He's going to put him at like 3.2k health. And the nice juicy Roshan respawn too. Give me that Aegis. I really don't know what they were thinking in the draft on Aster's side, but they definitely gotta talk that one out in the break they'll have.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. It's like, after the 3 heroes already, we were kind of like, okay, damage is an issue. Faceless Void. Like, huh.
Yeah, and then Mars final pickup, right? It is that's a bit concerning.
I expected a pure damage mid. Oh, Monet jumping in, out, just playing with them. Well, it's not 100% over yet, right? They can still get a 5-man chrono. They can get nothing to say down here too.
Okay, but he's got the BKB to come off the spear just a fraction too late. Ori gonna have to get himself out of this one as well. Another BKB TP out. Ori. Oh, he doesn't have a TP. Oh no.
Yeah, and they're gonna try to save him here too. They might bleed off even more heroes.
Yeah, they're doing their best to try and help Ori out, but there is no saving him now. They realize that, and they cut their losses on Aster, and they back themselves away.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. I'm also a big fan of Ahmed's skill build. Like, Jingu Mastery damage is always my preferred one as well. It just gives you 260 damage. Basically, Rapier's worth of damage once you get that proc. Yeah, it's just super good talent. Now going into the Daedalus as well. Yeah. Aster's damage might not be that high, but LGD has an abundance of it with that Leshrac as well.
This is going to be quite brutal, I think.
Yeah,
definitely struggling to see the ways back into the game for Aster. I mean, when you have a Faceless Void, there's always that extra factor of like, well, maybe he can pull off a big chrono, but I mean, basically, if they can kill Monkey King before he can get off that Wukong's command on his reincarnation, they've got an option. But that is a big if, and well, they have killed him, and they've got the chrono to throw down on top of him. This might be tempting. He's actually chronoing the backlines. He's gone for the Shaman and the Omni Knight, leaving his team to try and deal with the Omni in the back, but he's just going to turn around and drop the
He's destroying them all!
Oh no, this is not looking great. This is not looking great. XXS just getting gunned down here in the street. That is some real brutal stuff coming out from LGD here. Aster with the buybacks are going to try and jump in and deal with this Monkey King. Once again, Monet, he's looking for other targets. He knows how hard it is to bring down Arme, but Arme is just taking targets down. Maybe they can bring him down here. They've got him stunned up for the time being, but he's already got that Jingu ticket, so he heals up massively from just one Boundless Strike, and in comes the Omni Knight once again, giving those heals. Meanwhile, Baboka picked up by Nothing to Say on the sidelines, and now LGD are just trying to back themselves away. They come in, they do the damage, and now they get themselves out.
Wow. Well, Arme is just an absolute raid boss at this point. Monet tried his best to really kill the backline. He got Xinkyu, I believe, but that's all he really got. You know, Omni Knight was in a chrono too, but he's too tanky. The reason why Omni Knight is so strong now is you Heavenly Grace yourself to every time. So basically he's sitting at 2.9k health, which is just insane for a support hero.
Not a plus 5 health pool.
Yeah.
It really isn't.
And as soon as he gets that Aghanim Scepter, which is in 800 gold, there is literally zero contemplate. He can play in the fountain, and they can't lose the game. Perfect itemization from him. But Arme, I don't know if you saw this, but this new Aghanim Scepter is actually really, really strong, because the little soldiers get Jingu stacks now too.
Huh, yeah, that is pretty good.
And once that pops, every soldier is hitting for an additional 260 damage. So, where before you already couldn't fight in the ring, now with that Axe Scepter is absolutely impossible.
Yeah, that is, that's pretty nutty.
Yeah, I forgot about that fact actually.
I had no idea. I don't think I've seen the Monkey King eggs in a very long time, so yeah, that is interesting. Wow. So basically, don't stand in the soldiers, guys. Don't do it.
Yeah, even less than before.
Yeah.
Decoy running in, saying hello. Of course, only pops if you actually right-click it. Do you think it should proc on spell damage too, or would it be like too good?
I'm not sure. I haven't really seen enough of it to know. People do still seem to buy it just for the scouting capability, so it's obviously a halfway decent shard without it.
Yeah. It's just like the mini bush right now everybody sees. Well, actually, it's a 2-second stun. Not bad. But you're not just gonna right-click a Hoodwink that runs in, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, what could this be?
I'm sure the Hoodwink's just running headlong into me. That must be it.
This itemization of LGD is just actually way too good. Like, pure tank on pretty much every hero. Xinkyu has his Aeon Disc completed. Yeah, it's just, they're doubling down on Aster's weakness. I love this.
Yep, not enough damage on Aster, and now they're just going to tank up and make it even less damage available on Aster. Nothing to say is running headlong into 5 smoked heroes right now. This could be really good for Aster if they can find him. But the reaction is just...
They saw him under the gem, but...
rune. Oh, no.
Yeah, they had a gem on Abaddon, and they saw him briefly, but
yeah,
it's just so hard to formulate an attack in like 1 second.
I mean, nothing to say. He's really tempting him here, isn't he? He's like, hello, guys, let's go. Oh, he doesn't connect to the tree, though. The BKB comes off from nothing to say, and it's already looking bad, as Aster will lose one. They turn their attention towards Ori now as well. Ori turning around, trying to get off the stun and TPing away. He's going to make it out. Great call from him. Stun up the damage dealer and get yourself away. Bruling's meanwhile just chasing back XXS, forcing him to just sit inside his own base. Who's been left behind? It's PQ on the Abaddon, who will eventually be dropping here, and this gem will go to PSG LGD. He's trying to get it onto his courier. Oh, he does that, but unfortunately now it's just dead again.
Yeah, and Shaman Ward's dropped in the mid as well. And all Monet can do is collect some money in the top lane. What can you do? He didn't even try to chrono. He just knows there's no damage.
Yeah. How many chronos have we seen this game? 1 maybe?
Like 2?
2?
I think it was 2, yeah.
Okay.
He chronoed the...
He chronoed the backline
bottom, the
support from the last
Brewmaster?
fight.
Yeah, so 3 chronos. 3 chronos.
Not many. Because yeah, now he's hexed up. They're on top of him right now. He needs to be saved. Now, but they actually just called GG. All right. Yeah, game's done.
No
that's it. They didn't have it in them to defend from this one. The moment that arena came down, they were like, yep, that's it. The Wukong's is in, and we are out. And LGD are through game number 1, securing themselves the first match in this best of 5.
Yep. The least they could have done there on Aster was hold off on that GG there, at least for your sake, Nomad. You were really getting into that last team fight.
He actually got some heroes in the chrono. He got like a 4-man there, and then I was like, oh, GG. I was like, well, never mind.
Well, I guess it's already been called. So much for the hype. But don't be mistaken by the scoreboard. That was the first game there. A lot of people might have thought that it is game over after that one. There's an issue with the client, unfortunately. But good showing out of PSG LGD for the first game. I mean, we saw them lose 2 games in a row, or sorry, series in a row to Aster previously to this. But I feel like they've figured out their drafting a little bit more. Black, why don't you highlight some of the strengths of this one? Why it ended up going so well for them?
I mean, it was really just the Omni Knight pick that was completely unanswered. Like, picking the Faceless Void after Omni was already picked was, I think, probably what made the draft like a 90-10 draft. And then the Mars at the very end, for me, as an observer, is like, how do you actually do anything in this game at all, unless every hero is 6-slotted and the game gets super chaotic and maybe you can instant kill heroes? Like, it's just not going to happen. I don't know what they thought in their draft, what the process was. It's like, yeah, 3 heroes have no damage already, let's go Void. Oh, 4 heroes have no damage, let's go offlane Mars. It's like, what? No, you can't do that.
You're upsetting Nomad. He thought that draft was good. And to be fair, Aster, they tried to make some pretty good plays.
I went for Aster because I thought they had the outplay potential, but after with the series yesterday, but I did say that LGD's draft was better.
Okay, I'm gaslighting you a little bit. I mean, Aster did play that. Yeah, Aster did play that pretty well, though. There was a couple of times they played very well around their time. You at least tried to. As soon as they got 2 BKBs done, they smoked immediately. Tried to take the fight, but got an awkward angle into Omni Knight, and so MK was able to get his ultimate off and then just not do damage to him like Black was highlighting. When they got 3 BKBs up, they tried to make a play as well, but they played super well on LGD around these Shadow Shaman wards. I'm not sure if you noticed that as soon as he has them available at 10 minutes, place it on the mid tower, 10 minutes, place them on the top tower. As soon as they come off a cooldown again. And the next time they come off a cooldown, right into the Roche pit. They're just like a well-oiled machine. Every time it's off the clock, they're already in the position they need to be with this one. LGD looked incredibly good for this game.
That's how it should be, right? It's kind of like a Terrorblade Metamorphosis where your team is like, okay, in 50 seconds, I want to be here and I want to be doing this. And then your entire team prepares for it. And as you said, that's exactly what they did. It was like 5 seconds off cooldown and the entire team was already assembled at Roshan.
Yep.
And
yeah, this was a 13-minute fight that we're talking about, and you can see the Shadow Shaman wards and the Monkey King clear out the top lane. They didn't end up losing this fight, but they head down here after claiming an objective up in top. So even though they lost this one, they at the very least kept them off the tower while those Serpent wards were on them.
Yeah, I still think it was a bad fight for LGD, honestly, but I'm glad that they took it otherwise. It would have been an
One.
absolute stomp if it wasn't an absolutely horrible fight. So
Yeah.
thanks, LGD.
But even then, right? Lesh ran into 5 heroes, and it took him like a good 10 seconds to kill him. Like, I think Omni Knight, after seeing this again, like I say this every time after I see Omni Knight, this hero is incredibly underrated. His ult and the Heavenly Grace are just too strong. It's actually just too strong.
Yeah, this was the double BKB complete fight. They connect with the Omni Knight, then he just buys back in the game immediately. And look how long they spend on this this Monkey King. And Brewmaster doing it. Yeah, they tickle him. I mean, they brought him pretty low, but he ends up building up his Jingu stacks again. Keeps his HP fairly high. They can't finish him off because he's finished up his own BKB. Yeah. Survives this all. And on the other side of the team fight, they're just running down the Faces Void while they struggle to deal with the MK, as our observer managed to catch both sides of the action, holding by him.
Yeah, good catch for sure. It was, I mean, that was a hell of a fight as well, because it was literally 2 fights happening at the same time, and that was the choice of Aster, by the way. That was them who dropped the arena on their Mars on the high ground to try and separate out the fight. So this was their theory on how they could win a fight, was by separating the Monkey King off from his team. But unfortunately, Innocence, he had a way of weaseling around to the Monkey King regardless, and helping him out. And again, the lack of damage means they couldn't bring down the Monkey King before he could get there. So yeah, it doesn't work out. But we have seen drafts like Aster's like do well in the past before. Usually when the fights are like very drawn out and like you're kind of stopping the enemy getting their damage off, and it becomes a battle of resources sort of thing. But that doesn't really work when you have the Omni Knight on the side of LGD, because they're not going to run out of resources either. So that kind of counters out that point.
Exactly. If there wasn't an Omni Knight in LGD's draft, I think the Aster draft would have been way, way better. It's just how they responded to the Omni Knight, I think, was very poor. And they're probably going to discuss it and figure that out, because you can't really play against an Omni Knight unless you have a lot of burst spell damage or some sort of purge, like a Shadow Demon.
Yeah. So what would you have liked to seen as a counter to the Omni Knight this game? I feel like they were pretty late in the draft. They picked it up, and Aster kind of backed himself into a corner. The Faces Void I really didn't feel like was the play, though.
But they picked Void after the Omni, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That already presents so many problems, because Omni is considered a hard counter to Void. What could we have seen instead? Like, honestly, I can't quite remember the bans, but something that you can actually play around, like a Medusa or so.
Yeah, Medusa would have been decent as well.
Yeah, just something that can actually draw out the fights and live, because another way of beating Omni Knight is you can just outlive the Guardian Angel and then win, right? But their draft couldn't do that either. It's just, yeah. It was a rough one. But it's okay, it's a best of 5, lots of chances.
Yeah, there are lots of chances. Did you prefer either team as far as map movements went? Because again, it felt like both teams executed very well around their timings and whatnot. I mean, this is very clearly very high-level Dota. They had easier way to execute this one on LGD, I feel, though. And especially with these defensive supports on both teams, the Abaddon on one side, Omni Knight on another, when you have one less hero putting in damage, I feel like Brewmaster gives you an overwhelming advantage. If you remove like a single DPS hero from a team fight, you remove one person from a team fight when you have a defensive support, it feels like you have a huge advantage in these team fights.
Oh, definitely.
Your thoughts, Black? Oh, Nomad, go ahead.
Well, it's basically one team has an Omni Knight and one team doesn't have an Abaddon anymore. It was apparent in several of the fights where the Abaddon would just get thrown up into the air, and Faith Beyond being pretty much immortal with those Brewlings coming out means that he is not a target. But yeah, what you said about the map made, a lot of sense. I mean, it's hard to kind of talk about it because Aster were just really far behind kind of later on into the game, but I did like the play they made where they smoked up and like wrapped around behind the Roche pit. But unfortunately, LGD, they knew exactly where to hold. They just went to the enemy high ground, went to the enemy jungle, and forced the high ground fight on their advantage anyway. So again, that was just LGD constantly being a step ahead and being able to take advantage of Aster's small mistakes.
Now let's talk about Money Monet and his build. Black. Hand of the Midas on Faces Void. I can hear you laughing already. Are you a fan of this Midas build?
Honestly, I think it can work if the problem of damage isn't already present. Because the reason why Mask of Madness into Maelstrom is so popular is it helps you farm, but it also helps you kill. Whereas the Midas pretty much only helps you farm. Like 40 attack speed isn't bad, but is it better than a mom? Definitely not. And you could see his playstyle too. Like he wasn't looking for any fight early at all. I think he finished the game with like less than 10,000 hero damage, which again, with that much farm, you're expecting much more from a carry, right? So this item build didn't work out at all. And yeah, his idea was definitely to drag it into the late game, get like 4 or 5 slotted, but LGD is not going to give you that much breathing room.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even notice the second scepter on the Omni Knight. What are your thoughts on this item?
Oh yeah, it's an auto win, I think. He can literally just stay in the fountain and it counters the entire draft, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
Nomad, you like it?
Yeah, obviously it's an amazing item. It gives you that global Guardian Angel against Chronosphere. You know, it's just another failsafe they had. So they have like all these Aeon discs, they have all these, you know, tanky cores, and then of course you have a global you don't take right-click damage anymore ability, which obviously sounds pretty damn broken, and it is very, very strong. So yeah, not surprised by that at all.
Mm-hmm. Now, what is one thing that you think Aster need to do differently coming up in this next game? I know that eventually fatigue is going to start to wear on PSG LGD. They've already had to play 3 games before this one. Do you think that's a factor at all, Black?
Personal experience, adrenaline is always going to be there, especially if the games get closer or the series gets closer. So I don't think it's going to hit them until they, you know, reach bedtime. They'll be like, and then pass out.
What a
like
day.
A team as seasoned as LGD, they should be fine. They should be.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that one. Nomad, back to my question I asked before I trailed off into a different question. What do you think they need to do differently here in game number 2 on the side of Aster as far as draft goes? Because again, it feels like these teams are very evenly matched as far as movements on the map go.
I think they need to be braver, honestly. Like, I really do. I think, like, there's no reason to go for the... Thank you. There's no reason to go for the Mars here, other than just going through, like, the list of heroes which have been most popular over the past, like, you know, 3 weeks or whatever, and saying, like, oh, well, you know, this is the only one that's left. But there comes a point where you have to think outside the box, and you have to look at these matchups, and, you know, the 5th pick is when you can do that, or, you know, the last pick is when you can do that, when you can say, okay, these heroes which aren't normally good because they're not strong in the meta right now, but do they have their place in the game right now? And there's a ton of heroes in Dota that can do that. There's a ton of heroes in Dota who just aren't that strong, but in the right circumstances can just feel ridiculously overpowered. And I feel this was
Let
kind
me
of...
ask you though, Nomad. Is Ori a player that can pull that off? Because he is usually just the backbone of a team, right? He doesn't really play these Tinkers or Zeuses and stuff.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. He does stick around and just kind of plays whatever's exactly on meta. So yeah, I don't know, but I still would have like to see them push it, even if Ori can't do it, you know, just let him play as DK and take something in the offlane which can do that. You know, XXS is a very creative player, so let him have at it.
Yeah, like even just like a Necrophos or something, just something that adds like a lot of the Wind Ranger offlane. As you said, just think outside the box, make something happen.
If these heroes aren't banned out, we actually saw Necrophos banned out in the last game, despite the fact that he was nerfed in the current patch. Do you think those Necrophos nerfs were something that needed to happen, Black?
As somebody that played the hero a lot.
Scaling.
Yeah, I played him a lot. I loved having 100 permanent HP region, you know. Now it's still okay. It's not as good. I'm just a little bit annoyed that things that... Like, I didn't think it was OP, but there are certain things that I think are OP and that didn't get addressed. That's what I'm more annoyed by.
What's your number 1? You got a lot of IS on you right now. Now's your chance to complain.
My number 1 complaint right now is 100% Coddle.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the old man should have been hit harder.
Against the hero. But I love playing the hero, don't get me wrong. I just hate playing against it.
Yeah, I know Nomad had some creative ideas for Coddle. He was talking about yesterday, you know, instead of on a horse, you should be on a motorcycle or something like that. I very much like your OC.
Gas.
Nomad. Yeah.
You make it an Arcana, I'm just saying, you know, people would buy it. Get a steampunk Coddle with like a gun. That's pretty much what he is anyway. That's what he plays like, so might as well just cut out the middleman.
Buys the Dagon, have a custom Dagon animation for that particular Arcana. I like the way you think, Nomad. You should do some more creative stuff in Dota.
The blast. Like, there's like a shrapnel, like...
Just a Molotov thrown off the back of his bike, yeah.
That wouldn't be bad either.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much how the hero performs anyway, though, right? Just running around the map at like ridiculously fast speeds, just one-shotting people. Like it's not a stretch. It really isn't.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we're not getting to see it at all. It seems to be first ban material whenever anybody can pick it up. They do so recently. Do you think that's a justified first pick, first ban every single game, or do you think it's possible to play around it like the Death Prophet or the IO for that matter?
If you were to play around it, I do think there's only a certain amount of heroes that can do it. Like Anti-Mage can probably catch him. Storm Spirit is one of the best heroes against them. It's just these heroes are so much easier to shut down than a Coddle is. Because again, Coddle can just itemize against these heroes. You know, like suddenly you build a BKB on your Coddle and the Storm jumps and you're like, ha! Now I'm way more impactful than you, and you just wasted all your mana trying to kill me.
Well, how much mana do you waste if he's got 5 null talismans?
True. That is also a very great item build.
Yeah, in these regional finals, we've had 3 heroes which have been pick banned 100% of the time. That is, of course, Coddle, which isn't the surprise. Pugna, which has not actually even been played; it's just been banned every single game. So clearly needs to be nerfed a little bit more, at least according to the Chinese teams. And Shaman, interestingly. I guess it's not so interesting when we've got Extreme Gaming and Aster, 2 of the biggest Shaman playing teams in the world, probably, in a patch where Shaman seems to be very good. But yeah, those are the 3 big ones.
Yeah, Shaman was one of the few heroes that wasn't touched in this patch, despite being picked up an awful lot. You think that he should have been hit with a bonk there, Nomad?
Yeah, he should have been. His ability to do too much is a little bit too high right now. You know, he's got the healing on the shackles.
I'm a Shaman player, so I'm actually kind of upset that Nomad has that opinion, but continue.
You feel personally attacked.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I like it when they keep the OP stuff and just like make something else slightly worse. Like, I don't know, nerf Ether Shock or something. I don't care. Just keep the broken
about
stuff.
that ability?
Dude,
Yeah,
why
exactly.
does Shackles heal you so much now? Like, he was already ridiculously hard to trade against, and you just heal yourself. It's like a Bane brain sap, basically.
Yeah, except it also disables people.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you just stand there, like okay, look at me heal, bro, while you're taking damage.
That's why he's such a good hero. I beg everybody who wants to get MR and supports to pick it. You can take buildings with it. You can hold people down when they're owning you. You can trade successfully in the laning phase. Like, it gives you so many things. This is an awesome top hero.
Gives you late game initiation. Like, once you have a BKB on Shaman, there's so few heroes that can actually do anything to get out of your combo. It's this hero is just absolutely bonkers, and rightfully at 100% contention rate.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we have the almost 100% the heroes which have been picked and banned in all games except one, which is Storm Spirit, Dragon Knight, Pangolier, Grimstroke, and Abaddon.
Do you still think that Pango is first pick, first ban material after the shadow nerf to him, where he's no longer able to permanently disable heroes? Nomad, you first. You've got the smart guy glasses.
I do indeed. Yeah, I think so. I think he just kind of makes your team fight. You know, you can have absolutely no team fight, pick up a Pangolier, and you have like the ability to disrupt the fight so much that it doesn't really matter because coordination goes out the window, and there's this little hamster just rolling around the fight, stunning everyone and disarming everyone. You know, he's just offers way too much control in competitive Dota and kind of just ruins the fights for so many heroes.
No, that's an excellent point. Now, Black, why is Nomad wrong about that?
Nah, I gotta back up my boy Nomad on this one. But to add to that, I think what makes him a fantastic first pick is just that he has 3 different roles he excels at. Right? It can be 1, can be a 2, 3, or 4. We've even seen it as 5 sometimes, not as successful because you don't get as much money. But there was this massive shadow nerf, of course, that I still don't know if all players know about it or not in these teams, because I saw all 11 try it yesterday, and he looked visibly surprised that it didn't work. He's like, what? He actually killed me? I thought I stunned him through that. Like, nope.
Yeah.
Can't perma-stun
How come
anymore
this guy
with
got his BKB off? What the hell is this? I'm supposed to permanently disable him.
Yeah, how is this balanced, man? Why did my hero get nerfed? But I think he's still very strong. I personally think mid Pangolier right now is super, super good because you just trade evenly against most heroes, and you can itemize into Dagger or Diffusal. Early Basher is super nice. Maelstrom if you want to scale. Lots of avenues to go.
No, it depends what you're playing against, of course. I know that you had a massive list of heroes that were 100% pick banned. This is normally the host role. Thank you for doing my job for me, Nomad. Do you have anything else on that list do you want to talk about?
I mean, we can always talk about the heroes which haven't been contested at all throughout these regional finals.
Absolutely.
Patch?
Well, I mean, obviously, it's a very, very long list, but I think the biggest surprise has to be Sanking. Sanking has not been picked or banned throughout this entire regional finals, which is a huge contrast.
This is a sign for me. It is. Yeah, this hero has been getting buff after buff over the last couple of years. It is Gaben's favorite hero. The fact that they nerfed it this hard is a sign that Gabe no longer is playing Dota on his Steam Deck. Your thoughts, Black?
I agree. Wait, wasn't he a Weaver player too? Wait, did Weaver get nerfed? Let me see.
I'm not sure.
No, Weaver did not get nerfed. So there is still hope that he's potentially playing, but only half as much. Yeah. That makes sense.
Right. Fair enough. Go ahead.
Changed allegiances there, Gabe. Yeah, no longer playing Sanking. Weaver is now my favorite.
Yeah. He's just done it with playing offlane, so he's like, all right, Dota 2.
Real talk, guys.
This one.
Real talk.
No.
Why do we never see Patch right now? I think Patch is an amazing +1 right now, actually, with the new Flash Sheep.
+1. They took his damage talent away. That's why we don't see +1 Pudge. Hitter Pudge is no longer meta.
Yes, but the fact that you can free farm all camps on the map without taking any damage from Rot is ridiculously strong. You scale with your Aghanims, and then become super fat. Like, you farm as fast as a Medusa, if not even faster.
Wow.
Have you done this personally?
Many times. Like, every day, I stream probably for like 5-6 hours, and I play like Patch 4 times, and I just do the same build.
Has it been winning?
Always win. Yeah, always.
Always.
Super easy.
I feel like there's a slight exaggeration here. I'm not sure if there's anyone in chat. Maybe send me a message or Discord or Twitter. See if you can pull up some of these stats.
Wait, Nev, you have a... I don't actually know the AoE. I know it's just know that it's a massive AoE. 46% slow in that AoE is ridiculously OP. Ridiculously OP.
With the Pudge eggs?
Yeah. And you reduce the healing they receive. I want to see it. LGD has done it before. Let's go, Arme. You're up 1-0. What do you have to lose, man?
They used to play the carry Pudge like a lot as well.
Yeah, and he did the same item build, except now it's much easier to get to because you have no sustain problems anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, it's actually 475 AoE on the Rot with the Aghanim Scepter.
It's pretty big. It's pretty big. Like, once you're in the radius, you're not getting out. I was on top of a Coddle, and he was like, "Oh, motorbike!" The engine couldn't start. No,
it's a count of the keeper.
I threw dirt in his engine, and it couldn't start.
We also have. We also have Tiny, who's completely uncontested in the regional finals as well. So the nerf's hitting him very, very hard.
Wait, let me just read up on Tiny's nerfs real quick. Is it enough? 10% there. Honestly,
overall damage reduction across the board, really.
Yeah, but not super much. Like 30 damage or so. It's not that big of a deal. I see Tiny and Pup still quite a bit, and he's still tearing stuff apart.
Mm-hmm. Well, then, a bold prediction from each of you. Are we going to see Tiny in any games of this best-of-5 series here? Nomad?
It might be seen as an answer to the Monkey King if LGD take it early again. Yeah, I think it's possible.
We don't need to sound smart. We need to give us a yes or a no here.
Yes, Neff.
Okay. All right.
No.
What do you think, Black? Okay, woo. I'm finally pitting you two against each other. You've been strong allies so far today. I've made a couple attempts at separating the two of you. Hasn't been that successful until now. So you still feel like...
We'll get there. Don't worry.
Yeah.
The thing is, when we disagree about something, we talk it out. Communication, very important in any relationship, Neff. Just making sure that you keep those doors open. You can close them, but you got to leave a little crack open. Always got to make sure that communication can be entered into.
Absolutely not. I don't believe in that.
I had a revelation, you guys.
Go ahead.
Pick Enigma, deny creeps from Arme, tilt him. Win the game.
Tilt him. Is Arme a tiltable player, though? Does that work?
I would say yes, simply because I've seen some of his TI final games where he suddenly is shut down.
Yeah.
But you can't really blame him for that, because other than TI finals, he doesn't really do that.
So as long
And
as you're
there's a lot
not
of pressure
losing,
on
it's
you.
gonna be happy. Yeah.
It's crazy, man. Like he's always so consistent, but the TI finals, there's always something about it that makes Armor just not be himself sometimes, and it's very heartbreaking to see. I feel like he should have already won a title, to be honest. Same
It's
with
insane,
FY.
isn't it?
There's a
Yeah.
bunch of players where I think, they really deserve one, just didn't get one just yet.
Yeah.
This is surprising that you'd say that though, because you were talking down about every carry who ever existed other than Ame before we started. A little bit behind the scenes stuff. Yeah.
That's me, of course. Like, I can't say this on stream. That would be too harsh.
Are you doing that for your own sake or for everyone else's sake?
Everyone else's sake.
Of course.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, you know. Nomad knows I care a lot about how people feel. As long as they feel good, I'm happy. I don't want to ruin anyone's mood.
True. It's good vibes only round here. Are there any heroes you guys want to see picked up? Are there any heroes you guys want to see picked up in this series which we haven't seen before, other than obviously Pudge, out of the unpicked heroes? I mean, we talked about Zeus a little bit. Do you think that hero is underrated at the moment?
I think it's too easy to counter, especially with how popular BKBs and refreshers are. It's just too easy to play into the Zeus. You jump the back line, just kind of get shut down.
Yeah. I do think his new ability is super strong. The jump basically makes him unkillable in the mid lane. But yeah, like his damage output isn't great until you get the shot. It's just, as Neff said, too many counters. I love Haska, as I said. I think Haska is very underrated. We have seen him once, I think, from...
he got nerfed pretty hard, though, didn't he? In 7.31c.
Yeah, he lost like 10% Berserker blood, right? I think.
He lost a lot. Hold on. I can pull this one up right now. I'm the host. I'm supposed to do that anyways.
Okay.
He lost... Strength is max health regeneration decreased from 20, 40, 60, 80 to 16, 34, 52, 70. You have an excellent memory, Black. That is exactly what he got nerfed by.
Thank you. But yeah, he's still very, very strong. Right? A nightmare to lane against, all the timings he has, Roshan. It's like whenever I see it in a game, it just always performs super well. So I think we could see more of that, perhaps. Definitely less of morphling. I hate morphling right now. What about you, man? You are out there too sometimes. What do you like?
I mean, I want to see a Visage. I can't believe they're not playing Visage. That hero feels really strong at the moment.
Super strong.
That was played a lot in the Eastern European, well, mostly by Daha, right?
Dahak and 33.
Which is also the team that won.
That is
Take the hint, guys. Take the hint.
Win. A lot of people don't rate them that highly. They're talking about like Spirit just popping off and whatnot. No one's really counting up the Visage and some of these other players here in Eastern Europe. Your thoughts on that, Black?
My thoughts on that.
I'm not sure if you watched the entire
Let me think real quick. I like Spirit. I think Spirit are great, which obviously means that the team that beat them, they're also great. Yeah.
It checks. But a lot of people are rating like Boom the most highly rated. A lot of people would be rating these Chinese teams incredibly highly if they were playing at the major. In fact, I am like 95% certain these lower bracket finals and best of 5 finals are going to be the meta that all the other teams at the major are going to follow. I know for a fact that a lot of teams were just like taking a little bit of time off, not scrimming nearly as much because they didn't have Chinese replays to watch during that time they were taking a break. So this best of 5 is going to be very formative for the major meta.
Yeah, it probably will be. I mean, it's the highest level of competition we're going to have before the major as well, and the most recent one, and on the new patch. So, but regardless of all that, the China region is very, very respected. I did actually ask the Chinese teams who they thought were going to win the major. Aster and Extreme both thought it'd be Team Spirit, and LGD, interestingly, they said Boom were going to win the major. So that's a bit of a curveball.
I actually believe so as well. I think Boom Esports is incredibly strong. I mean,
are you saying that because you watched their games? Or are you saying that because they won the last
I watched the games. I watched the games. Like ever since Mushi joined as a coach, this team has been on the up and up. I mean, they still have their weaknesses here and there. It's just now that China and Eastern Europe won't be there, I do believe that they have the edge on the rest of the teams. Like if China was there, obviously my rankings would be very different. But with how things are, they are my top 1. Boom is very, very strong. They just have a very solid foundation and game understanding right now.
Yeah, I agree. Now, Nomad, where do you think EG and TSM are going to place? These, of course, being two of the most important and strongest. Don't laugh at me. These two being two of the most strongest and important teams going to the major.
I mean, I love my boy Saberlight, so I believe TSM gonna be the winners, carried by the godlike offlaner who is Saberlight Jonas Valek.
A stretch, but I'll allow it.
Yeah, he'll do it. He'll go beast mode at the major, and EG, well, they'll get second place because obviously TSM made that tweet saying first place is ours. You're old and washed or something. So yeah,
they came in second place after that.
They did, but they were actually talking about the major. So they're retribution.
Rumors say though that Saberlight is actually not interested in playing Dota at majors, only in the breakfast buffets.
That's
I don't know what that
true.
means. You want to expand on that one? That sounds like more.
No. He made like a tweet. He's like, I don't actually care so much about playing at the major, but the breakfast buffets, they're going to be damn hype. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I understand the man. I love my breakfast buffets.
Dude, I bet Moonmeander reads that and he like bonks him on the head with something. Like, you focused. Whack.
I mean, they're like Saberlight. It's like this massive tummy or breakfast.
Like, come on, dude, we gotta go play the major, and he's like, "Wait, I need another croissant."
Croissant. And one more egg tart, one more Danish pastry, please. Thank
you see that strawberry tower over there? I want some of that with
chocolate tower fondue. Glorious.
Well, we might throw over to a short break here. Because, it looks like we're having some technical...
I think the lobby's about to get started.
You're messing with me. It is not. If you're baiting me right now,
we're just ready checking
for like
right
20
now.
minutes.
They kept saying ready, but it was for like a good 5 minutes already. So
No, they're all saying it now. They're saying it now. We're waiting for LGD to tell us they're ready, and then
wait, I'm going to caps it.
I'm not in this lobby, so I'm taking your word for it, Nomad.
We'll cast the chat for you. Already, Aster, they're so ready to go. Do you find it interesting that Aster were the first team to drop the G here, Black?
I don't know, but I think the pressure that just put on the admins is immense with the caps start the game. Would you play that real quick?
Bold move, but they have responded. That did get LGD to respond in all caps saying ready, and now the admin types it down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, this might be very exciting for you because you think we're about to get into the game, but obviously with the China lobby, sometimes we do have an issue with starting the lobby, so we might be fake hyping this one a little bit. But let's see what happens as we try to load
finding
the game
server.
For the first time.
Oh my God, Nav, we're finding the server. We found it. It's just connecting. Okay, loading in.
Connecting into it.
Wait, the 20 seconds are counting down. 17, 16. Oh my God, I think we might be in trouble here.
13. It's looking a little bit dangerous. Looking like someone might not have connected to the lobby. We're counting down the seconds here. If this hits 0, we could be in some real trouble.
4, 3, 2, 1, start.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, and my consultant on the ground tells me that the longer these lobbies are up, the bigger chance it is that something has gone wrong. We might not even connect into the game here. So it's very possible that that is what happened. Either somebody is gone, PC has shut off, or, we're at 9 out of 10
and,
again. Wait. This is all your fault, Nomad. You're going to have to take responsibility for this somehow.
Yeah, I am. Throw it to a break, Chief. We're done here. So... I'm out.
All right. We are going to take a short little break while we figure out exactly what the issue is. Give our caster a chance to grab a little water. We didn't have any time to sit down. So stay tuned, everybody. We can throw to a short break. We'll come back in anywhere between 5-10 minutes with the game. Stay tuned.
let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made yours. Didn't know what my heart be needing, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Ooh, you take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Yeah, you take me higher, baby. The silent escape, the beauty that takes the hold on me. It's like I had everything, I don't need nothing else at all. Riding the wave, feeling the possibility. So remembering that we were never meant to fall. And I'm hypnotized, watching the world outside, just can't reach me now. The light hiding in the skies. I'm above the city lights, and my feet won't touch the ground. And my feet won't touch
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Everybody, we heard your message loud and clear. You were tired of hearing us talking. You were done with our podcast, so we went to a little bit of a break. We come back, we're fresh, and we got the draft well underway, so that's so we can just jump into it, get the show on the road. Look at that. Second phase of bans already done. We got barely anything to discuss, but we got two experts who can break this down incredibly fast. Smart Guy Nomad, go ahead. Tell us what you see, what you like.
Well, we've got ourselves Snapfire and DK coming up for the side of PSG LGD in our first phase. They also banned out the Shadow Shaman, which is interesting because we talked about that a lot, being one of Aster's favourite throughout the last few series. Meanwhile, Team Aster, they take up the Pangolier and the Pugna. I lost my flow. But yeah, they take
that
out
was pretty
the
good, though.
Pangolier and the Pugna. Yeah, thanks. And Pugna making it through for the first pick of the tournament. Wow.
Yeah, wow, you'd make an excellent auctioneer. Now, Black, I go to you second because you had the least time to analyze this draft, but, you know, it only takes you like 10 seconds while Nomad was talking. I'm sure you've figured out what the rest of Aster needs to, what they need to pick up here, rather.
Yeah, the analysis so far is that their draft is already infinitely better than last time. Pugna, was he nerfed enough? I guess we'll see. I personally think the draft so far leaves a little bit of openings here for perhaps an anti-match pick for LGD. Oh, they cover themselves with a Shadow Demon. Okay. AM is still a possibility. It's not impossible to play against Shadow Demon, of course. What else do they need? A good frontliner would be nice, because Pugna and Shadow Demon really thrive when they have someone to save, someone to stall time with, someone to heal up.
All right, so you're thinking a frontliner mid. Either that or they run this Pangolier in the mid lane. All right, looks like it's going to be Pangolier in the mid lane.
Nice,
Grab
I love that.
Mars here. Hey, here's the frontliner here that you're talking about. Is this the perfect hero to round out things how things currently are for them on Aster?
It's really strong, right? Together with the Shadow Demon, it's a very nice lane combo as well. The disruption into Spear, potentially a lot of damage there. And, of course, Shadow Poison is also undispellable, so Omni Knight is not the greatest hero against that. And, as we also said, the best answer to Omni Knight is a Purge, which Shadow Demon also has. Wow!
Wow. Do you think the Shadow Poison should be undispellable? It used to be dispellable back in the day. I very clearly remember that. I don't even think you took damage when you dispelled it back in the day.
No,
now, if you strong dispel the Shadow Poison, I think you can get rid of it. Wait.
I'm not even sure about that.
Weaver Timelapse? I'm pretty sure Weaver Timelapse gets rid of it. I remember seeing a mechanic a little while ago. Weaver was at like 16 HP and he used his Timelapse and then he died because the whatever
you
dot
ask,
activated.
I shall answer. Demoing right now.
Ah, perfect. I forget what hero it was. I'm thinking that it was Weaver. But while he demos that one, Nomad, you have an opportunity to talk about PSG LGD. You and Black were both big fans of the Omni Knight in the previous series. Do you think it's going to be just as strong here, or do you think they're homing in on this a little bit too much?
Yeah, I actually do think that Omni Knight and DK together is a bit much, because you're kind of just doubling down on the HP regen. You just basically make these Spirit Vessels like really, really effective. So if you wait until after he's used the Heavenly Grace, then you can drop a Spirit Vessel on someone. And obviously, anytime you Spirit Vessel, the DK is going to feel really good. Skadi as well, also going to feel like a really awesome pickup here. All of these regen deamp items are going to feel fantastic. So might even see some Shivas coming out in this one, especially now that they've got the CK as well. So this illusion-based carry, obviously very weak against Shivas. So yeah, I hope we're going to see this Pangolier go something like maybe Maelstrom or Diffusal straight into a Shivas afterwards, because they just feel so good this game. But it is still very strong, obviously. You know, just stacking up the strength on these strength heroes is going to make this something I feel like a super value pick for them. So yeah, don't hate it, don't love it. But overall good. I do like what LGD have done so far. But
it's a lot of damage potential, right?
It is, yeah. Yeah, so
38 strength from the Chaos Knight. The crits are going to be coming.
I do
mean,
want
they
to
have
ask,
good tank
though,
busters, though. Sorry,
doesn't the Pugna do just absolutely destroy the CK wards with the shard now? Is that
No, it's just because they're strong illusions. Yeah, exactly.
Ah, right. So they don't get instantly killed by it. Good.
Yeah.
Luckily, otherwise this hero would not exist.
Yeah. Yeah, it was when that change happened where we started seeing CK again, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So Aster now looking for their carry. Honestly, you're probably laning into a CK or a Dragon Knight, so you need a hero that can lane comfortably against both, which isn't easy to find. Like CK in the off lane is very, very strong, especially if you're just supported by a Pugna, who doesn't really do too much for you.
Yeah. You know, if only we had a super good and smart carry player on our panel here to tell us what the correct answer to this would be. Do we know anybody like that, Nomad? Nomad, go ahead. Why don't you tell us?
I'll tell us it's Black who's the guy to answer the question. But you waffled so much you didn't give him a chance. But Tiny comes back, like I said. Oh, I'm a genius.
Wow.
Oh, he's so smart. This is why he's our super smart and powerful carry player.
Exactly.
Good stuff.
That's why we have him here.
Thank you.
Way too smart.
Yeah. You have one chance to redeem yourself. What is the last pick on PSG LGD Black?
Oh my god, that's
Nomad's about to steal all your cred.
Monkey King's banned. Oh my god, the pressure's on. You can't pick Necro either. Oh my god, did LGD just lose the game before it even started?
I mean, you're in the pub, you see this.
Lifestealer.
You see Lifestealer, not Pudge? You're talking Pudge a lot.
I would pick Pudge, but they're not me. But that would be assuming that Dragon Knight is mid and Chaos off.
Yeah.
If they pick Lifestealer. But
they're
it's
banning
a super good
offlane on
Lifestealer
Aster as well, so
yeah.
I think it's DK mid.
They do believe it's a carry CK, huh?
Right. Do you think Nothing to Say is going to play Dragon Knight in the mid lane here, though?
I think so.
It fits him, right? He
I
likes
don't
this kind
think
of
so.
stuff. Oh, you don't think so?
Yeah. Safe lane CK, off lane.
Phoenix.
All right, I am super wrong. Unless this is an Arteezy Phoenix situation.
It's offlane Phoenix against the tank. Okay.
All right.
What a twist.
They have no egg hitters until Tiny gets Moonshot, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Which is usually like 40 minutes into the game.
40 minutes into the game, exactly.
Yeah.
The lane
do you
itself
think
should be really tough, though.
Yeah, it should be. I think they're going to struggle with the Fire Spirits off out of the Tiny. It's going to reduce the attack speed
Snapfire
to
and
nearly
Phoenix
nothing.
together. Insanely strong. A lot of fire, too.
Yeah. Do you guys genuinely feel like this Moonshard first item is genuinely good, Nomad?
I genuinely feel like it's genuinely good, yes. Genuinely, if you got a good enough start to the game, then you can genuinely just own people with it. It is greedy, obviously, the lack of stats, but it works. It works. I think you have to be aware that all you're going to be doing is running into the fight and killing one person, or running into a tower, hitting it, and then running away. It kind of just turns you into a mouse for a while, but a mouse that bites really, really hard, and then you can work on getting your BKB and stuff afterwards. But yeah, I do think the Echo Saber is still hard to beat.
Black, about you?
I personally like it just because it is his only weakness, right? And then after that, you itemize into a Blink Dagger usually, which takes care of his other weakness. And like if you compare to the Midas that we've seen so much, it's like light years ahead, right? Echo Saber is the other valid option that I agree with as well. But like if you want to go super greed, then it's definitely Moonshard.
But do you think since they've nerfed the damage numbers, it's going to make the Moonshard build less popular because you want the extra damage that Echo Saber gives you now?
How much damage was it actually is the thing. Like it was 10% of 3 grab damage, which was like 40% grow bonus damage with 3. So does that mean that the 110 damage gets amplified by 40%? Is that what they mean?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, that's how it is.
Yeah.
Or is it just the
110.
tree damage that gets amplified because it's 20?
Your attack damage when you're holding a tree, everything gets amplified.
Okay. I think it's probably still valuable because they picked it in response to the Chaos Knight, right? So they obviously wanted to clear those illusions. I think it's still gonna go Moonshot because there's also not really been a whole lot of time to really experiment otherwise.
All right, well, my final question to each of you in the second game of the series is who do you think is going to win this one? An incredibly easy question for a host to ask. Nomad, I'll start with you. Why? Please show your work.
I think LGD have got this draft figured out, honestly. So yeah, I mean they've just got a bit of advantage. The team fight seems slightly better with this kind of Faith Beyond and Snapfire combo. It looks really nice. The Omni's pretty good as well. Yeah, I kind of like what they're putting down here. A little fight for the runes here, but Monet is able to grab the bounty.
I'm just gonna agree because I really don't like the support duo as well. Like Shadow Demon and Pugna, you have saves, sure, but your early game movement is gonna be so crippled. We'll have to come all in the Pango. There's way too much pressure on Ori.
Yeah, well, we'll see if PSG LGD have the return to the top here. They're already up 1 game. PSG LGD versus Aster, game 2. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Neff. Yes, indeed, a very important grand finals for these teams. Their chance to make it to TI will be amplified very greatly if they can win this game. But for LGD, it's still looking like it's a pretty sure thing for them at the moment. But they still want to be top of their region. They want to leave no doubt that they are the best team in China.
Yeah, I'm just worried about Faith Bien and how practice he is on his Phoenix, because it's not a hero you see, all too often in the offlane. So his performance is going to be very important in this game, because obviously they last picked it, they put a lot of stock into it. It is very strong this game, but he will have to perform accordingly.
Yeah. I mean, what does it offer from the offlane then? Because obviously, you're now lacking in stuns. You're kind of lacking in that initiation which you want from your offlaner. But then again, you've got the DK in mid who kind of has that covered. So what does the Phoenix offer instead?
Wait, hold it real quick maybe. Wise taking a lot of damage. Provoker too. Nah, they're both gonna be fine. Like it's a pure damage offlane, really. Like it gives us a little bit of sustain to your other heroes as well, of course, but the Sunray, the fast vessel he should be itemizing into, and then like the Radiance after. Oh, can he get the flyaway? Oh, he missed the tree, didn't click on the hero.
Yeah, that is.
If you clicked on the hero, I think it would have been dead maybe.
Yep.
But yeah, it's I like Phoenix a lot. Like if you're a Phoenix expert, it's a lot of damage. And now the Pugna.
Yeah, got the Scatterblast on him as well. Faith Beyond doesn't really have any spells to offer to this one, so again, everyone's just surviving in this game so far. Everyone getting very low, but no one actually dropping.
Very close though. But yeah, this CK is never gonna get pressured out of this lane. Between the Chaos Strike sustain and the Heavenly Grace, there's absolutely nothing you can do to stop him from farming.
Yep. He went Heavenly Grace first, actually.
Yeah. It's really just how you play Omni Knight now. I let my carry free farm, because the enemy can't harass him. It's a very cool concept.
Yep.
What itemization are you expecting from the Phoenix? I like Vessel and Tushivas the most, personally, but maybe there's something else he likes.
Yeah, I think Shivas are really important for both teams here. Probably more so for Aster, but that would be my guess. BKB might be required though, because you're playing against the Mars and the Panga. You know, there's a lot of initiation there, even the Tiny as well. The ability for them to burst in before he can get off his egg is pretty damn high. So an Aeon or a BKB might be considered after the Vessel, but obviously you go Vessel first because it's Phoenix.
Yeah, and this Vessel is going to be very strong timing potentially. Don't really have to wait to dispel it at all. Oh, double courier snipe on the bottom. Always very painful. That means now your lane is a whole lot weaker for a while. Mid lane, trading farm. Very interesting lane.
Yeah, Pangolier versus DK. I mean, there's a possibility for the Pangolier to perhaps catch the DK out, but it's going to be very, very tricky to bring him down low enough to really offer any kill threat. I imagine these guys will just trade it out for the time being, but yeah, in the China region, we usually see them rotating pretty top lane. Q being bullied around a little bit, and that's going to be a first blood. Monet with the toss back play onto PQ, getting a kill here onto the Snapfire. That's a pretty big deal.
Also, I like the adjustment of not maxing the ward straight away, but going 2 levels in the Nether Blast. I feel like partners were too focused on just.
Careful, he's
Wait, you're just dead though.
Okay. Not respecting the fire spirits at all there, level 2.
Yeah, he got like 4 of them in his head.
Yep.
Never praise players. Chaos Knight getting harassed a little bit, but again, he should be fine. I said nice body blocks and having a grace.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, and then Omni comes along.
And the lifesteal from the crits. Let's go. Okay, I'm going to other lanes again. Mid lane, actually, nothing to say. Nah, he's gonna try to. This DK is actually killable though, because he went very heavy into the Breathe Fire. It's a Dragon Blood. So you'll have to be a little bit careful. It won't be as strong at level 6, but he will farm a lot faster.
Yeah, PQ just comes in and gives him a Nether Ward. Now nothing to say. He's like, oh, well, I guess I'm not really doing much for the next minute or so. Thanks.
Yeah, but this is really the reason why Pango mid is so strong. Like you have 2 very strong nukes in lane that lets you just farm out every wave really easily. And once you're 6, you have a very strong rotation ability as well. What's he gonna go for? Probably Maelstrom, right?
Seems likely.
Oh, Ori's getting corrosive breath a little bit.
He's getting breathed on. What is the difference maker between the choice to go for Diffuse and the choice to go for Maelstrom on Pangolier?
Maelstrom is when you're looking more for scaling and just overall damage output, which I think would be very useful this game because the supports don't offer a whole lot. Diffusal is more if you're looking for skirmishes when you're like, trying to slow them down a lot. Because it will help you a lot with hitting Rolling Thunder multiple times. But it doesn't help you to scale as much as Maelstrom does, of course.
Right, yeah.
He's actually choosing to go into Diffuser Blade, okay? I mean, they are very mana dependent on the Radiant, so that does make sense too. I just worry that the damage early game without that Javelin might not be enough. Some of those ganks.
Yeah. Especially versus the Chaos Knight illusions as well. I'm struggling to see what they're really going to use to bring those down at the moment. I guess the Tiny will eventually deal with them, but... Oh dear. Getting burnt down for the time being. They've got the toss there as well, and that is a dead Snapfire once again. Aster dominating this top lane at the moment.
Gotta say, it's very uncharacteristic from of Xingqiu to die like that twice. Usually he's a little bit more safe, or rather he's the one bullying most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, a bad start to his game is going to mean that he's not really going to be as greedy through the mid game, which is very much characterization of his gameplay. But we do see games where he does take a backspace and he does turn into a true pos-4. He's just capable of mixing up when the pace requires for it.
Yeah, or maybe he will be even more greedy now that he's poorer. You know, he's like, give me space! I died twice for your sins. CK obviously going to the armlet. The item is also way too strong. Like, 75 damage for what, 2.6k gold? Okay.
Build up is so good as well.
Yeah,
Take
together
on
with
his Helm Lion well.
Oh, I think he's actually bottom here now. They're looking for kill potential, but there is a defensive arena possibility as well, so shouldn't really be able to find anything here.
Yep. No, just waiting to see if maybe they go aggressive or maybe they come to contest something there, but it doesn't happen. They also have this observer ward behind the tower, but
he burst
over
up
in
the
the
egg.
top side of the map, oh my god, that is a dead Pugner, that's for sure.
It's a very fat Phoenix too.
Yeah, Faith Beyond is rolling. I mean, Snapfire is at bottom and Faith Beyond gets a solo kill. That should never ever happen.
Yeah, it's PQ already really disrespected him before, you know, must have happened again, where he's just like, yeah, come trade with me, oh, I'm dead. Pangoli
Yeah,
roll
pretty
top
much.
potentially. They probably don't have the burst damage, they will have to cancel the Icarus dive, but they got decent abilities to do so.
Surely they have to get this kill now. They've given Faith Beyond too much, now they need to take it away from him. They really want Monet to be able to get in close to land the stun or something, but Faith Beyond might not let that happen, and they actually see two heroes on the sidelines instead, so they're just going to drop everything onto these two, but Xinkyu still alive for the time being, but will get rolled down by the looks of it. Xinkyu to fall, and I think Nothing to Say might be suffering a similar fate here, as it's PQ who gets a double kill. They catch them out, going for the counter rotation, but just jumping on them a little bit too quickly there, and with no Soken over there, was very, very hard for them to actually fight that.
I wonder if they actually, were looking for that, because they didn't go on the Phoenix. They were waiting there for quite a while, so they must have read the map quite nicely. Maybe they even saw them move there, the ward, but I'm looking for the ward, I can't really find it. They were smoked, right? Or did they just walk there?
I'm not sure. They weren't smoked when they jumped on them, obviously, but
because the op spot there would have definitely seen them otherwise, which would also make sense why they didn't jump onto the Phoenix.
Hard to say, but either way, LGD caught with their pants down by Aster, and yeah, it does look like Monet is going for the Moonshard build. He's got the Sage's mask, but he's going to stop there and queues up the double Hyperstone, so...
Yeah, I think in this game it might actually be a necessity, just because they have no egg killer otherwise. Like, Pango can't even hit the egg during his Rolling Thunder, and Mars is like, you're okay once you have BKB, but also not really something you can do reliably. There's a big Ancient stack waiting for Monedo.
But there is just so many stacks being made for Monet at the moment. Although XXS comes in and takes it, so there's some stacks being made for Monet at the moment. XXS just wants his blink.
I like that I prioritized it a little bit, because he will be the playmaker together with the Pangolier, so makes perfect sense that you want to accelerate his timing.
Yeah, I think allocation of stacks really comes down to whether you believe a hero is capable of solo carrying a game. And it's possible, but unlikely. You know, it's a team effort here, and they really want to get that Blink Dagger online to enable themselves a bit more in these fights. And this mid lane push is being thoroughly diffused by Aster here. They've got double damage on Ori as well, which is really going to diffuse the effort for LGD. So they'll get themselves back. A very quiet laning phase, honestly. There's been quite a few kills, but overall, no one's suffering super badly or anything. It's been pretty chill. Oh no. They're talking about no one suffering very badly. He's uses the dive onto the Pugner. I was kind of surprised he didn't just drop the supernova again.
Oh, the kisses are
Trying
coming.
to burn him down. Oh, dance! Oh,
Nope, you're dead.
Okay.
Too much fire,
All right.
man. Too hard of a bullet game. Definitely developed in Japan. They love these hard ones.
Yeah. Bit of bullet hell for Pugner there.
Right, left. Ah, start from the beginning. And Y is just soaking up some experience in a pretty unlikely to be spotted in position.
And they're looking to
Usually
trade the safe lane towers at the moment.
Yeah. Phoenix already into the vessel. And XSS is also massive, so his blink is gonna be online momentarily. And his mass is also very strong usually. So. The mid tower is also burning down though. They can't just give this up for free.
Ooh, no, this is a pretty big deal. You
It's
leave
pretty
the
much
dragon
gone.
unattended, and this is what will happen.
Oh, but there's a fight.
Bottom.
The vessel.
Yeah, they want to get the counter rotation on the blink in from Nothing to Say right on top of XXS, and they
God.
just tear him apart. Baboka just walking away as if nothing happened here, and I don't think they'll be able to bring him down as well. There's going to be a lot of damage from that Spirit Vessel.
Top pressure the other way.
Yeah, mid. They're doing exactly the same
in.
thing.
No, doesn't want to dive there.
Nah, they're chilling, they're chilling. Both sides getting very low, but nothing to say. Comes wrapping around the sidelines here. He's right on top of the Pugner, stunned up, taken down. Scatterblast to finish the job, but Ori jumping on through 2 heroes, but Faith Beyond, he's going to heal everyone up with a beautiful Sunray blade. That just blazing through them and healing them all the way up.
Yeah, and mid tower also gone. And suddenly a whole lot of map control goes to the side of LGD. Surprisingly though, the gold lead is not really big at all.
No, it's not. I think that kind of comes down to the fact that they've just made these stacks, and Monet and XXS has just been farming them up pretty damn well.
Oh, Monet just finished the big stack. I didn't even see that. Yeah, the Ancients are gone.
Yeah.
Very big Rockman now. And soon to be even
yes, they
bigger.
have these amazing timings, right? They've got this Blink Dagger on XXS coming out at 14 minutes, which is really good.
Yeah. Yeah, the Diffusal too.
Moonshot.
Last game they really
Monet.
struggled though to use their timings for anything, so I hope this time around they can find more successful ganks. Because again, they're smoked up, but they're not really gonna find anything.
I don't know. There is a tiny, but Monet, he's a smart guy.
Yeah, and Y is potentially in trouble too. Spear, gone.
Very, very dead. Now the Pugner's just going to sit here in the trees, blasting away at this tower, dismantling it one blast at a time.
You know, this CK against Tiny matchup becomes really, really bad for CK in the late game. Like, he just clears all the illusions in a matter of seconds when he has like 3-4 items. Oh, that's awesome.
Goodness, they just unleash onto Maboka, and now they look towards XXS as well. I don't think he's got a way out of this one. Just drops the arena, turns it around, and in comes PQ, saving the Mars for the time being. But Faith Beyond, he's looking to finish what he started here, but he won't be able to do so. The Mars gets away. PQ turning around, draining away at nothing to say. Nothing to say, though. He's getting very, very low. Does get finished off by the Pangolier, but now gets sucked into the CK here. Ame arriving to the fight, but does not want to fight with the Rockman. He backs himself away, and Aster are going to leave the enemy jungle. They've bitten off as much as they can here, though. Nice little dodge there on Zincu and Ori. But yeah, they'll respect it. They'll get back. So once again, a lot of respect being shown from both of these teams to each other here. They know to stay to their side of the map.
Yeah, and XXS also making it out on like 20 health. Almost killed by Faith Beyond. These fights are pretty close, and the carries aren't really getting involved yet. So whoever's going to get involved first and more successfully at that is definitely going to catapult the team to a pretty decent lead. What is the CK building into? He went for the Echo Saber route. Okay, it's a pretty rare one to see nowadays. But not a bad item, of course.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when they want to have just like a ton of early game influence, this does seem to be the choice to go for the Armlet and the Echo, but yeah, it feels... Whoa.
Just in time.
Damn, he must have a very, very expensive gaming chair, because
he's going to be under the water again, though. Sharp. They see him again, and he's running right into them now. Oh, and now he's running right out in.
Okie dokie, turn around. That's what it's all about. He's being burnt down. This Sunray doing a ton of damage, but I think one is
burning too.
Oh, with the backlines, they found nothing to say. Can they finish him off here? I think they might be able to. Nothing to say. He's being healed up. It's going to get taken down, actually, by PQ. Not a friendly life drain at all, as they get the kill onto the Dragon Knight instead. Aster with the beautiful move. Dude, Monet just carrot and stick them so hard. He was like, oh, guys, I'm showing on your vision. He knew exactly what he was doing there. That was beautiful, honestly.
Yeah, rare miscommunication, honestly, from LGD. Like, usually nothing to say would be right on that with the rest of his team, but he was trying to look elsewhere. And then they split on two fronts, and unfortunately paid a price for it. But during all this time, Arme has been farming up a Storm. It's just, again, I don't like this matchup at all. Going into late game, like CK and this Tiny. I would love to see them put up the pressure a little bit here and there. Now Phoenix also no vessel charges. That's a pretty rough one.
Into the pit, but Aster like literally right outside it. So I don't think they're going to get away with this one. Innocence, he's probably going to get his innocence taken away from him right now as PQ just sucks him down here, but he's actually going to escape.
Not dead.
And now
he's
turn
dead.
around. No,
Fabian too.
They're in deep for this one. They want to try and fight this. Aster on the front lines here. PQ just healing them up right moment, but they do have to walk through the flames. But look at the damage coming out onto this. CK, the carry is gonna fall, and Aster take another one. 3 heroes fed away to the side of Aster, and now they look towards Roshan. They want to take down the big boy for themselves. And I don't think there's anything which LGD can do about it.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by the decision making of LGD right there. They don't have any strong timing, like they have no BKBs. They're almost level 12 on Phoenix. They don't have that quite yet. Same with the DK. They kind of just ran into their own anti-timings and they get punished for it very nicely by Aster. Like, I'm not quite sure what they were thinking. They're like, okay, let's just run into the pit.
Yeah, it's a crazy call there. You got to be dropping a question mark.
For sure. I mean, I said I would love them to do something. Not that. They're like, oh, well, what do you say, Black? You want us to do something? Okay.
Oh no, TK trying to run away. Oh, they... Okay.
PQ might be dead dude. Bye.
He is. Might as well be his name at this point. He loves a good old death.
Yeah. Now they take over the triangle again. No, you block those ancients, guys. You can't farm them. How's Pangolin looking? Going straight into BKB. Okay, I like that. Just very safe and stable.
Are you surprised to see the CK keeping up so well? In fact, surpassing the Tiny by quite a margin, honestly.
The thing is, he hasn't really been getting involved at all, and off cooldown, he has always been using Phantasm to farm.
Yeah.
So he's doing a good job being efficient. Ori, he has Rolling Thunder.
Actually, Omni is getting absolutely saved by Faith Beyond there, so it's just XXS to fall.
Yeah. I mean, this is how you kind of should play carry CK. Like, whenever it's off cooldown, just use Idus to farm, because they can clear out a camp or two by themselves. It's basically a bad version of Naga. You know, where when you play CK, you feel really bad not using it for anything. You know?
Yeah.
So you're like, yeah, I want to use it. Better to farm than not to use it while looking for like a really good fight. But yeah, now with his BKB on, I do think he's gonna keep that Phantasm a little bit more just to fight with it.
Yeah.
Won't be as liberal anymore.
As you can see, he disassembles that Echo Saber, and now he just has an Oblivion stuff, but it means you can just spam his spells out a little bit more.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Also, Tiny looking, closing on BKB as well. That's really the scary timing when CK's illusions just die super fast to Tiny. He gets one more damage item after that, and you gotta kill everyone around the Tiny as a CK. You gotta avoid the Tiny.
Yeah, he's such a beast.
Easy. Once there's a Pugna there too.
No, it's not, but at least he hasn't gone for the Shadow Blade or the Blink, so getting into the fights for the Tiny is actually pretty difficult at this point.
It is. He's going full, just staying power in the fight. And he's gonna hope that the Penguin Mask can set him up to success.
So you see this as like a huge trust in his teammates here from Mono?
Yeah, but it's also very much necessary, right? Because, as I said, they have no egg killer. Without BKB, he will never be able to reliably kill the egg. Once that's up, they actually have an answer to Faith Beyond. And he should be really scared of actually egging next to the Tiny once that BKB is out.
Absolutely, yeah. He'll just tear him apart, but it's PSG LGD looking for the aggression here. They jump in, they find that target immediately, unleashing onto PQ. Can they bring him down in time? He force stuffs away, and he does get burnt away eventually. Innocence, meanwhile, just sitting inside the arena with his friends, drops a Guardian Angel. They turn around, they're looking for the Tiny. Monet needs some help, and he's not going to find it.
If they get him twice,
get taken down.
He has no tree now, so he's very weak.
They need to find a way back to help out this Tiny here, but he's got no BKB, he's got no tree, he's got no friends, he's got no life, he's just gone straight away. LGD tear him apart. And now, the fight's still going on. Aster is still kind of hanging around with this one, or he might be able to get himself a cheeky pick up onto Jinkyu, but it will be his life if he does decide to do that, so he decides that it's worth more than that, and rolls himself to safety instead.
Wow, he actually picked up a Mage Slayer on the Chaos Knight. Now that's very interesting. Not entirely sure why. It's a decent carry item now. And I guess he wants to build to a Bloodthorn at some point. It's just they don't have a heavy amount of magic damage, right?
We've seen this before and I can't remember where.
Huh. Yeah, the only thing I would think about is the like Soul Catcher, but it's pure damage. It's HP removal.
Is this
it's a good item
versus PSG LGD game one?
Yeah. I like Mage Slayer. I think it's very underrated too. 20 damage, 20 attack speed. Solves your mana problems.
Yeah, yeah. So this is the this is the same build which Monet did against LGD in
also on CK?
game 1 in the upper bracket. Yeah, on CK. So you disassemble the Echo Saber and then you rebuild the Oblivion Staff, and it only costs you 900 gold to turn the Oblivion Staff into a Mage Slayer. So it's like super cheap.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like a no-brainer at that point.
Yeah. So
yeah, I mean it's very strong, right? What it does.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's not the best in this game in particular, I don't think, but it's still nothing to laugh at.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really efficient, I think. That's the biggest thing. It goes from being, compare Oblivion Staff to the Mage Slayer, right? Like, Oblivion Staff gives, like, 15 days. It gives you some all-round nice stats, but then the Mage Slayer just, like, busted up a ton.
Yeah,
so
it's upgradable
a huge
too.
Step up.
And it makes the illusions a whole lot more tanky too.
Yep. It's honestly kind of crazy. Like this is a very nice build.
So Phoenix also has his BKB, but the shard is going to be very important for Faith Beyond, where you can sunray through the supernova. I'm really scared for the egg though. It might just become scrambled egg real quick in the next team fight.
Yeah, mine. It's a delicate egg. It's a Fabergé.
5-man smoke. They know this, but they might be a bit too fast on LGD.
Let's see if I PQ first again. This could be huge. He 4 staffs away and gets the Decrepify off onto himself. XXS also able to get off the BKB, so no one's going to get bursted straight away. But Aster are on the defensive. They're trying to get away. The Pugna still being beaten by the illusions, and the kisses from the sidelines catch them out. And now those BKBs are gone. Aster are sitting ducks. Disruption comes out, buying them a little bit more time, but they'll turn around. They'll deal with the Shadow Demon next, but both with the full XXS trying to get away on the sidelines.
Oh, why,
this one. And I think they are going to be able to survive.
What? Yeah, pull it away from him.
Very cute, very cute. The Shadow Demon illusions just murdering the Omni Knight almost.
And all that for 2 support kills. Reminds me of Thanos. All that for a drop of blood.
There's a lot of action, a lot of oldies thrown at each other. And honestly, I feel like Aster might be the team who are kind of like taking a breath after that one, because that was a scary, scary jump from LGD. They are just pouncing on them right now.
If Mars dies there, he was really close to dying. Then this fight is very lopsided.
Yeah. I really feel like they need this Blink Dagger on the Tiny now. I don't know if BKB or Blink was correct. I feel like BKB is probably correct. But yeah, like they can't do anything at the moment. They need him to be able to just get into the fights, find a pick.
Or you went in there.
Oh my god. That is brave. I don't think they can save him. Yeah, PQ. Yeah. You know when PQ's running away? That's when you've really messed up, because PQ is the most balls to the wall player I know. Yeah. And when he's backing out, you know you're in a bad place.
Very greedy from Ori to not pop his BKB there. Like, he obviously saw the Chaos Bolt, but he was like, I can BKB after. Oh, I'm stunned from a Snapfire. I'm starting to sweat a bit here. I'm dead.
Yeah, not even gotten time to sweat.
Yeah. Pretty lucky, honestly, that Roshan didn't respawn. If it was a fast Roche respawn, they would have gotten it for free on LGD.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they instantly went into the pit after. It's like, hey, it's time. Ah, it's not here. Oh, he's going straight with pressure on the Mars. Just wants to have that arena coverage out for pretty much the whole team fight. CK almost hard done. It's going to be a big power spike for him.
Jesus, he is so farmed. I don't know how Ame is doing this, man. Like, he is just farming, farming a Tiny who basically had a free game.
Man, he's one creep away from the broken 20 talent, where BKB doesn't matter against CK anymore. But he doesn't quite have it yet. Kill one creep. Yeah, he pings it out. Go, 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 go.
Kill. Ori, he's cooking it up. He commits a Rolling Thunder. They think they're in the pit. Ooh, okay. Sometimes you go bowling and you just throw it down the wrong lane. It happens.
Roshan's gonna respawn in 20, they don't have Rolling Thunder. I don't know if they saw it though, they didn't have a ward down.
Yeah.
If they knew, I think they would just go straight for the pit. But they still are planning to.
Yeah, it's 4 seconds till Roche is up, so this is gonna be bad for sure.
The big problem is Pigu gets jumped every time right now. They have to be very careful in protecting him.
Oh, and then they go. XXS going to make the jump here. They just want to bring down the Omni Knight as soon as possible. Monet going to even throw in his life into this one as well. And they won't get killed. But look at Arme just tearing apart the Tiny. They'll get the disruption out onto him for the time being. But when he comes out the other side, he's going to get dragged back in. And Arme will take him down. Pugner with the buyback here, but I'm not sure it's going to make much of a difference as Aster, they come scurrying back, regrouping after that one. But it is LGD who do take the fight, but they lose too as well. They did lose the Phoenix in the end there, so.
Yeah, it was actually just the Pango and Mars killing the egg through their BKBs. But again, like, you gotta be a little bit more liberal with your BKB usage. Like, sure, you have a Shadow Demon to potentially bail you out, but he can't be everywhere. Like, if he pops BKB straight away there, he won't die. Second time now, they just hold for that perfect BKB moment, and it just doesn't really present itself. I'm a little bit scared for the damage output later on. Like, DK is going into this overwhelming blink. He's sitting at 4k. CK is sitting at 4k. Even Snapfire is at 2.2k, and that's without the Heavenly Grace. With Heavenly Grace, CK is going to sit at like 5k, close to it. Look at ThinkQ, 3k HP just rocking it. What? I did it for Roche.
It's normal.
But do they want to make the same mistake again as they did before?
Who, LGD or Aster?
LGD, because they did this and they got wiped last time.
Well, let's see. Ori, he's the first one into the pit, immediately getting stunned up, and he's got this BKB. The disruption is there to help him out, and they'll turn their attention towards XXS instead. He does have this arena, but he's just being saved by PQ. But Pugner in a bit of an awkward one here, but the 4-star back up to the high ground, going to keep him alive for the time being. Now, LGD are going to regroup in this pit. They want to keep the pressure on Aster. They want to say, keep coming, but actually, Aster really haven't used much. This was definitely a kind of fake go for them. They still have a lot of their ultis. LGD, they recognize this, and they back themselves out of that pit.
Yeah, CK also no ult available. Without ult, CK is just a fraction of his power, obviously. So they definitely want to wait for that. And the BKBs are going to be up in 40. Pretty much in line with the CK ults. Next fight should very much be around the Roche pit again.
Very, very tense, but...
he has to be really careful on why. Like, why cannot get picked up first. His Guardian Angel is absolutely paramount to keeping the CK illusions alive.
Yeah, absolutely. Monet jumping in, looking to start this fight here. They have the arena down. They actually spear up the DK. In the backlines, Ori just trying to take down Innocence, but in the front, it is Monet who's looking to take down this Supernova, but he's losing his life.
He can't do it,
he's gonna fall. Supernova's not gonna die. Oh, it's awful for Team Aster here as they just get pulled apart by the side of LGD as they now turn their attention towards Roshan. They'll take that Aegis. Oh no, it looked good for a moment, and then it looked really, really bad.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit frustrating to see that they don't pop the BKBs preemptively. Again, he walked in without BKB. The only reason why this even happens is because he had to get disrupted. He couldn't hit the Phoenix Egg for like a good 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, they keep getting burned by holding their BKBs. This cannot happen multiple times in a row. And now LGD has a massive lead.
Yep, 11k gold advantage. Aegis on this CK who hit his hard timing at a ridiculous pace. It's really looking like Aster, they are in a tricky old position in this game.
Yeah.
Not done yet, but it is tough.
This tankability on the Radiant, like, even if the egg goes flat, okay? Like, this fight will still be very one-sided after that.
You reckon?
Yeah, because, like, he died pretty much before getting the last hit of the egg, right? Like, Tiny is still gonna be dead, and like Phoenix didn't do a whole lot after the egg popped.
Yeah. Tiny was in a whole lot of trouble. Yeah. Did you see who was chasing PQ off the fight? Because I didn't see. He wasn't able to get off a heal, huh?
No, I didn't actually see. Right? It's just so hard to do though in a supernova as well, right? Because like you're losing health from a life drain while also taking all that popping damage all the time, the ticking damage. And now Bloodthorn is done on a CK, so we're gonna see a lot of red numbers. I hope you like the color red.
What's your favorite color, Black?
Blue.
Not what I was expecting. Guess technically black's not a color, so.
I mean, black is a nice color too. It's very general and generic, right?
Yeah.
CK.
Honestly, I'm not going to be that person like, oh, black is a shade. Like, no, black is a color. Like when you're painting your wall, you're not going to go into the paint shop. Oh, can I get the black color paint? Ori's paint. Oh my god, not again, Ori. He's still in some trouble here. He's got the BKB and the jump away, but there's so much damage coming his way. That CK illusion just chasing him down, but they will turn around and get rid of it. Meanwhile, the arena comes down, if anything, just to slow things down and give him the chance to breathe. Ame is taking some heavy hits on the front lines, but he's got the Aegis, so that doesn't really matter. Aster backing themselves out, but Boca gets caught in the flames and the fire, and now Tiny under the tier 4, still just getting beaten in. There is no mercy being shown from LGD in this game 2 as they secure it. GG's are called, and it's going to be a second game in the specified grand finals going the way of PSG LGD. My goodness.
Yeah. It's masterful Dota of theirs. It's masterful drafting. Like, this is the LGD that we're so afraid of. I fail to see how Aster actually bested them 2 series in a row right now. They just seem to be behind.
It's a big difference, Smith.
Absolutely. Just about baited myself. You saved me there, Nomad. Excellent job. And I was going to say, it's exactly what the match ticker told us to begin with. They tried to warn us ahead of time. 2-0 for PSG LGD, and this is exactly what ended up happening. So
it did. On the back of another very strong draft. I think you don't know how to deal with the tankiness of these lineups. Ban the Omni Knight. Like, do not get burned 3 times in a row. They tried the first time, they were like, okay. Second time we'll pick a little bit more damage, but they get burned again by the exact same thing. They just do not have the damage.
Yeah, in a lot of those fights, you made an excellent point of highlighting this. They struggle to deal with the CK illusions. Fight again. The Tiny is supposed to be able to clear that out, but not with the Guardian Angel. The Pango had to try to deal with them on the back line, struggled to be able to do that. Then they had the Supernova they had to deal with as well, and they could never take that one down because they had no heroes that were amazing for it. These drafts in PSG LGD just seem to pick apart all the weaknesses on the side of Aster. They've been doing an amazing job at that in these series here. And the game was relatively even up until they were fighting into each other. I'd say both teams came out of the lanes relatively even. I would even give a slight advantage to Aster because they ended up building a bunch of stacks for Monet, like you mentioned, but they knew exactly how they needed to fight into them on PSG, doing an amazing job of doing so. What would you say that they could have done a little bit differently that game? You think they could have played faster or something like that, Nomad? It just felt like there was no way for them to win these fights with how LGD executed it.
So I think they needed to take the game in a different way, Aster. I feel like they kind of ended up playing LGD's game, where LGD had this fantastic team fight and Aster just couldn't really meet it, especially backed up by this massively strong CK. I think if you could have gone the Blink Dagger on the Tiny and maybe found some pickoffs and played like a more kind of, 2v1.
Interesting
2v2.
to say that now after you praised the Moonshard at the beginning of the game. Both of you, in fact, were pro Moonshard. Curious.
I said Echo Saber. I wanted to see Echo Saber at the start of the game when the Moonshard came. I mean, I still like Moonshard on the hero. I don't think that was the issue. But I think since the damage changes, maybe it makes the temptation to go for Echo Saber a little higher. But yeah, I think the biggest problem wasn't the Moonshard or the Echo. It was the BKB, rather than going for like a Blink or a Silver Edge or something in order to get some pick-off potential coming out. Because after they just didn't... None of the plays they made really ended up bearing any fruit for them, which was a shame, and why this game looked so convincing for LGD.
Yeah. Like what would you say first time they had... sorry, just really quick on that, where you mentioned the BKB. That first fight they had in the triangle, where they actually lost the Tiny, I think that was the beginning of the end, because he was looking for that really fast BKB timing, and they caught him like 500 gold off the recipe. If he completes that, this fight goes completely differently.
Yeah, and he had the Aegis for that one as well. That was exactly what I was going to bring up. I was going to say, what do you think the moment where everything went wrong was? And it was that invasion of the triangle where the Tiny had the Aegis. He gets back up. He mentioned he's incredibly weak without his tree after he goes down. Same sort of thing as like a DK or a Sven.
Yeah,
without their ultimates.
I do think that if you get an Aegis like that, you definitely change your item build. I don't think BKB is necessary anymore after that. You want to take things in your own hand. You go for a faster blink and use that Aegis to accumulate the gold advantage to get that BKB with that Aegis. I think there was a big mistake on his itemization because they just let them farm freely, and then he even died before finishing his BKB. So it was like bad got worse, just because of that.
Yeah, this was things going their way. They moved in the Roche pit to out this one. Excellent play for them, but then not long after them, this is the play you were talking about here. Managed to catch Tiny inside the triangle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's again, like Aster is. They did this in game 1 as well. They're not recognizing that they are going to have a lot of damage issues if they just let PSG LGD farm away freely. Again, the itemization too. He goes hard, he goes Mage Slayer, he goes BKB, he goes Overwhelming Blink on DK, plus BKB. They're all just tanking up all the time because they know they're gonna run into damage issues unless they're ahead in gold.
Yeah. And damage issues they definitely had, as well as issues with dealing with this supernova. There's one team fight over by the Roche pit. I believe that was the 31-minute mark.
Yeah,
We're not
after
quite
this
there
one.
yet. Yeah, it's the fight after this.
It's just that again, he doesn't BKB. Like Monet didn't BKB in like 3 fights. Like you gotta preemptively BKB. You cannot get Chaos bolted. The spell is so slow. You gotta be able to react to that. Like Shadow Demon can bail you out sometimes, but you can't rely on that all the time. Here again, he didn't pop BKB.
Yeah, and here's the one Omni Knight on the backside. Like he's not. I mean, eventually, again, they're not. Yeah, they can't get to the CK illusions. Monet finally gets on top of the egg. It's one hit from dying. You mentioned that even if they manage to take this one down here, very unlikely they end up winning the fight. Or everyone's like busy doing their own thing in this team fight. Nobody can really work together. Yeah, it feels like.
I don't know what you think about this, Nomad, but like this diffuser blade felt like a really big mistake as well. Like they were lacking damage, and not having this Maelstrom was really like you could just see the lack of damage. It was so obvious.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, we talked about the difference between the two. And yeah, I mean, it would have helped him scale. It would have helped him reach that Shivas quicker. It would have helped him, just kind of be a bigger impact in the early game and give them something to perhaps deal with those CK illusions a little bit better. But they didn't have that. They didn't have any of that. And I don't really know what the Diffusal Blade was aiming to achieve because I didn't really see anyone having mana problems. The egg was always going off without a hitch. Like, it's not like you have heavy mana cost spells to use like through the fights. Like, yeah, every hero can have mana problems, but yeah, I'm not sold on that one. I definitely think I would have liked to see the more scaling Pangolier, but there was a point where he looked very, very strong, but then he did just kind of fall off pretty massively.
Mm-hmm. We'll look at the scores real quick. I mean, you can see at a certain point they just struggled to fight into them.
Yeah. I would just chalk it up to like really just pure outplaying those team fights as well. Like Pagna was the one that was gone on in like 3 of those team fights first, which is really the guy that you don't want to be gone on at all. Like you want to have him sit in the back line, decrepify heroes, put down multiple wards, get those life drains out. But he was eliminated first every time. Just look at the Tiny's damage. Like both games, Monet has absolutely been struggling to put any amount of impact into the game, which is a bad sign. It's a bad sign. Like I spoke about how consistent I think he is. The last 2 games, not at all.
Which is, I mean, talk about consistency. Like this has not just been these regional finals. This has been the entire DPC season. Monet has consistently been, very low deaths, very high GPM, just super, super stable. He's been the core of Aster, honestly. And the fact that he's now kind of falling apart in these regional finals is a pretty worrying sign for Aster, kind of throws back shades to the days of them making it through to the the lands uncontested and then just completely falling apart. So a little bit of a big question mark coming up on me at the moment for them. But hopefully Monet can pull it together and they can give us an awesome game 3. That's certainly what I'm hoping for.
Yeah. Look at this Nav. It's just depressing. Like when you compare the two carries in both games, look at the tower damage that Tiny did. Less than 1,000. A Tiny.
We never had the chance to hit the buildings, man. How's he going to do tower damage if he can't make it over there? Is my question to you. Which is bizarre because on average, Monet actually does more tower damage than Ame. This is a stat I was looking at before we went into this series, at least for this batch. He's up him by like more than 1,000 tower damage per game.
I also want to mention the uprising of the Wraith Pact. I think both teams had one at the very end, and it's super mega counter to Tiny, right? Like it's such a high percentage of damage that he loses. Cancels Blink Daggers in the backline, and then 1,200 AoE. It's a very underrated item.
Yeah.
It's really good, It's really good.
Yeah, I'm glad that people are picking up a little bit more. It's now 30% damage up from the 25, and now that it finally does the actual 1,200 AoE instead of the 900 like it did before, less aura than Vladimir's offering, even though it was an upgrade to it. A direct upgrade was kind of curious. I don't know what that one was all about.
The coding went like 1,200, 900. This is perfect.
Yeah. And wasn't the default for auras like 900, so it was probably just on default or something like that?
It was. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're like, okay, we don't need to adjust it. Job's done. Everybody go home.
Yeah. Oh, we actually do need to adjust it. My bad. Sorry.
We might need to adjust what channels we're in as well, according to the admins.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go to your own channel, Nomad.
My own channel. I've been told off.
With that sorted, we are going to go to a short break and give our cast a chance to get themselves some water, stay hydrated for the next game. But you guys don't have long. But stay tuned, everyone. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. See you soon.
I only drink Gamer Girl bathwater.
Did we take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now? Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you'll find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold. That's what this waiting gold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink!
And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CN-DPC Regional Finals. We got Aster against PSG LGD, who are currently up 2 games in this best of 5. Now, Black, if you had to choose a favorite for this third game here, well, what team would you say? Who would your allegiance go to, for no reason in particular?
Yeah, completely unbiased opinion here for nothing that already might have happened just a couple of seconds ago. I'm going to have to go with LGD, just a gut feeling, something just get it. Oh, wow.
Oh, that's crazy. LGD anti-mage, wild stuff.
What? Oh my god, I did not know that happened.
Yeah, 2 picks into the draft for both sides already. We're well underway to the second ban phase, so we got the show on the road quickly, making up for a lost time with the previous series. Everyone is sick of waiting. Nomad, why don't you tell everybody why you love Brewmaster?
Brewmaster's great because you can throw out an ulti, and then your ulti ends, be like, oh, don't worry, I got another ulti. And then you can click refresh your orb, and you're like, oh, I got another ulti, guys. And then if that ulti ends up, well, you got another ulti available, so you can use that ulti. And if at any point you're in any risk at all of dying during your ulti, then you can just click a button and you don't ulti anymore. So and you just full health normal Brewmaster again. So that's why I like Brewmaster. He's a pretty broken hero, and I'm very surprised that PSG LGD let it through, but it seems like they have a plan with how to deal with it.
And you align against Black this game, despite the fact that you see an anti-mage on the other team? Or are you with PSG LGD?
Nomad, it's anti-mage.
Anti-mage. Is that the counter?
Yeah. Can you go against him? I mean, in lane, against Brewmaster is really good, because you can't use your pesky, annoying spells if you're out of mana, obviously. Partner is, like, anti-mage is Partner's biggest nemesis in the entire game. Like, this could actually also just be an offlane anti-mage. I think offlane anti-mage is amazing right now. You get this fast Vanguard. It's very, very hard to actually bring him down.
I think now is the time for both these teams to pull out the crazy strats, like the offlane anti-mage, given that, this is going to be the last match of the season that they're playing. It's very likely that we end up seeing a 7.32 patch after the major, right?
Dragon Knight. Yeah, I mean, probably for Aster, like just be real, right? This is a lot more important for Aster, just purely based on DPC points. So they are going to go all out with whatever they can right now. I think LGD definitely has some more room to experiment if they wanted to.
Yep. I would say important for both these teams, though, DPC points and prize money, of course. Riding on this match is... The Witch Doctor? You're laughing at it?
No, I like
You're laughing at it. Yeah, you saw the buff for this thing, right? The Maledict damage at level 1, up from 7 DPS to 12.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's pretty good, I would say.
It is. I like it. However, this TA pick and DK pick make this anti-mage look a whole lot less scary. And it also completely nullifies the option of putting that anti-mage in the offlane. You cannot lane into a TA.
Yeah, you just lose all your armor. She trades favorably against you with the right clicks. You would struggle quite a bit, but it's almost certainly going to be Brewmaster in 3, Dragon Knight in 2. Right? Unless they plan on running this Brewmaster in position 4, which you sometimes see.
It could be possible, like if they really want to ruin the anti-mage, it could be like a Slaughter, which would be very strong for their lineup as well. And hopefully they band it out on LGD, because Slaughter actually looks way too good here, doesn't it?
It does look very good.
Yeah.
They get rid of one of the other anti-mage classic counters, the Legion Commander, but Nomad, you sound like you got some thoughts. I interrupted you. I'm sorry. We haven't given you the chance to speak. You got a lot of intelligent things to say, I'm sure.
I mean, drafting, see hero, pick hero, that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, Slaughter's been super unpopular at the moment. So I'd be very surprised if we saw it. I do think it's good though. It's always nice as the answer to the anti-mage. There's no real hard anti-mage counters that have been coming out though. He's very good against some heroes. such as, for example, for some reason he's got a 71.5% win rate versus Bane over the DPC, which is kind of impressive. But otherwise, there's not so much it's coming on, which is interesting, I think, for Anti-Mage, because he's a very kind of, answer hero. You always have those games which are just the Anti-Mage games. Obviously, Sand King is the big one he's usually answering to, but that hero is very much dead. I'm interested to see how he does versus the Broodmaster. That really is my biggest question. Does he just destroy him in lane?
It's a very simple lane for AM. Like, you usually just trade level 1 or level 2. Like, you lose like 400 or 500 health or whatever, and then just trade it for all the mana of the Brewmaster, and then you just free farm after that.
So he struggles when he doesn't have like his Cinderbrew and his Thunderclap to fall back on.
Exactly.
Passive obviously not being as good right now, especially without other spells, right?
Yeah, and he also has a Witch Doctor to keep him always pretty healthy in the lane, so the trading doesn't become as unfavorable for him. But just Witch Doctor in general, I don't know how good or bad the hero is. Honestly, I haven't seen it for a long time, so they're definitely pulling out some stuff here that hopefully is well practiced, because that hero can be very hit or miss. Underlord against TA
was very good. Ooh, interesting. Wow. I mean, this does burn through the refraction charges reasonably quickly, but how well does it really do in lane? I mean, I feel like Templar Assassin just tears through him.
Yeah, should be super easy for TA, because the reflection bonus damage doesn't get reduced by Underlord. But I think Slaughter now just became even stronger. Like, you destroy Underlord, Kunkka, and Anti-Mage.
Can you really fit Slaughter into this draft, though? At that point, I think you have to basically run position 4 Brewmaster, right?
Yeah, which we have seen to recent success as well. Like, it's possible. Unless they want to pick a pos 4, which... What do we have there? Like a lion or something, potentially? Because some catch would be nice. They only have a Dragon Knight right now. You can't just rely on a Dragon Knight.
What's their best catch up against the Anti-Mage? Because, again, like you mentioned, until you have Blink Dagger, even once you have Blink Dagger, that alone by itself isn't enough to catch out these AM. What would you go here for, Black? What would you hate to play against? If you're
definitely Slaughter, because you can't counterspell him. Like, he bashes you, and then he, what's it called? The slam? Slithering crushes you.
Yeah.
Lifestealer?
Ooh. Very interesting.
Is it mid-TA?
Absolutely.
They are laughing on the side of Aster. They are having a great time.
Not what I was expecting at all. Definitely threw us a curveball there. Why are they so... I mean, they look happy. LGD, they look confused as to why this Lifestealer came out last. Is this really something that we should be worried about, Black?
I feel like you just gave Underlord a much easier time, and Anti-Mage also has a much better matchup now, because TA in the mid won't be farming nearly as much, which is usually where you rack up the tempo against Anti-Mage, right? You get the fast Deso into Roche time. It's not going to happen from the mid lane. I gotta admit, I really liked their draft until this last pick. Like, it didn't really solve any of their problems.
Did it create new ones, though, do you think, Nomad?
Maybe. I mean, I thought Lifestealer was alright versus Underlord. I mean, there are these like kind of two big strength heroes in the Kunkka and the Underlord, so I think it's a good Lifestealer game.
It is,
but yeah, I definitely see what Black's saying, right? Like, you don't have that kind of go in and stir shit up kind of hero like you want, like a Spirit would be, or something like that, who can kind of mess with them. The catch is still very, very limited on the Anti-Mage. I think you're really relying on PQ on his Brewmaster to pull out an insane performance here, which is, it's a lot of pressure to put on him.
It's a 5 Brewmaster even. Wow, I just saw that, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh my god.
Feels like it could be... I'm not sure what Aster are doing here. I mean, they're in the grand finals of the China region, probably one of the strongest regions, it seems at least, and they've pulled this out. This swap seems absolutely crazy. This seems like such a curveball. It might just work, but I don't understand at the moment, but hopefully I will.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see if this is a strat that they've been saving for the grand finals here when their backs are against the wall. Faster can reverse sweep them here. Beginning with this unusual lineup of PSG, LGD are going to close this one out with a quick 3-0. We'll find out now. Gas in the game, Black and Nomad. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much. Yes, this could be the final time if LGD have their way here as we move into game number 3 of these best of 5 grand finals here at the China region. Of course, this is the last chance of these teams to actually make some profits here in this,
they're running
in
into
the
Brewers, I hear.
DPC points, and they see the brew. They see the brew. We'll just right-click them once. Calm down, Black. I know it's very exciting. But
hey, it's a Shadow Shaman. Like if he goes and he goes like liar, you're just stuck there. Can't move.
You can see one cool thing he did do was he gave his Observer Ward to Innocence, and then ran up to the Brewmaster, and I think he deliberately ran through the outpost as well. So just pulling some mind tricks here. Monet has the rage. Oh dear.
You know that the rage of the water is so terrible.
This is gonna be punished in lane for sure.
Monet is cracking. Man, he has been cracking the last 2 games already. This is very strange.
What does he need? How does he calm down? What calms you down, Black?
Water.
Water. I think he has water.
Yeah. I hope he drank a lot of it too. No, but seriously, like having Rage level 1 now actually kind of ruins the lane against his Underlord. You have the trophy aura. You get righted by lifesteal for like 30 damage, if even. You don't care.
Very hard to last hit against him.
Yeah. And we will see how this game goes. I just feel like this last big lifesteal to me screams, oh my god, we wanna somehow scale into the late game better. Like we're afraid or something, you know? That's what it screams to me.
They want to give themselves a late game options because they're just not confident at the moment, perhaps, but yeah, it's an interesting call for sure as PQ takes heavy hits here up in the top lane. Meanwhile, down at bottom, we got the anti-mage laning up into XXS and Baboka. Hugner and the DK, so I mean, I imagine this safe lane tower is going to fall pretty damn quickly, right?
Potentially. I mean, there is a very strong rotation possibility from the Kunkka 666, and the new mana break against heroes like DK isn't bad at all. Ori,
mid lane, Ori is like
with.
literally behind the middle tower at the moment on the TA.
Yeah, most of the time on TA you wouldn't really skill meld early levels. I mean, it's decent against melee matchups, of course, but yeah, just look at his CS. Oh, he's actually doing fine. I was clicked on the wrong hero, I'm sorry. He's doing completely fine. Whatever I said is not true. I was on PQ for some reason. I thought
this guy's doing rubbish. He hasn't got a single last hit yet. Oh my god, nothing to say. Getting beaten down by Ori here, chased off thoroughly from the creeps.
Careful, there are 2 more cleave attacks.
Whoa.
Hey!
Whoa. Whoa.
Hey! I hate playing against Tia when that happens.
Nothing to say, playing a dangerous game.
Yeah, but he is a Kunkka. Once he's level 4, just X-mark yourself. You're gonna be happy, no problem.
Yeah, picks himself up the water rune as well, so yeah, he's gonna be a happy little pirate, and no worries at all. Nice prediction there on the turret as well, completely played him.
Yeah, like, water rune should heal Kunkka more, right? Because he's a pirate. He knows how to use it better.
He knows how to use water better.
Yeah.
I'm not sure anyone has the ability to drink water better than anybody else, but
you say
that. I'm not a scientist, so
exactly.
Could be wrong. Top lane.
Well, PQ is losing this. You're losing this, PQ. Careful.
Yeah, there's the shackles. Oh, look at that healing coming through. Oh yeah, Jinkyu. He's a big boy. Takes him down. First blood goes to the shaman.
Yeah, unnecessary. If I don't want to feed a player, it's definitely Jinkyu.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And also body blocks the lifesteal so he can't cancel the self. Nice.
Yeah, cute little plays coming out there for sure. And Monet, you know, he's not having the dream start to his lane. Leveling Rage level 1 in combination with the support now dying means that his last hits are going to suffer a little bit for it.
Yeah. And bot lane is actually going heavy into the aggression on the Witch Doctor. Are we going to see Maledict level 2? Hopefully. I love Maledict.
Yeah, I'd assume so. The last time we saw Witch Doctor play in this regional final, they did max the Maledict.
Now DK can die very easily. Like if Kunkka rotates, you get like a level 2 Maledict on the DK, he's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Dead as a dead dragon. Hehe.
Dragons are dead. Well, I guess they're not
you-
dead if they don't exist,
we don't
so-
know that. Hey, do not ruin my dreams, okay?
Oh, sorry.
I will be a dragon one day.
Take enough drugs, maybe, but
For a couple of hours, you can be a dragon.
yeah, definitely. Monet circling around on Jinkyu here. He wants his courier at the very least, so he'll take that, but Rage is used for that. Doubt he's going to get punished too hard. He'll take a pretty big beating with the Shackle Firestorm combo. Pretty annoying, that percentage-based damage.
It's a pretty nasty combo. That's another big problem they have, right? They don't have great ways of actually canceling their shackle. Imagine if DK gets shackled, everyone would be like, sorry, I can't help.
As mid lane's very entertaining to watch, though. Nothing to say is really trying to like predict Ori, and then Ori's trying to like do the unpredictable, and it's not all playing around the torrent. Very exciting.
You know what, Nomad? Oftentimes the unpredictable is the most predictable.
But then the predictable becomes the unpredictable.
They're throwing the boat down.
Logic. Oh my goodness, they're throwing everything down here. Yeah, Jinkyu coming in as well, but sees a counter rotations and says, never mind, but turns around, gets a shackle. She doesn't have the refraction up at the moment.
Who's gonna cancel it?
The job, but they need more damage. Oh no, they don't have enough. Big Maledict coming through from the Witch Doctor though, and that will finish off Ori. So this is a big play for PSG LGD. They're happy with this one.
Remember we just said, like, you get shackled and it's like, oh, please cancel it. Yep. Comes into play straight away. Nice Witch Doctor rotation too. You don't want to lose your TA like that. You need a very big TA very quickly against anti-mesh lineups generally.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing we're seeing here in this top lane is that Monet really can't just stand to sit here and trade with Faith Beyond with his Vanguard. He
Ori's here,
doesn't
though.
seem to be healing enough. But yeah, there's a big rotation from Ori, but Shinkyu's still around. They're even bringing a BT for this one, though, so they're all moving. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Faith Beyond will fall, and Jinkyu is unable to save. And now the body blocks coming out from PQ. Beautiful body blocks coming out from PQ here. This might set up for Jinkyu here.
Yeah.
That's another one.
I thought for sure he was going to TP on the Underlord, but probably doesn't want to die with a TP on cooldown. Would be worst case scenario.
Drops the curse's voice line, and they just respond with the boom and Aster lines. Very nice.
He's going straight Battle Fury, no threats.
Chad.
Okay, yeah, that's the power move. Kunkka is down here. We spoke about this rotation potential, and he's running straight into them. Goodbye.
Here it is, the old combo, and he's already got that Maledict upon him as well, so XXS will most likely be dying a painful death here.
Yeah, the Maledict did so much damage. And pop up. I was waiting for the king sound, but it wasn't 6.
Oh yeah, no, the Mana Void, aka kill securing ability.
Look at Monet, the tickling machine.
Tickle monster, actually.
Lifestealer, or like... I can't think of anything smart. You're the smart guy, please save me.
Life. Tickler. I'm not smart, Black.
Look at it go!
Bouncing around these coconuts, dropping down these Maledicts, and also dropping himself, as Ori just turns around and quickly eviscerates him. See you later, buddy. Ori's going to go and take his stacks. No's probably been warded here as well, so they'll be able to get that cleaned out pretty quickly also. Oh, look at all these stacks. Aster on the mark, making sure that they've...
Just like last game.
Yeah, they've got these to fall back on.
And that's gonna be a big money infusion for Ori. Who's already very rich.
So you reckon this is going to be the Blink Dagger?
Yeah, if you have another carry like that, you usually go Blink first. Unless it's like an Ember.
XXS gonna die down at bottom. Just taking
Everyone
the tunnel.
in the portal! Nidus Canal for any Stalker fans out there. Are you
Very
StarCraft
underrated
fan?
ability, in my opinion. I'm not, I'm afraid.
Okay. It's
before my
basically
time.
Nidus Canal, the Fiend's Gate.
Very cool. One thing I really like on Underlord now is getting the Wraith Pack totem, because Fiend's Gate gives you the 30% damage reduction if you just drop down the Wraith Pack totem as well. And that's 30% damage reduction produced by the enemy, so they don't stack multiplicatively, but rather additively, because they're different sources on doing different things, technically. So it's just flat 6% damage reduction, but Innocence is just getting beaten down here by Monet. Monet just not giving up, chasing the guy down and getting the kill onto the Witch Dogs there. Very nicely done. And actually, I might be sticking around for more. Boca, drop across the Nether Blast. He's very low though, so can't really get caught out by the Firestorm here. What is this?
He's just in creeps right now. And Monet's like, stop!
He's like a child that wants its parent to look at his like Aster drawing or something. Oh, bottom lane, what? Oh my god, stop the presses. That's a dead anti-mage.
TA wasn't even there. Like, he died to a DK solo, pretty much.
Unbelievable.
Never expected that to happen.
Absolutely.
That's what you get for going Battlefield first. Very greedy, child. Do not do this.
I'm just going to quietly close down my my stats page where I was trying to see the fastest Battle Fury timings of the patch. I don't think we need to know that anymore.
No, not gonna happen. You know, every time I see a Battlefield rush, I'm disappointed with it. Like, every single time. Because you get the same timing with threats as well.
It's a lot of wasted potential, that's for sure. You can see PQ here, he's not sure if they're trying to bait the ulti out from him, and now he thinks they are, so he doesn't actually end up using it, and he was absolutely right. So, great read from him, honestly, to be patient and hold the primal split.
He's slowed down on Zinky though. Gets the Hex.
Alright, now it's split time. They're going to throw it out onto Xingqiu, try and take him down, but XXS, yeah, he's having a lot of trouble inside these snakes.
Wait, he's stuck.
He's got face boots. He's somehow just coming in and out of them regardless. Meanwhile, Monet just trying to chase down Innocence once again here, but he does have the Maledict thrown upon him. Is it going to matter? Well, Innocence is taken down. Monet, he needs to infest something right now, and he's got a creep right next to him, thankfully, so will be able to escape the damage of the Maledict and keep himself alive.
Oh, ... okay.
What's that about, Faith Beyond?
Yeah. Deny your own teammates' wards, yeah. Very angry right now. Do you like the skill build? What level is trophy? I do not know. Why not? Power move.
I guess so. Maybe he's just like, why is my anti-mage not got treads? ...
Well, here's Battlefield now. Is this still one of the fastest or nah?
Let me go and check. I mean, he's not going to pick it up for a while still because he doesn't have his courier is being very slow. So that alone is probably going to slow it down a lot.
At 12:30-ish.
12:30? Yeah, it doesn't seem like it.
Well, he has a Battlefield.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
If he blinks right now, he's dead. So, very wise. Dude, he almost lost his courier there. Oh my god, if that happened.
Yeah, so 12 minutes and 6 seconds is the fastest Battle Fury off the patch. So the anti-mage is a little bit behind that, but still an excellent timing.
Yeah, but he really has to be careful that he doesn't blink randomly because... Oh, they caught TA!
Now they see him, they're making the aggression here on PSG LGD, just dumping everything onto Ori. Ori is gone, there's no way out of this one, and they'll look towards PQ as well, but he's already running down the steps, so PQ will escape. Wow, that was a big move in from the TA there, honestly. Make that movement without your team with you is kind of crazy, right? What's the plan?
Yeah, he wanted to hunt the anti-mage because like, oh my god, you're gonna make a Battlefield, maybe I can catch him like a random blink or something, you know? But Arma is not the kind of player that really does that.
Oh my god.
PQ also gone. Okay.
Alright, Shackle's just doing their job. Fair enough.
It's a great ability.
It really is.
But yeah, now AM is... This is where the timer starts ticking a little bit, right?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, he has his Battlefield only, not a whole lot, but if you ignore him for another 5-6 minutes, he's gonna come up with a Manta style. Oh, you got... Oh! The Ogre!
Oh no. Oh,
What?
he jumps
Jacob
away.
made it.
PQ, can he find him? He's not going to find him, and now they turn around onto the Templar
way, dude.
Assassin. Oh my god. It was almost beautiful, but that beauty quickly turns into disaster for Aster here. And they're trying to kill off the
Well, they killed the
Shaman. They're gonna throw
Brewmaster.
the boat down to try and keep him alive here, and that's going to help out a lot. The Admiral's Rum doing work onto Jinkyu here. And
Shackle again?
Gonna stop him dying, yeah.
Shackle again?
Stop him dying. He turns around, gets the shackles off. The Cinder Brew didn't get ignited, so Jinkyu's absolutely fine. Oh my god. I mean, what a horrific couple of seconds of Dota for Aster here. That is painful.
I mean, to begin with, that Armor got stunned there was kind of ridiculous. That he almost died there. But then it was actually worked out as a bait. Dota's such a silly game. And then TA also got clapped by the other ogre. It's like, I got one for you, lady.
Yeah, the ogre's
I never
having a
really
great time,
understand.
that's for sure.
Like, is it just one ogre that does it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it
Like, I farmed the camp
complemented?
so many times, and like they kind of try and like alternate it
One at a
between
time?
each other.
Your turn now.
Pretty much, pretty much.
I'm just wondering, with these movements, where are your Lifestealer and your Dragon Knight? DK picked up his Blink now, so he wants to get more active.
Yeah, they're doing something.
Lifestealer's
They're doing
also
something.
infested.
But TA's mad. Ori's like, well,
Wait, they're going into the Roche pit.
without TA? They know?
LGD is.
Aster don't know. Surely they have to.
Oh my god, they also
happening here.
unsmoked, and then the ward, they have no vision.
There we go. I mean,
They have no
Brewmaster,
boost split.
he doesn't have the split, so fighting here will be very difficult. But Boca just trying to heal
Boca's
up
dying.
the Brewmaster,
Retreat.
but it's just not enough.
And the ward's
Yeah,
just
they're
freaking
gonna
Roshan.
take this Roche. This is definitely the Roche going to LGD. They'll take it. Oh, jump into XXS. He's too late. He's too
Wait,
late.
what?
And now he might just be another hero dead under the Firestorm. It's so much damage. Mone's inside as well. They're jumping out of Fate Beyond. Fate Beyond's going to fall. Nothing to say as well. He's in some trouble and he's gone. Anti-Mage looking around the sidelines here, trying to find an opportunity to jump in on this fight. Will he find one, though? I don't think so. Nothing to say. Just running away from this one for the time being. Ori's here as well, but just going to get X-Marked and sit around and wonder why he bothered turning up for this one. He's got creeps to farm. So Aegis picked up and very quickly taken away again by the side of Aster.
Yeah, so the real reason why they went for this early Roche is to deny it from Aster, because there's going to be a Deso timing soon, and with that timing is usually where Anti-Mage gets completely pushed back into his own half. Now without that Aegis timing, he's going to have so much more time to get online. It's a very, very genius move, honestly, that they get away with it too.
Yeah, actually, it's could be real pain in the ass for Aster down the line.
Yeah, good. The TA, why does she feel so strong after the Deso? Because you always transition straight into Roche and get that Aegis, right? But without BKB against this lineup, you are so squishy. You have no save. Gotta be so careful how you play now. And Roche won't be back for like another 10 minutes. Like all these moves that LGD always make, they just seem so well planned ahead. It's just a treat to watch them play.
It is. And again, another huge purpose that this Shaman fulfills for them.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. He already has his Blink Dagger as well, so he is massive. The one struggling a little bit is Faith Bjorn, I guess, but he's still doing okay.
Yeah, he's an Underlord. Just kind of cast your spells in a fight and chill.
Yeah.
You're probably
Another
doing your
big
job.
problem gonna be on the horizon soon. Oh, wards on the top. Just to force some movements. All of these little plays, they're not meant to really destroy the tower. Just force them there so the anti-mage has free space. Now DK shows. How do you kill the anti-mage when DK shows? You have no stuns. And he knows that, and he just farms the entire map, no problem. He just runs up and throws a coconut even.
It's just bad, man.
Aster's really terrified right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Blink DK, right? Like, it's a goddamn Dragon Knight, and it's the Pos 5 just runs up to him and throws a stun.
Look at the Gold Dragon Knight. Like, oh, yeah.
Oh, hey, bud. And DK just like, well, can't do anything about that. I'm not willing to risk it. Sentry down, but that's immediately going to get jumped upon. But the stun is up from XXS. They managed to catch out the Shun, but the boat's coming on through here. It's going to land onto 4 friendlies and 1 enemy, and allow them to kill off the Brewmaster before the split is able to come out. But Jinkyu has died in the backlines in response, and Monet is actually tearing through the supports very, very nicely here. Aster finding a moment to really make something happen. Nothing to say, going for the TP out here. Will be able to get himself out. No stun available, and it looks like the cores are going to be able to be safe. So once again, you know, LGD, they lose a little bit, but they're going to be absolutely fine with it.
Yeah. Yeah, the next big timing will definitely be the Manta style in the AM, which means that he should be pretty much unkillable. And then once that Skadi is up, that's like the next level of difficulty unlocked for Aster. Like, how do you win after that point?
It's very difficult, isn't it?
Yeah. Honestly, I would love it if Armor actually doesn't join any fights at all until he has at least his Manta style, just to present more problems. Because he actually almost died there.
Yeah, it was a risk. It was a risk. This at the moment, he's just needs to be that guy who jumps in the sidelines, gets himself a kill, and gets himself out. But doing that is always a risk. As XXS trying to find nothing to say here, doesn't quite close the gap though. And now, well, they'll sacrifice innocence instead of split. Wow. Okay.
Wait, he split it for that? Oh, he did.
Yep. That's pretty insane.
Well, Ahmed, though, he might get spanned up here. Yes. Dragon Knight is there, but you can literally just counter spell and blink. There's no counterplay to that.
Yeah,
that's exactly what he does.
Saying hello. Keep chasing him to the trees.
Give him some breakdance.
Get out of here.
And now he's top. And newsflash, the entire team of Aster is bottom. So now he has another like 2 minutes of free fun. Roche won't be up for at least another 6 minutes. Or another 4 minutes, sorry. Which is easily enough for AM to maybe even finish his Skadi if he gets a kill or 2.
Very possible.
Now, Lifesteal is going into Maelstrom, so he's looking to scale himself, which I like. But is Maelstrom the right answer is the question? Because AM doesn't really care about magic damage Maelstrom gives. I feel like I would have loved to see an AC, to be honest.
You reckon?
Basher, AC, Ori, no, this cannot, oh no.
Oh dear, Ori's having such a bad game. Pain.
Yeah, like literally, man, I'm feeling pain for them. Like they must be hurt. Oh, he's done the creep! Oh! XXS!
These are mistakes we just... I mean, well, I was going to say these are mistakes we don't expect from Team Aster, but this is exactly the kind of Dota we saw them play at the playoffs, you know, in the Animajor playoffs, unfortunately, you know, when they just kind of bombed out without winning anything. I hate to bring that back up, and I really didn't want to if I could avoid it in this cast, but, like, you can't help but say, like, this feels so untethered from them, and it's sad.
Yeah, like, the drafting in all 3 games, they just look so scared, you know, in the way they draft, and the way they play, too. Like, it just reflects it. I mean, they're still in the... They can still win, it's just getting so much more difficult now. They really missed their timing.
They need to fight themselves. They need to be Team Aster and not the Team Masters. And now they jump forward here. They managed to find the Underlord. He should be dead. Nice pick off here. Find your momentum, find your pace, and now move through the map. They need to start taking over some of these areas out of LGD, and that is exactly what they're doing. If they can take over this triangle and set up for Roshan, this will be a great step forward for this team at the moment.
Antimatch is knocking on the high ground on top, though.
He's not going to stop, is he?
No reason to. He sees the DK. As long as he sees DK, he is literally unkillable this game.
Yeah, that's another huge issue.
Yeah, like I really would have loved to just like see a bash or something on a lifesteal, something to cancel those BK BTPs, something to really. He's going again with the Manta. The tower's half gone already. What's the response?
Yeah, I mean, they're going on to nothing to say, but Ame is just not stopping up here at the top. Someone needs to come back, and that someone will be Baboka on the partner.
Guess what? He just TP's bottom, because he knows everyone's on the top.
Yep.
Okay, saving Grace, next Roshan. If it respawns really fast, they're in a good spot. If it respawns super late, there's going to be Skadi before it spawns.
Yeah, it could genuinely be like the difference maker, the timing in which this Roshan respawns, which is not a good position for Aster to be in. But, you know, that's something which LGD forced. You know, this was something which they forecasted long ago when they went for that sneaky Roshan attempt with their Shaman wards. This is exactly what they were setting up for. Time for the anti-mage.
Alright, the big reveal is gonna happen in 5 seconds.
Aster just clearing out from the top areas. They know the smoke's coming
Honestly,
through from LGD.
now that everyone's forced bottom again, they have shot over 2 minutes. Oof, that's
pretty long, but not ridiculously.
Yeah, it shouldn't be the Skadi just yet. They're all going top.
Wait, what is this? What is this? They use the Fiend's Gate to bring the anti-mage up to the top side of the map.
Do they have TPs? They do.
Aster, they need to move back, and yeah, they do have TP available.
The tower's gonna be gone, though.
On the life stealer. The DK's back as well, and they stun up the anti-mage here. Do they have the damage to take through him? They're getting him very low, but he manages to get a counter spell on TP away. They is safe for now, but the tower is gone. And a lot of damage done to the range barracks as well.
Now again, if that was like a basher or like an AC on the lifesteal, you know, I think the aim is actually dead. Or there's a chance to kill him at least.
Yes, yeah, you have an option of making it happen, but he wanted the farming capability, he wanted to keep up, and as you say, you know, more just evidence of the fear that Aster are playing with. You know, they don't believe that they are going to make themselves the opportunities to kill off the anti-mage and open up this game for them, so goes for this Maelstrom in order to scale instead, which, yeah, it's just, I don't know, we'll see how it works out for him.
Yeah. And the good thing is with TA, AM is always somewhat killable until he's like completely out of control, just because you minus his armor so much. But the Skadi, it's actually coming before Roshan, man. He's like 500 away from it.
Quick.
And Witchlock does like his personal medic. I got you! Alright, stop going away from me. He still has an Ocean Heart on AM, interestingly enough. Not the Quicksilver. It happens sometimes to me where I'm like, yeah, I'm farming so well, or I'm split pushing super good. Oh, I'm actually forgetting about neutral items.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Could be an active decision from Mame here, but could also just be in the zone. Very much reading this map perfectly at the moment.
His Skadi is now up, Roshan up in 10. So it's literally picture perfect timing. And if that decides the game, that first Roshan move, absolutely genius.
Yeah. Playing the long con on LGD. Aster, they are looking pretty well set up for this Roshan, though, that is for sure. They've got the triangle under their control. They've got...
But armor's depleting straight away.
What's interesting is they didn't put wards in the triangle.
They're force smoked and armor's there. They know exactly Roshan's up. Oh my god. This next team fight's gonna decide the game.
Aster, though, they're smoked up themselves, and they're wrapping around. PQ, positioned to pop the smoke here. They're going to try and catch them as they come for the ward, and they're going to do exactly that, turning onto Innocence. Innocence is gone, and now Mono looks towards the next target. Nothing to say is the one he's going to try and beat down here. Everyone turning around and trying to deal with the Kunkka. Kunkka go for the TP away, and he's going to be able to make it out. That boat buff doing work for him once again here. Just 2 tanks to bring down, but Aster, they see their opportunity. They see that Roshan is up, but the buyback from the Witch Doctor means that there is no real advantage in this
They
fight
use the
at
TA
moment.
BKB. They're Shaman wards. They can't fight without the BKB. I think the Roche just goes to Radiant now. They're still scared?
Surely
Are they
not.
gonna full commit?
There's no way that Aster can let them take this, right?
But they're gonna full commit with the ward. They are. But they blocked them out. Oh. I thought you could blow Roshan. Okay. Chill. Good.
It's very exciting. Brewmaster now jumping in here. They want to try and get the supports. Monet on top of Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond getting very, very low here. Monet's going to be able to get that kill. Nicely done from Aster again here. And now what can they find? Oh no, he's that life stealer. He's caught by the shackles. He can't do anything. He's just blown up by the anti-mage. They are getting low, but the TA is the one who's in trouble again here. Refraction does come down. She has to be scrapified. It's not going to make a difference. The TA's gone as well.
Armor's unstoppable.
Roshan's just fallen to snakes in the backlines. PQ's running in. Xingqiu's there. Maybe I take the Aegis. No, nothing to say about it. Grab it up. And now Monet has to back himself out.
Yeah. And Monet bought back for that too. And TA bought back for that too. They knew this was the game-winning fight. But they lost it.
The thing is, through this entire fight, like these might have been okay buybacks, but unfortunately, the Shaman wards were just taking Roshan this entire time. Like the Shaman wards basically soloed Roche. So like they buy back, and then Roche is suddenly just dead because there's no heroes in the pit. My God,
and through
craziness.
Out the entire chaos, it's actually nothing to say. that gets the Aegis. Like, Stinky was so close to picking it up, but he held his cool. He's like, yeah, you got this.
Yeah, he was just ready to hex anyone that came in to try and take it.
Yeah. And now again, man, like, it's just so fun to watch, honestly. This first Roshan, how it just gave him this massive opportunity to win this game. If that doesn't happen, I think Aster would just completely snowball.
Yeah.
มีนางแดงเราจะกินนางส้วงมีนางส้วงเราจะกิน
Really, really heads up stuff from LGD. And again, Shadow Shaman. What a goddamn hero.
I feel like teamfights become nigh impossible now. Nothing to say. Has the Aegis.
Yeah, he's walked up his high ground, and they're just going to start throwing spells out onto him, and he is not that tanky when he's
just
got
runs
all
away.
of this being thrown onto him. Never mind, he's super tanky, absolutely fine. Ignored me. And they turned around. They want to kill off these Brewlings, that's for sure. And yep. He's still got the Storm Pounder out there. Oh my goodness, the damage coming out onto the... Wait, what? Oh, he's a switcheroo. Okay, yeah, he's dead. It's been a while since I've card Witch Doctor, guys. Whoa, Xingqiu jumping in with the snakes here. We're war trapping up the DK. DK, though, I mean, he's got no way out of this one, but they are going to kill off Xingqiu, but Anti-Mage jumping into the fight, trying to fight up with Monet here, but they have killed off the Kunkka. Kunkka's going to be back in just a second. Aster, they're going to take the opportunity to back themselves out. They will turn around and deal with PQ on the back lines. That's okay. Aster, they're going to be happy with that, I would guess.
Yeah, could have been a whole lot worse. But Arme is on his way to a Butterfly, which is a perfect game for Butterfly. Literally all 3 carries, pure physical hitters, and no BKB in sight.
And every time we check what item the Anti-Mage is buying, he's like, almost got it. That's how fast he's farming.
He is farming really, really fast, for sure. He also has the Elven Tunic, so until that BKB or the MKB comes out on any hero, he's gonna be sitting at a good 45-ish% evasion, which is absolutely insane against these hitters. They won't be able to fight him at all.
Yeah, Lysula queuing up the MKB. TA. She's still moving in towards the Desolator. Honestly, I kind of feel like Ori maybe should go for the Deso, for the Daedalus, and just focus on the backliners, because
I kind of agree, to be entirely honest. However, like, if they use this timing now on LGD, where they have this Butterfly and they have no answers on Aster, I really don't know how they deal with this Anti-Mage. They have like a good 2-3 minutes before they have to go and they smoke up straight away.
Yeah, and Ori's actually decided to go for the MKB in the end as well, so...
XSS? Oh, okay.
BKB. TP out.
Spooky hands. They're looking for more, they're looking for more. PQ! Got him.
Alright. I mean, it's PQ. It's PQ. He'll take the death.
He does not have buyback though.
Yeah.
And it's 45 seconds. They might be looking for high ground.
Really?
Pinging it out.
Yep. LGD blinking on up there. Anti-Mage not hesitating at all. Snakes being dropped as well. The whole 9 yards being thrown their way. They need to deal with these snakes somehow. But I don't know
Fireball's
how they
doing
do
a lot of damage though. Aim is the big damage here though. That's gone.
Yeah, he's taking it down. Tier 3 tower is gone. LGD edging ever closer to securing this game, and with it, the regional title of Best in China. Monet now jumping in, throwing some hits towards the Anti-Mage, just trying to get them off. The Illusion's almost dealing with the bow gradually. He's got that shard though, which is going to help him heal up.
They have no stuns, they can just go through.
Bye.
They're just looking at them and like, PQ? No!
Wait. Oh no, he TP'd to the tower and now he's getting thrown in the bin. He may be okay, yeah. They won't stick around to try and save him. Such a Xingqiu falls. Alright, good move from PQ here.
Yeah, good unexpected move. That was definitely not planned. Hey, how close up is this MKB? About 1,000 gold away? But they caught nothing to say. No, they didn't.
No.
It's been up not long enough.
I'll take that.
And look who's cutting the top. It is Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage. Yeah. Pushing in the top lane. Already got that tower early on, so... I mean, if they give him a chance to hit some exposed barracks, I'm sure he will.
Yeah. So the good news is once they actually have the double MKB, they can easily kill this anti-mage in 1 DK stun. The bad news is, getting that 1 DK stun on him is not easy.
It's certainly not.
The counterspell and the Manta dodge abilities of Ame can be very difficult, very difficult.
Yeah, you almost need to just do it in melee form and then pop the dragon form afterwards just so that you can get the instant cast, but...
Yeah. But then there's a bolt buff to worry about as well.
Yeah.
MKB now done though. This is a good timing for them. Now he finally has some damage. Not great, but not terrible.
You can hit the anti-mage. That's what counts.
I just want to emphasize though, a lot of his damage is still magical, and AM obviously has a counterspell resistance.
Yeah.
You will need the tier to hit as well.
Yeah, he's 25 as well, but he goes for the minus 50 seconds mana void cooldown.
DD
as well.
AM for 20 seconds. This could be a Rex. I don't think I can fight into this.
It's so scary. I mean,
they're popping
he is
this
quite...
go top.
Wait, they're going for the top barracks! XSS comes in, they try to do something about this, but what can you do? They're trying to take this one regardless, but the boat comes crashing on through here. I mean, they're kind of just focusing on the buildings. And
now they're going out.
will just die in the sidelines. And now, team, back away. Oh my god. Oh no! He missed the bus.
Gone.
Oh no, two of them are stuck.
With the bot Rex,
Anti-Mage going for the tower. I don't know what to make of this play, I'll be perfectly honest.
Okay.
Two of them mistimed leaving the base. Now Xinqiu's trying to hide in the trees, but he's found. I mean...
Which of them was Brewmaster?
It was... Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of a support battle going on over here. Brewmaster.
He's just hitting him.
The innocent. Come here. Okay,
I was like,
Anti-Mage comes in to ruin it.
Don't mean it literally.
Is he dead? Is he dead? Nah, he's gonna heal through it. Absolutely fine. Yeah, so the idea was amazing, right? Like, use the Fiend's Gate, go take the barracks, and that worked perfectly, okay? 10 out of 10 on that play. They kill off Xxast as well. Beautiful stuff. Disengaging a little bit scrappier. Unfortunately, the Fiend's Gate doesn't have a timer on it or anything, so you kind of just need to feel it out. That's a giant problem when you're trying to leave in tight situations like this, so... Yeah, two of them get left behind, and unfortunately, they get killed off and kind of ruin the flow. But I think they'll take it on LGD. I mean, they get themselves a barracks for it. It's absolutely a win.
Yeah, it was a little bit, you know, they were just overstaying their welcome. But you could also just see, like, as soon as DK is dead, instantly the entire team's like, yeah, no stuns, we're out. Well, not the entire team. Nothing to say. I was kind of like, yeah, I'm hitting this little shrine a little bit, you know. Pays the price for it.
Was enjoying his stay a little bit too long, you know. Was having a bit too much fun. Missed his flight home. We've all
5-man smoke. Double MKB is up. AM can die. But will Armor get caught? Oh, this could be a big one. But they're not even looking for him.
On the wave.
What are they looking for?
I don't know. I don't think they know. Bit of confusion. They want the anti-mage. They want the anti-mage. They see him.
Counterspell.
Army pops a counterspell. XSS. Can he get the spell of Manta dodge?
He stunned himself.
Oh, he's fine. He's fine.
Yeah. This was your best chance. Now, time to run. Run.
It's actually insane.
Going bottom.
Oh, no. They're going for the base. They're going for the base. They have the fortify, though. So, but the snakes are down. The snakes are already down. I've never seen a better...
Wait, this is going bad? They have no stun again. Dude, they're just playing around with them.
Oh, Xinqiu misses the this time around, unfortunately.
Who has the Yules?
I'm not sure. Oh, Baboka.
Oh, Baboka.
Sorry,
he's like, screw you guys.
All right, this one maybe not working out quite as well. I mean, you do drag all of Aster back into their base, but yeah, losing the Shaman, not getting the barracks, and now the melee barracks is going to kind of heal up. But
they have the right idea, but I feel like they're just overplaying the trick when it's really as simple as just going.
Nothing to say, popping the BKB, but the Abyssal Blade out onto the Templar Assassin. Anti-Mage trying to take it down, but the Decrepify is there to help her out here, and now they actually turn it around. Ame has to blink himself away. He's taking way too much damage from this one. They'll turn around and start pumping it in, so nothing to say. He's tanky, but is he tanky enough? He does seem to be. Faith Beyond is getting off so much damage here and so much control with this Pit of Malice. Helping out his team so much, but he might be
time to run, boys.
Monet just starts smacking away at him. Faith Beyond will be left fall dead, and he will fall as well. And PQ, he's still looking for more. He's got his best friend, Innocence, in his sights, and he's going to smack him with his big old stick. There's going to be another one dead, 14 Aster. They are making their way back into this game, and the Roshan is up here as well. This is big news. This is headlines here. Can LGD stop them with 3 heroes? They seem to think they can. They're heading over towards the pit. Aster, though, they're doing it very, very quickly. But the anti-mage is in. A pistol played out onto the man. Lifestealer. The Decrepify, though, from Baboka once again saving them from the anti-mage. The Aegis Rogers is down, and Monet has it. XXS does fall, but they have the Aegis in the hands of the Lifestealer, and now they'll turn around and blow up Nothing to Say as well. There's an Aghanim just sitting in the pit. Monet says, sure, why not? I'll grab that. Meanwhile, PQ materializes in front of the anti-mage. Does pay the price for it once again, going for a support kill. But that is huge for Aster. They have lost 2, though.
But Kunkka
Let's
bought
not
back.
forget that. Yeah.
They know DK has no buyback. They might be going to just force the GG here.
Are they just going to run into the base? They're just going to run.
It looks like it. They're waiting for Underlord. They're setting up the
Underlord's
TP.
back in 5 seconds. Oh, no.
Look, Monet's already waiting there. Monet's already waiting there.
Well, I'm about to have 10 heroes on my face. Might as well buy a Gleipnir, I guess. And here they come. Monet is sitting ready and waiting, but who can he actually find here is the question. Xingqiu, he gets a shackle off. Ori needs some help. Ori's getting beaten down. They're both dead. Aegis gone on the Lifestealer. LGD, they do not miss a beat. Jumping forwards here, they have the Megas. They'll turn around, they'll deal with the Lifestealer. That's him dead, 120 seconds. The GG is called, and PSG LGD will take the victory 3-0 against Team Aster here at the DPC Regional Finals. What a win from them.
This decisiveness is absolutely ridiculous. They overplayed the hand a couple of times here and there, trying to limit test, but just the decision making. Buyback, all portal to the base. All right. Sure.
Masterclass. Absolute masterclass.
Masterclass indeed. The Season 1 champions, the Season 1 regional champions, the Season 2 champions, and now the Season 2 regional champions. The other teams have to be thinking they're lucky stars that don't have to play against PSG LGD at the major. But also thankful they have some strategies to go through, as I'm sure a lot of people are going to be going through these replays, figuring out exactly how to play. Amazing. Aster, it felt like they had their number up until this match, but PSG LGD, was this a rare slip up from them, or were they holding strats here, Black? Because it looked very clean today.
It looked super clean today. They definitely changed their playstyle a lot, from mega defensive into very, very aggressive every game. And it kind of felt to me like Aster just crumbled under the pressure. Like, they made so many uncharacteristic mistakes in all 3 of their games, which it's a shame, because this is really not the Aster that we were hoping to see. But LGD made them pay for it every time. Every little mistake you make against LGD, they will make you pay.
Yeah, and they made them pay in spades today. Nomad, what were some of your favorite moments here in game number 3? It was pretty wild. I feel like it was back and forth for a little while, but I think even these Roche fights is where everything came apart.
I like the spaghetti Dota, I'm not gonna lie. I like it when it gets messy. Absolutely, yeah. Like the ogre dunking on the anti-mage, and then Ori tries to jump in for the kill, and then Ori gets dunked instead. Oh man, stuff like that's beautiful. You know, heroes missing the bus, trying to get out with the portal closes, and you're just like, oh, guess I'll die.
Yeah. So your favorite is up towards the end where things got kind of silly. Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, beautiful moments. That's what Dota's about for me. Those moments which just make you go, what what is happening?
Well, we're going to take a look at some of the highlights of this game. We'll get the chance to see that spaghetti Dota very shortly, but they made great use of this Fiends Gate, and some of these teams were talking about this. I know I was interviewing a couple people on BTS Pro Series about this. It is a lot of fun. I think towards the end of the game, they were using it a bit more. I think the correct word to use here is creatively, right, Black?
Yeah, or liberal, if you want to put it that way. But like, the idea was amazing, right? Like, the idea they had to exploit it was very, very nice. I haven't seen it in a fashion like this, and not as organized. And it worked out wonderfully, except, of course, you know, some people are overstaying their welcome. They miss the train, then they die.
And that train leaves on the minute and doesn't care for waiting for you. It'll just close the doors on you if it has to. There's this team fight where Roche basically ended up getting solo. They bought back in the game after losing both their cores, but they couldn't manage to snatch the Aegis. And I feel like at this point it was too hard for them to turn it around. this is where everything really completely fell apart at the seams.
Yeah. A quick question. When Roshan hits a ward, it counts as a creep hit, right? So it's only like a fourth of the health?
Yep, that's exactly right.
Oh my god, that's ridiculous.
So it was improved here for several reasons. So Zinki has quite an easy time soloing the Roshan. I was playing my amateur league and I ended up losing a match, but I soloed Roche and then denied the Aegis with my wards, even though we lost a fight around the pit. It's very funny.
Nice.
That was a
That's
power
funny.
move.
Yeah, another thing to remember about this portal as well, by the way, like it seems like some of these jumps are pretty insane, right? Like jumping into like multiple heroes, but you've got 30% damage resistance when you come through that portal. Like that is good. And then you throw the Crimson Guard on top of that as well from Faith Beyond. Like these guys aren't taking any hits whenever they come through that portal. That's why at the end there, you see Monet, his target selection was fantastic. He was automatically just ripping apart that Shaman. And the Shaman survives through like 4 or 5 right clicks from the Lifestealer, which he shouldn't normally do, but he's got the 30% damage resistance plus the Crimson Guard. It's too much.
Plus the 50% from the Kunkka boat.
Yeah, let's throw that one on there as well. Why not?
It's just all stacking up.
Atrophy Aura, the Kunkka boat, and then, I mean, you could eventually throw in a Wraith Pack or something like that as well. I'm sure that's the direction a lot of people are going to be looking towards the Magi here, but PSG LGD haven't figured out a little bit earlier than everybody else, it seems.
Yeah, so our statement earlier, you know, are they really slow starters with patches? Apparently not, because whatever they drafted today in all 3 games looked so good. Just all 3 games looked like Aster has no chance of winning fights, just damage-wise.
Mm-hmm.
So,
the day didn't start like this. You got to keep that in mind. They did end up losing the first game to Extreme. Another game
then
went
overdrive.
That way. Yeah, then they would overdrive. It powered them up exactly like you were talking about earlier. And this actually puts PSG LGD at a total of 1,400 DPC points, I believe. Well above everybody else.
That's very little. I thought it was going to be way higher, winning 2 seasons and then winning 2 regional finals too. They must have
because it scales up
some
with
points
each
away,
season.
huh?
Yeah, it scales up with every season. That's the reason why.
But do you guys also know how 2 regions missing the major is gonna impact the point distribution? That's gonna be very important.
2 regions, only 1 region.
Oh, Eastern Europe is still going. Oh, sorry, I had completely mistaken. I thought they had their own regional finals as well. But that was just a qualifier then.
That was a qualifier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I see. Okay. Yeah. But is there gonna be a redistribution of points? There must be, right?
I don't think so. There's been no information about that.
Really?
So
because that
confirm
is very skewed against the Chinese teams then, and very favorable for all the other teams.
Yeah. Basically, I mean, it doesn't look too bad for LGD, but like Aster, Extreme, you know, RNG, all these teams which could have been in the major earning points, you know, like, I mean, Aster gets some for sure, but yeah, it's very rough if all the other teams are gaining lots of points and they don't get the opportunity to do that. So yeah, but
hope we're gonna get some info.
It's a bad situation anyway. You look at it.
Yeah.
But I think it's one of the best they could do, given the situation that they had, to give some points to these Chinese teams here. I mean, again, all these other teams have to be very happy they don't have to play against the Chinese team, because this looked like the strongest region, and PSG LGD look absolutely terrifying, as strong as they were last year. It is wild to me that a team can be this consistent for this long.
Yeah.
And not win a TI.
Rough.
Get so close though. Get so close.
Yeah, get so close.
Yeah.
I mean,
Abe must be the player closest to a championship at TI, like closer than anybody else that hasn't won yet, right?
Yeah.
Like, he has been tasting it, man. He was literally like, but he just can't get there. It's just always a centimeter. It's always they're up 2-1 or 2-0, and then they lose. It's such a sad story. I hope this year is going to be his year. Like, he deserves one. The Prince.
Well, again, with first place in everything that they've played so far this year, at least DPC related, it is looking like it is going to be their year, and they are basically guaranteed. I'm sure they're guaranteed a slot to the international.
That's basic.
I don't want to do math anymore. If they're not, something ridiculously went wrong, and I'm gonna have to.
Yeah,
talk
something's
to the higher-ups.
fundamentally wrong with the system. If
they go. But you know, for every prom king, there has to be a prom kingant, and in this situation, that's of course Aster, who didn't quite cut the grade here, despite their dominant performance yesterday, man. And that feels bad. I mean, I don't know what was going on with them, honestly. It honestly felt like throwbacks to their performance, you know, the Tea Masters at the major, when they qualified through and then just did really, really badly and made lots of uncharacteristic mistakes. Yeah, international Aster.
I felt like they had good movements game number 1, but then eventually they just fell apart. It seems game 2, game 3, they looked weaker as the day went on, but they performed well enough to get themselves second place, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's still a great result for them for sure. Like, second place in this region is a huge win still, but they won't see it that way. And game 1 and 2, I agree, they did make good movements. Game 1 and 3, they did make good movements. I think game 1 was a bit of a bad one, but game 3, they made some promising things happen. They managed to fight really well, but yeah, it just didn't. I firmly believe that Aster playing at 100% can go toe-to-toe with LGD, and that is a huge praise towards Team Aster, because I do think that LGD are one of, if not the best team in the world. So, basically saying Aster can also have the potential to be the best team in the world at the moment, but they just need to get over this thing, whatever it is. But when the pressure is on, they just drop a little bit in quality, and that small drop is obviously gonna get them every single time. And I don't know what it is, but I hope they figure it out, because they're an amazing, phenomenal team when they're playing at their best, and we just don't get to see that in these really crucial games, unfortunately.
Well, maybe we'll get to see it in Season 3. This is basically a wrap for Season 2. Any highlights of the game that you two want to talk about? Big highlights of the current meta you think things we're going to see at this next major that we saw in this best of 5?
Just when it comes to game 3, the biggest highlight for me was just this first Roshan move literally won them the game. Like, it was very hard to pull off, but it was the only real move they had to not get overrun by Aster, and they executed it perfectly. And meta-wise, I mean, the heroes that are 100% contested here in this region, I think we'll see the same at the major. Like, Shaman is just ridiculous, Kotl is ridiculous. Pagna, honestly, looked good, but not nearly as strong as the data might suggest. So maybe that's gonna change a little bit. But definitely Kotl and Shadow Shaman. They're just too good.
How about you, Nomad? Any final words for the people before we wrap this one up?
I think Underlord looked really awesome in this game. Actually, I'm sure we'll see more potential coming out from him. Like, I'm pretty sure this was something which LGD have been cooking up for a while, and just said, like, you know what, it's time to give it a run. Saving it for the do or die situation, but without going to the major, this is the best chance they had. So yeah, I mean, I just look at what LGD are picking and just go like, yeah, these heroes are pretty damn good. Let's do that.
I want that to happen in my games.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. But no, I mean, closing off from me, I mean, it's honestly such a shame that the China teams didn't get to play at this major. We keep talking about teams and how they compare to each other and how the different regions compare to each other, and realistically, we can only say as far as we can see. And we won't be able to see these teams battle out against each other. We won't have a true indication of how good these teams actually are, despite how good they look. And to me, that's just sad. That's really, really sad. I want to see these guys duking out on the main stage. I want to see them on LAN. I want to see them in front of a crowd. And that's not going to happen this time around. So basically, China, let your people go. Let them go play Dota. Come on, it's enough.
Black, any final words from you?
Hard agree. Please make it happen. I want to see China and I'm sure even the Western teams, like, it's one thing to experience like the drafts and everything online, but to really get a grasp of everything, it's much better to actually experience it firsthand. Like, you play against it and then you're like, wow, this is really strong, because of course there's a lot of theory crafting behind it, but yeah, hands-on is always better. So for the overall health of international Dota quality, I hope everything is going to return to normality soon.
I do as well, but it's going to be the end of the regional finals and the end of Season 2 of the DPC. The next thing you guys have to look forward to is the major, and then the third season. Hopefully, after the third season, we can see some international play from China, but you guys will have to wait and see for that one. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Congratulations to PSG LGD for winning. Thank you to Perfect World for bringing us on and hosting these games. Have a good day, everybody. Bye-bye.
Got